Chapter 14. Thales had never seen Jayla's blade so furious and so threatening. He could vaguely feel that the two wolf-limb blades contained a suffocating pressure at this moment. Ralph gathered all his strength and crossed the two hidden blades in front of his chest. He retreated quickly. The female bartender charged forward with even more ferocity. In the blink of an eye, she swung her blades like lightning. Their figures moved in sync as if they were dancing, but they were far from being elegant and civilized. Ralph's hidden blades turned into shadows and met Jayla's sword-wielding arms in an instant. Asterisk clang clang clang. Asterisk the sounds of weapons clashing were endless. The hidden blade blocked Ralph's twin blades countless times. The blades also blocked Jayla's hidden blades countless times. Both of them moved with extreme speed. The signboards and shop fronts on the street flashed past quickly. Both of them seemed to be in a state of stillness as they focused on dismantling each other's moves. Thales could not take his eyes off them. He almost forgot to breathe. However, the offensive and defensive stances were very obvious. Jayla's dual blades were attacking her opponent's vital points, while Ralph's hidden blades were only used to block her opponent's attacks. One was attacking while the other was defending, but it was a competition of speed and dexterity. However, the next time the sound of metal clashing could be heard, the wolf-limb blade in Jayla's left hand suddenly exploded with a thunderous sound, as if a ripple had formed in the air. It bounced off Ralph's sword that was trying to block it. Jayla's unexpected trump card shocked Ralph. One wrong move led to many wrong moves. The failure of this blade gave Ralph no time to pull back his other blade. His chest was exposed to Jayla's left blade. Asterisk slash. Asterisk this was the sound of the wolf-limb blade cutting through his clothes and chest. At the moment of life and death, Ralph did not hesitate to activate his psionic ability. The Phantom Wind follower did not live up to his name. He pursed his lips, and the tattoo on his face shone with a faint white light. A violent whirlwind formed between the two of them, blowing Jayla and himself in different directions. Ralph stepped on the ground and used the wind to leap into the air, leaving only a few traces of blood on the ground. The female bartender was forced to stop in her tracks. She retracted her arms and adjusted her body to adapt to the sudden gust of wind. The momentum of her twin blades was also broken. Thales did not directly feel the gust of wind from afar, but it did not affect his judgment. Both of them were affected by the wind at the same time. Ralph flew backwards, while Jayla's footsteps were blocked. The wind did not stop. Instead, it continued to grow stronger. Ralph's figure was like a kite, floating in the air. The light of the tattoo on his face became more and more dazzling. The female bartender had no choice but to bend her knees to resist the increasingly strong wind. At the same time, she took the opportunity to recover her strength. Ralph was no longer smiling mischievously. The pain in his chest made him fearful. The little girl in front of him was troublesome to deal with. She was probably no less than any of the 13 generals of the Brotherhood. Recalling the aura of the two sabers earlier, the Phantom Wind follower was determined not to give her another chance to turn the tables. Fortunately, her attack had consumed a lot of energy. The Phantom Wind follower's face turned cold. He flipped his hands and two hidden blades appeared beside him. The wind picked up. Under the cover of the strong wind, Ralph once again revealed his ghostly figure. The next moment, Ralph appeared above Jayla's head. Jayla gritted her teeth and immediately swung her saber to block. Asterisk clang. Asterisk however, Ralph retreated after one strike. His figure disappeared into the distance like a gust of wind, not giving Jayla any chance to counterattack or form a chain of attacks. Asterisk clang. Asterisk Ralph's hidden blades appeared again. This time, they were aimed at Jayla's lower left side. Similarly, when he missed his attack, he flew backwards. As long as I can interrupt your sudden attack and continuous attacks, the Charlton family's famous assassination blade for centuries will no longer be effective. Ralph's voice came from the wind again. Jayla resisted her opponent's guerrilla attacks with difficulty. The strong wind that attacked her from time to time forced her to expend a lot of energy to maintain her body's movements. At the same time, she had to predict Ralph's next attack direction. Thales, who was watching the battle, became nervous. What should I do? Ralph's feminine voice rose again. However, as long as you tell me why the Charlton family is lurking in the Brotherhood, perhaps we can sit down and have a talk. Jayla's expression turned solemn. She actually closed her eyes at that moment. She seemed to have made a decision. She held the two sabers upside down and fiercely stabbed the blades into the mud bricks under her feet. Ralph's hidden blades appeared again. They were still above her head. However, this time, Jayla turned around on the spot. The two sabers stabbed into the ground abruptly followed her arms and spun in a circle. Asterisk boom. Asterisk with a thunderous sound, Jayla sent the dirt and stones on the ground flying several meters into the air. The flying dirt and stones blocked Ralph's line of sight. The glint of the sabers flashed faintly in the dirt and stones. Ralph roared angrily and retreated. The tattoo on his face shone even brighter. The strong wind in the air suddenly sped up, stirring up a terrifying force that blew the dirt and stones in all directions. In the strong wind, dirt and stones flew in all directions. At that moment, Thales, who had half his head peeked out from a hidden spot and was engrossed in watching the battle, suddenly heard a hoarse and indistinguishable voice. Lower your head. Thales did not even have time to be stunned. He instinctively lowered his head. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk dirt and stones flew from the center of the battle and quickly flew over Thales' head. A few pieces of dirt and stones hit the side door of the shop behind Thales, making a dent in the wooden door. Thales looked at the door behind him and patted his chest while cold sweat dripped down his back. If only he had not lowered his head just now, however, before he could react, a slender and valiant figure appeared in his hiding spot. Hurry up and leave. Thales was a little dumbfounded. The Jayla in front of him was definitely not good. The originally valiant and valiant bartender now looked tired. She panted slightly, and her left arm was actually trembling slightly. He found my weakness. If I can't form a continuous attack, I can't beat him. The bartender put her arm on Thales' shoulder and revealed an ugly smile. If this goes on, you will be discovered sooner or later. I will lure him away, and you will leave alone. Walk along the alley on the left with your body lowered. Use the black cloth to cover your breath. If you encounter any sound, immediately turn around and change paths. The Brotherhood did not attack too deep. Once we pass the center of Red Street Market, there will be fewer and fewer people. Brat, even if you are alone, you have to survive. Thales stared blankly at the bartender who suddenly said goodbye. Until her figure shot out and faced the center of the strong wind outside the street. Thales subconsciously stretched out his hand to grab her back. Jayla. The prince listened to the sounds of fighting in the distance. The dog meat in Sunset Pub's kitchen that night appeared in his mind. Eat slowly. Brat, I was the one who took down this dog. So what if you're a bartender? Jayla, am a trained bartender. I can't give you this dog leg. You can't bite it. Goodbye. Sister Jayla. Goodbye. JC. Thales turned around resolutely and headed into the depths of Red Street Market. I have to survive. I still owe Jayla a favor. The sounds of fighting behind him grew further and further away. It was a messy battlefield. Cohen leaned on his sword and held the wall to his left as he knelt and coughed violently. The police officer's chest was dripping blood. His left rib was pierced and his lungs were damaged. The wound almost reached his heart. Moreover, the enemy's violent power of eradication was still lingering around his wound. Even the power of eradication that Cohen was so proud of, the glory of the stars, could not withstand it. As for his enemy, Cohen, he raised his head and looked at the swordsman in red and black, whose expression did not change. The red-black swordsman's left shoulder armor had been pierced by Cohen's glare sword. His shoulder was also bleeding. His left chin and the left side of his neck were also slashed. But it was far better than Cohen's situation. At the moment when the two swords were about to pierce each other, the two of them displayed completely different combat qualities. Cohen activated a part of the glory of the stars and condensed it into a star shield to protect his heart. He deflected the fatal sword that was aimed at his vital point and then thrust the sword in his hand with all his might. On the other hand, the red-black swordsman did not care about the silver-white sword that was aimed at his throat. Instead, at the moment when the sword was about to touch his body, he calmly and even more crazily thrust the sword in his hand. He was faster than Cohen by a notch and thrust the sword into his opponent's rib cage. Then, while Cohen's long sword trembled, he lowered his head and avoided the vital point on his throat. He only left a scratch on his chin and the side of his neck. Then, he allowed Cohen to pierce through his shoulder armor while he pushed the sword in his hand deeper. The difference between the two was obvious. "You are an outstanding swordsman," the red-black swordsman suddenly said. When faced with a sword like that, many people would avoid its sharp edge and then try to counterattack. But you insisted on thrusting that sword. As for the act of condensing a defense, it was taught to you by the army, right? Cohen coughed up a mouthful of blood and chuckled. "A veteran once told me that on the battlefield, you must have a life-saving move. Only then can you live longer than the enemy and be less injured than the enemy." The red-black swordsman was silent for a while before he chuckled. He must have never been in a suicide squad before. Cohen panted and frowned. "The suicide squad that charged at the Baron Bone people and orcs on the Western Front, you've done it before?" The swordsman nodded. 3 times. "Which guard?" "Skull Guards, the 17th Suicide Squad." "Fakenhas Suicide Squad, 3 times. Looks like you've offended someone important." "What about you, police officer?" "Raven Guards, 2nd Commando." "Thunderbolt Raven." "2nd Commando." I was wondering why Caribbean sounded so familiar. Looks like he's a noble." Cohen spat out a mouthful of blood and smiled bitterly. "Actually, I've always wanted to ask, does the Shaka wine before the charge taste good? Father never let me drink it. It tastes terrible. Damn quartermaster, he even embezzles the wine of the dead." "Is that so?" "Yes." The conversation between the two suddenly stopped. The red-black swordsman put away his madness and violence, and Cohen put away his helplessness and panting. "Grouden Reimer, Skull Guards, the 17th Suicide Squad, Swordsman and Shieldman," he said. "That's my name. It's an honor to fight against you, sir. Cohen Caribbean, Raven Guards, 2nd Commando, Combat Captain." The police officer smiled bitterly. "This honor is mine, Sir Gangster." The two stared at each other solemnly and seriously. On Cohen's sword, the glory of stars flickered. The red-black swordsman Grouden's right arm surged with violent power, piercing his veins and making them bulge. The final strike that would determine life and death, this was the moment that belonged to the swordsman of eradication. Glorious, sacred, and inviolable. But in the next moment, the two's expressions changed abruptly. Suddenly, the sound of howling wind came from next door. A slender and valiant figure, holding a pair of swords, flipped from the air and landed on the street. "This distance should be enough." The female bartender panted and looked at the two, one kneeling and the other standing. Until she saw what Cohen was wearing. "I hope that brat can, huh?" The kingdom's police officer. This is a gang war. Why is the cop here? Cohen and Groudon looked at her in bewilderment as well. Is he from another gang? Cohen thought. I hope he's not from the Blood Bottle gang. I don't think I've heard his lordship mention this woman, Groudon thought. Is she a pawn from the outside? You can't run. Bartender's sister. The sound of the howling wind was accompanied by a feminine voice. Ralph appeared at the corner of the street. He saw the two swordsmen as well. Groudon. You should be guarding his lordship. Ralph frowned and said, Why are you here, with a cop? Very well, Cohen thought. He then turned to the female bartender. Since this woman is the opponent of my enemy, she should not be from the Blood Bottle gang. Focus on cleaning up your rats. Groudon, the red-black swordsman, said coldly. He seemed to not want to talk to Ralph. I will do my job. Groudon finished speaking and raised his sword coldly at Cohen. Cohen slowly stood up, clenched his teeth, and held his silver sword horizontally across his chest. Ralph curled his lips. The wind beside him continued to blow. Jayla took a deep breath, knelt on one knee, and adjusted her angle. All four of them understood the situation on the battlefield. 2 from the Blood Bottle gang, 1 from the Brotherhood, and 1 cop. Oh, it was a police officer. In the next moment, all 4 of them moved. Groudon's long sword flashed with a red light as it mercilessly chased after Cohen's heart. Cohen's face turned pale. He faced Groudon and drew a sword ring with his long sword. Ralph's figure disappeared again, but the sound of the wind rushed towards Jayla. Jayla's figure burst forward. Her twin blades sliced through the air as she advanced, but unexpectedly, she rushed towards Cohen. Thales carefully covered his face with the black cloth. He hid his breathing as he ran, avoiding the 2 elite thugs who were fighting to the death. In the crowd, a figure who was nearly 2 meters tall stood out. Wherever his iron fist went, the Blood Bottle gang member with the red bandana would be sent flying. It was probably one of the elites from the Brotherhood. Thales did not know if it was one of the 13 generals or the 6 powerhouses. In any case, it could not be one of the 3 legendary assassins. But Thales just quietly went around them. This was not his battle. He wanted to escape. For himself and for Jayla. For the child beggar in the 6th house. When Thales turned a corner, he ran into an air barrier. At that time, he did not know that this was the famous air wall among the elites. He smashed the barrier in annoyance. Damn mystics. I have to go around again. I hope I won't run into anyone. When he thought of someone, Thales could not help but think of the voice that reminded him to lower his head. He thought it was Jayla. After all, the latter had immediately appeared in front of him. But he later realized that it could not be Jayla's voice. It was a hoarse voice that was difficult to distinguish. Jayla, Ralph, and himself were not the only ones present. That was the 4th person. Thales' scalp tightened. He suddenly thought of something. If the person who reminded him to lower his head was the 4th person present, then why did Jayla and Ralph not notice anything? Jayla had clearly appeared in front of Thales the moment the rocks and soil shot out. Without a doubt, Thales concluded that his strength was more terrifying than Jayla and Ralph's. But since he has no hostility towards me, why didn't he help me? Bang. Thales ran into another invisible barrier. He patted his head in frustration. There are more and more of these things. Don't they cost money in MP? Thales turned in another direction and ran forward. Bang. Another barrier. This time, Thales did not manage to stop. He fell to the ground and knocked his left forehead against the corner of the house beside him. Thales grimaced in pain as he rubbed his broken head. He raised his bleeding head and looked in front of him. Something's not right. He was at a crossroads. Although it was dark around him, according to his memory, he was probably near the center of Red Street Market. Even the sounds of fighting gradually faded away. Thales moved gently towards the other three directions and extended his hand. Then, he touched two barriers in two directions not far away. Thales was shocked. It really has the strangeness and hints of a horror movie. The prince was silent for a while before he turned to the only direction without a barrier. He silently extended his hand. As expected, this time, he walked continuously for more than 10 meters without any obstruction. Thales' heart sank. I didn't expect this. I've already walked this far. Sigh. Fate, you're such a B***tch. He abruptly swung his right hand that was covering his forehead, allowing the blood to drip onto the ground. The transmigrator resolutely took a dozen more steps on the empty street until he approached a house. In the middle of the house was a large wooden door that was ajar. Thales raised his head. There was a large signboard on the door. The illiterate prince could barely recognize one word. It was because he used to beg at Black Gold Casino. That word was chess cards. Thales turned around and looked in the other three directions. He remembered the pain of his bleeding forehead. Is there no other way? This invitation was sent in such a crude manner, Thales muttered. But he still sighed and stopped hesitating. He pushed open the half-closed door and walked into the chess room in the center of Red Street Market. The room was dark. There was only a little light in the distance, like an old-fashioned candle. How good at creating an atmosphere. Welcome to my amusement park, my little friend. As he walked past the chess tables, and even bumped into many of them, Thales heard a cheerful and relaxed voice. I am Asda Sakern. My peers are used to calling me the air mystic. A long time passed. Thales used all the strength he had in 2 lifetimes to calm the panic in his heart. In the darkness before him, there was only a flickering candle flame. It was the entrance to the cellar of the chess room. Thales took a deep breath and walked down the cellar. He held his breath and tried to calm his wildly beating heart. In front of him, a handsome man with long dark brown hair and dressed in blue sat beside a long table. He smiled and nodded at him. As for the invitation, I will pay attention to it next time. Sunset Temple, Inner Altar. The gray-haired middle-aged noble could not hide the excitement in his heart. In front of him, the flame of the lamp on the altar that carried the kingdom's future was growing bigger and redder. He picked up the lamp and strode out of the inner altar of the temple. The elderly priestess behind him was shocked. She wanted to stop him, but she immediately thought of something. Her hand froze in midair. The priestess sighed. She watched the noble walk away and slowly sat down. After a while, the elderly priestess summoned the sleepy intern Nia. Chapter 15. Even in the long life of Asda Sakern, his first impression of the boy was a particularly funny and ridiculous one. Under the dim candlelight, the black-haired boy looked rather battered. Blood dripped from his forehead, his small face was bruised, and there were red marks on his neck as if he had been strangled. His slightly trembling body was covered in tattered sackcloth, and a dagger was tied to his leg. After learning of his own identity, he appeared to be at a loss. He was slightly nervous as he pressed his hand against his chest. He seemed to vaguely understand the meaning of the word mystic. The pressure in his body changed rapidly, and even the air he exhaled became much more turbid. But his eyes were really special. Yes, those strange eyes were not filled with fear or unfamiliarity, nor were they filled with panic or vigilance. Instead, they were filled with curiosity and excitement. Thales was surprised by his own thoughts at that moment. The moment he heard the word mystic, after the initial shock, he suddenly had the urge to ask what exactly a mystic was. Was it an occupational hazard? At that moment, from the corner of his eye, Thales saw 3 irregular spheres placed quietly in a dark corner. Each of the spheres was as big as a person. Then, Thales recognized the vague outline of a person's hands and feet on those spheres. The boy's face was a little pale. "I think you have already met the Brotherhood's Talon brothers and Moria." The mystic Asda noticed his gaze and grinned. "They are very ambitious. They went straight to the center of Red Street Market the moment they arrived. Sorry, I am not used to suffocating or pressing like Morris. In fact, I prefer the simpler method." Is squeezing a living person into a ball really a simpler method? Thales thought about it and silently criticized. "Come, child." Asda smiled gently. His voice was very pleasant and gentle. "Come and look at my chessboard." Thales gulped and turned his head. He chased the few human flesh spheres out of his mind and quickly thought about his situation. Then, when he saw the blue energy ball on Asda's left hand that looked like a 3D effect, but he knew it was definitely not, he decisively removed the thought of pulling out the dagger and putting it on his neck from his mind. Thales followed the method he used when he defended his thesis in his previous life. He took 3 slow but rhythmic breaths before he slowly walked up. If it was a blessing, it wasn't a curse. If it was a curse, it couldn't be avoided. Asda looked at the boy's grown-up behavior with a faint smile. When the boy approached the chessboard and was about to speak, he was surprised to see the boy pull out a chair without hesitation and sit on it. He frowned, seemingly dissatisfied with the view of the chair, so he moved the chair a little closer to Asda before climbing back up and sitting on it. My legs are a little sore." Thales smiled sheepishly at Asda. He accidentally tore the wound on his forehead, causing him to hiss in pain. "It's my negligence." With great interest, Asda turned his head and tapped lightly with his right hand. The wound on Thales' forehead seemed to be pressed down by something, and the blood stopped flowing out. "This is..." You raised and fixed the local pressure of the air. Thales touched his forehead in surprise and found that there was an invisible layer that isolated his hand from the wound. Asda stopped smiling and nodded without batting an eyelid. "Not bad. Did your home tutor teach you physics?" No." Thales put his hand down in embarrassment. It seemed that Asda had mistaken him for a noble or a rich man's son. Asda nodded and turned to the chessboard on the table. "Do you recognize what this is?" Thales looked at the map on the table in detail. "A board game with Red Street Market as the map." "No, this is the current situation of the battle outside. The red side is Blood Bottle Gang, and the black side is the Brotherhood," Thales said in sudden realization. "Of course." Asda extended his right hand expressionlessly. 2 black chess pieces and a crystal chess piece flew over from afar and were caught in his hand. This should have been a flawless trap. "I would have killed everyone from the Brotherhood, from Morris to Senza, in a short period of time. But things never go according to plan, do they not?" The 3 chess pieces danced in the air like birds and circled around Thales' head. "Magic, magic, just treat it as a magic show." Thales forced himself to calm down as he watched Asda's performance. "First of all, my subordinates are getting more and more useless. They should have surrounded Morris and Senza at the first instance and killed them at all costs. But they timidly avoided the strong enemy and used guerrilla tactics to cut off their wings. They are a classic example of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Secondly, I don't know if they are reinforcements from the Brotherhood. In any case, this unexpected chess piece messed up my deployment too early." As Asda spoke emotionlessly, the chess pieces above Thales' head suddenly landed on the map one by one. "This is the companion who came with you from District C. He is terrifyingly fast. He took down Dorno and Sven in one move. Ralph can only chase after him until now. As a tracking psionic, Nemino could not even catch up to the dust behind his feet. I can only say that it is gratifying that the Brotherhood still has such an expert. In the air, a black swordsman landed on the map, one after the other with a red swordsman. Further away was a red prime minister. Thales knew that he was talking about Jayla. He could only hope that she was safe, especially when there was a red prime minister in the distance. This gap is really fatal. Many chess pieces escaped. Although they are all small fries, Asda sighed. Through them, the headquarters of Blackstreet Brotherhood found out about the situation here an hour earlier than I expected. I can feel that Lance and his men have already taken control of the entrance. The rat trap is broken. He lowered his head bleakly, his face full of regret and sorrow. At that moment, Thales almost thought that the person in front of him was a temple priest who bemoaned the state of the universe and pitted mankind. But Asda immediately raised his head. His sorrowful expression disappeared without a trace. He gently waved his fingers and the two chess pieces in the air began to spin again. This guy came in from another direction. I don't know which camp he is from. The time he took to kill the Layton siblings was shorter than the time it took to slaughter 2 pigs. No one could stop him when he rushed into the vicinity. I could only send Groudon, who was by my side, out. Now, I don't even have anyone to talk to, Asda said, seemingly dissatisfied. Asda seemed dissatisfied. The crystal knight fell from the sky and was placed next to a red guard. It is probably a chess piece from another force. If it is not a noble, then it is an official. This is also an accident. Thales gulped again. Finally, it is you, my little friend. Because there is no one else available, I had to personally invite you. Asda tilted his head. His gaze suddenly became sharp. The last black chess piece above Thales' head suddenly landed in the center of the map. It landed next to a red king chess piece. Thales could not help but feel nervous. Tell me, where did you come from? Asda leaned against the back of his chair. It was hard to tell whether his expression was genuine or not. Why did the people from the Brotherhood send you all the way to the center of Red Street Market? Are you some kind of terrible weapon? Were you sent to my side to assassinate me? Or is it an important piece of information and parcel that needs to be handed over to that other chess piece? I hope you can answer my questions willingly and in a friendly manner, instead of shouting, "Death to the mystic," and rushing towards me. To be honest, that is pure suicide. Asda looked at him quietly. His eyes were full of sincerity. Unlike the sincerity in Rick's eyes, which obviously had ulterior motives, Asda's sincerity was emotionless. It was as if he did not care about the answer to this question. Calm down, Thales. Calm down. The prince reminded himself. In his mind, he kept thinking about the presentation sessions and seminars. How to use a language familiar to the audience and lead them into unfamiliar territory. I am very good at this, am I not? Thales took a deep breath. Mr. Asda Sakern, are you saying that you can know everything that happens in Red Street Market just by sitting here? He first had to gather all the information. Not exactly, Asda replied nonchalantly. I can know even the slightest air condition in the entire street, from the change in air pressure in various parts of the body to the flow of air outside the body. In other words, all the lives that breathe in Red Street Market are under my surveillance. This is his ability. So, he is indeed the air mystic? Thales thought to himself. No wonder the Brotherhood was beaten up so badly. Then you will naturally understand. Thales began to organize his words and logic, looking for a chance to survive the verbal confrontation. Along the way, my companions and I carefully avoided any confrontation. We only attacked when we had no other choice, whether it was the Brotherhood or Blood Bottle Gang. I think this proves that we are not from the Brotherhood. At least, we are not here for the Brotherhood tonight, and we have no intention of getting involved in the battlefield. So, we have no intention of becoming enemies with you. That makes sense. Asda nodded. He still looked as if he was indifferent, but his tone did not soften. But you still took my pawns. I do not care about the lives of those small fries, but I do care that my plans and goals were interrupted. Whether it was intentional or not, even the most depraved judge would not turn a blind eye to manslaughter, right? And you did not answer my question. Who are you? Why is it so important? Thales quickly adjusted his words. I am the Brotherhood's enemy. Only this sentence made Asda raise his head slightly. Thales understood the cause of the matter and decided to tell part of the truth. I am just an ordinary child beggar. I offended the higher-ups of the Brotherhood and fled. The Brotherhood's eyes and ears are everywhere in the upper district. The Red Street Market, which is adjacent to Blood Bottle Gang, is my only chance. But my companions and I did not think about the gang war that happened tonight. So, unintentionally, I apologize for our recklessness. I can also, make amends when I have the ability. I believe in my future value. It is definitely worth it for you to spare my life today. I am already destined to be enemies with the Brotherhood. No matter how weak I am, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Blood Bottle Gang does not need to eliminate potential enemies for the Brotherhood, does it? Asda's eyes narrowed. What an eloquent child. That's it. That's it. Asda was silent for a long time. There was a faint smile on his face. The air pressure in your body does not fluctuate much. Although your breathing is tense, it is very stable. Although you did not tell the whole truth, you did not lie. The mystic smiled bitterly and shook his head. He said sincerely, so, your appearance and the disruption of the chess game seems to be a coincidence. Actually, I do not care about those chess pieces that were eaten by you. After all, they are just small chess pieces. The so-called strongest 12, 13 generals, psionic warriors and 6 powerhouses, other than Senza, are just ordinary class and superclass. Even the Blood Bottle Gang is just a relatively large chess piece. I don't even care that you messed up my plan and broke through my trap. Asda smiled bitterly and looked at Thales. It's just that I didn't expect that my plan would be destroyed by a coincidence. This makes me very depressed. Coincidence. I am beginning to understand where Empress Helen's power lies. What a strange and peculiar person, Thales added in his heart as he nervously observed the air mystic. The world is really strange. Asda suddenly laughed involuntarily. Child, do you know? The birth of mystic energy is also purely a coincidence. Thales' heart began to beat faster. He felt an inexplicable sense of danger from the mystic who had a strange expression. A long time ago, there was only magic in the world. There was no mystic energy. Asda's expression was yearning and complicated. Wizards searched for the truth of the world. They used all kinds of ingenious methods and wisdom to use the world's resources and energy to serve a better world. Until one day, a wizard apprentice with low aptitude accidentally discovered that his magic was not very stable. It was as if magic had a life of its own. It began to lose control and began to rebel against its master. Thales was shocked to find that he was actually floating in the air. In a panic, he wanted to grab onto the edge of the table, but he found that he was floating higher and higher. His arms could no longer reach the table. He quickly looked at Asda, but to his horror, he found that the mystic's expression was filled with pain and madness. Yes, this is how it all started. A wizard apprentice accidentally made a mistake. Asda muttered to himself in a neurotic manner. At the same time, he gently picked up the black pawn that had just fallen from the map. Thales watched as the pawn was taken away. His heart sank. He knew what the mystic was going to do next. From instability, to complete loss of control, to being dominated. The world you are familiar with began to collapse. Fear and panic struck. No one could save you except yourself. Thales painfully discovered that the flow of air around his body began to accelerate, and the air pressure began to change. No one knew what happened to him. It was only when he returned to the world that people realized that he was no longer a wizard. He was not even human anymore. He was no longer immortal. As the air pressure increased, so did the temperature. Terrified, Thales only felt that the air around him was getting hotter and hotter. He began to sweat profusely. It was also an accidental mistake. He accidentally killed 2 deities. It's like I accidentally stepped on 2 ants. Asda's words were extremely cold. He slowly turned his head and curled his lips. This lunatic. Thales loosened his clenched teeth. He wanted to speak, but found that his voice could not pass through his throat. This was the first mystic, and also the most powerful mystic in history. The wizards were horrified to find that compared to him, their spells were like child's tricks and deceptions. The gods panicked to find that the divine power and divinity, which were once high and mighty, could not withstand a single blow. How laughable! The colorful but childish era of wizards came to an end. The new mystic stood above the sky, surpassed the gods, and looked down on all living beings. In the high heat, Thales began to feel the pressure coming from all directions. His limbs were squeezed close to his body. His entire body shrank into a ball and floated in the air. It was a horrifying sight. It was as if he was stuffed into a washing machine from his previous life. Fear. Of course, humans would be afraid. Power that was not taboo and could not be restrained could only be enjoyed by a few. How could they not be afraid? In the air, Thales felt his entire body begin to lose strength. He could not help but notice that Asda's tone had already placed himself beyond the scope of humans. And so the war began. Asda stood up gently. The energy ball in his left hand was still spinning. However, it was probably a coincidence. We lost. Asda lowered his head in desolation. He raised his right hand, and without looking at Thales in the air, he clenched it hard. Asterisk boom. Asterisk all the joints in Thales' body began to crackle. His eardrums felt like they were being crushed by something, and all the blood in his body surged. Is this what it means to talk and kill? Am I going to be squeezed to death? Thales thought hopelessly. His mind was no longer clear at that moment. Just like crushing an ant. The wound on his forehead, which was sealed by Asda, suddenly burst into blood again. Is this a mystic? It feels no different from a psionic ability. Before Thales died, he saw Asda's left hand from the corner of his eye. There was a blue ball of light spinning continuously there. There seemed to be an infinite storm spinning within it. He suddenly felt the wound on his chest that was scalded by the silver coin start to burn. The muscles all over his body seemed to be burning. Getting hotter. Hotter and hotter. So, we mystics and mystic energy have become taboo. When Asda said the last sentence, he frowned imperceptibly. His last sentence should have been accompanied by the death of his target. Has my control deteriorated? The mystic did not think much about it. He just closed his right hand again expressionlessly. But at that moment, Thales felt a hint of pleasure in the illusion of burning. The pain of being squeezed by the air seemed to have lessened a little. He found himself able to speak again. Thales opened his mouth with difficulty and looked at the energy ball in Asda's hand. I hate it the most. Holding a ball to act cool. That guy. Screw you, mystic energy. Thales heard himself say that. Then, a wave of heat came from his body. Asda's eyes were filled with surprise. The dark chess room was suddenly filled with red light from an unknown place. Asda looked around in shock, but then he found the source of the red light. He looked down at his left hand. There, in the blue energy ball, a hint of red light appeared. It began to corrode the blue storm inside. A hint. A little. A line. A side. The red light spread. Until it corroded the entire energy ball. No. This is, Asda murmured, as if he had seen the most unbelievable beauty. The translucent energy ball in Asda's hand suddenly stopped spinning. Then, the energy ball that had turned red disappeared in his left hand. The air mystic raised his head and looked at Thales, who was in midair. There, in front of Thales' right hand, the red energy ball floated quietly. Asda's eyes were filled with excitement. You are, however, before the mystic could finish speaking, to Thales, the world seemed to shatter. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the energy ball suddenly exploded. Invisible energy was transmitted from inside. If the chess room cellar was like a balloon, then right now, it was as if the balloon was blown out from the inside. Doors, windows, glass, chessboard, candles, everything was instantly blown away and then shattered. From the beams to the pillars, the house suddenly exploded. Asterisk boom. Asterisk Asda was also sent flying backwards as if he was hammered by a huge force. He crashed into the wall. Thales was also sent flying by the huge force and crashed into the ceiling. But the ceiling and the wall were immediately blown apart. But the force that bound and squeezed him had disappeared. It was the same as his consciousness. On a street. Asterisk boom. Asterisk Morris put down 2 blood bottle gang members who were suffocated to death by his psionic power. He listened to the explosion in surprise. The degree of the explosion, it was at least a battle between supreme-class fighters. Could it be Senza? Did Senza meet the air mystic? The elites around him were also bewildered. Boss. The assassin, Leork, was covered in blood. He rushed over from afar. His expression was mixed with joy and worry. He said breathlessly, "Air wall." Chapter 16. With extreme speed, Jayla and Groudon charged at Cohen at the same time. If Cohen was a point, then the direction in which Jayla and Groudon were charging from was exactly centered around Cohen. Groudon was on the left, and Jayla was on the right. Groudon growled. His veins bulged, and his crimson sword stabbed at Cohen. He would not stop until he saw the blood of his enemy. Cohen was stunned for a moment, but Jayla, who was charging forward, only lightly tapped his left shoulder, then his right shoulder. Cohen, who was about to attack Groudon, saw the look in Jayla's eyes behind the goggles. The police officer immediately understood Jayla's intention. Cohen felt his heavy injury, but did not think too much about it. He knew that he could not block Groudon's sword. Then he might as well not defend. Girl, Cohen thought. Don't disappoint me. Cohen's eyes were clear. He ignored the approaching green sword and decisively switched the silver saber to his left hand. He held it in a reverse grip, gave up on defense, and focused on waiting for the female bartender's arrival. Sure enough, the next moment, Jayla threw the wolf limb blade in her right hand at the aggressive Groudon. The flying wolf limb blade shot towards the red-black swordsman's abdomen from the left. Jayla's right hand was free, but she continued to charge at Cohen. The next moment, Groudon's sword arrived in front of Cohen's abdomen. The green longsword stabbed into Cohen's abdomen. But Jayla's wolf limb blade in the air also slashed across Groudon's left chest. Groudon roared angrily. Cohen groaned in pain. Because of the interference from the wolf limb blade, the stab was slightly off the mark, avoiding his vital organs. The glory of the stars in Cohen's body surged and gathered near his injured muscles. Looking at the red-black swordsman's fierce gaze, Cohen endured the pain and turned his head to look at the female bartender on his right. He chose to believe her. But what about her? Would she believe him? Groudon snorted coldly and instantly pulled out his sword. He turned around and faced the attacking Jayla. In front of him, the police officer endured the pain in his abdomen. The glory of the stars shone, and the saber in his left hand fell. It pierced the ground. He looked like a heavily injured swordsman struggling at the last moment. Groudon's expression was cold. His ruthless power of eradication, which was completely different from the glory of the stars, surged again. He had already prepared all his sword moves. He only needed one strike to pierce through the space between the young lady's eyebrows. You can't save him. The result of recklessness is that you will die together with him. However, Jayla only cast a cold glance at Groudon before she moved past Cohen. They could even bypass Groudon. He ran to Cohen's back. Groudon was stunned for a moment. Didn't she want to save them? Jayla did not choose to take the opportunity to attack Groudon. She knew that Groudon was ready to counterattack. Ralph attacked from behind her with the sound of the wind. The bartender knew that there was only one chance. Next, she calmly extended her right hand. His life was in Cohen's hands. The police officer gritted his teeth. His right hand, which was strengthened by the glory of the stars, suddenly swung backward. Now! Jayla, who had just passed by him, had her right hand seized by Thales in midair. It was like handing over the baton in a relay race. Ah! Cohen roared. The remaining glory of the stars in his body gathered into blue light spots and spread to his right arm. He yanked Jayla, who was behind him, back with all his might. The long sword in the police officer's left hand stabbed into the ground acted as an anchor. Due to the huge impact, it made an unpleasant sound of friction. The next moment, as the police officer pulled back with his sword, the light Jayla drew a semicircle in midair like a chain hammer. In an instant, she was swung to the other side of Groudon by Cohen. She changed directions in an instant. Jayla held Cohen's hand tightly like a lover. The wolf-limb blade in her left hand looked down from above and slashed down coldly. The red and black swordsman's face was filled with shock. So that's what she's trying to do. She wants to get the green-skinned swordsman's cooperation. With their combined strength, she can instantly attack my unguarded side. He calmly pursed his lips. It's a good idea, but she's still at ordinary level. She's underestimating the abilities of a super-class swordsman. The power of eradication in his arm quickly grew. The speed of the green longsword increased, and it swung to the right at a faster speed than usual. Before you attack, I can. Groudon's gaze instantly froze. In front of him, Cohen gritted his teeth and rushed towards him. He used his body to block Groudon's sword. Sparks flew. Crack. That was the sound of Groudon's shoulder bone being cut, followed by his chest being cut open. The wolf-limb blade went down from Groudon's right shoulder and tore open his right chest. Crack. That was the sound of Cohen's right arm being dislocated and his right rib being cut. A large amount of blood gushed into the air from Groudon's right shoulder. It sprayed all over Jayla's face. At that moment, the sound of Ralph's wind finally reached Cohen's side. Groudon opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood in disbelief. Then, he smiled as if he had been freed and instantly collapsed. Good blade. Good cooperation. Groudon gently closed his eyes. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying red and black swordsman was killed by Cohen and Jayla's strange yet tacit cooperation. The Phantom Wind follower saw Groudon's fate. He could not believe that the terrifying super-class swordsman by the air mystic side, who had the upper hand just a moment ago, was easily killed in the next moment. But he did not have time to be shocked. Because Cohen roared and stomped on the ground. He pulled out his saber with his left hand and, ignoring his dislocated right arm, turned around and rushed towards him. The sword flashed. Ralph chuckled. How can I stop the phantom wind follower at this speed? Even in a high-speed collision, I can change direction at any time. What? Ralph was surprised to see Jayla, who was beside Cohen, kneel down on one knee and slam into Cohen's chest. The police officer managed to turn around while groaning in pain. However, the speed at which he charged towards Ralph immediately increased by more than one-fold. Damn it! At this speed, I can't possibly. Ralph roared and activated his psionic ability with all his might. Amidst the howling wind, Ralph pulled out his hidden blades and blocked the police's fatal strike. However, the police's longsword seemed to have a life of its own. With a twist and a thrust, it suppressed Ralph. Sword lock. One of the swordsmen of Eradication's signature sword techniques. It was used to lock the enemy's weapon. In despair, Ralph saw Jayla, who was in Cohen's arms, pop her head out with a cold expression. No, at the moment when he could not break free from Cohen's long sword, the female bartender stretched out her right hand. Crushed his throat with ease and pleasure. 2 people and a corpse fell to the ground at the same time. Fortunately, this psionic has never been on the battlefield, the police thought. If he didn't retreat at the first instance, but attacked, then we're done for. Cohen spat out blood in a pathetic manner. The pain in his chest and abdomen, as well as the dislocation of his right arm, made him unable to get up. Who are you? The police asked the girl in his arms weakly. Jayla, who was at the end of her tether, had exhausted all her strength. She lay in the police's broad embrace, turning her face to wipe the blood off her face on the police officer's uniform. The female bartender trembled slightly, but she still showed a relieved smile. None of your business. The young female bartender replied with a smile, but her eyes were a little sore. Brat, you should be able to escape. Asterisk kaboom. Asterisk at that moment, a dull explosion came from afar. Chiron, you need passion to do research. You can't be lazy. Academics are a lifetime of interest and dedication. In the end, when you reach my age, you will realize that you will not fit in with the crowd. You will become eccentric, indifferent, and difficult to be moved. You will realize that what truly supports you to the end is not vanity, not results, not satisfaction, but the purest persistence from a long time ago. So you have to understand Professor Chen's stubbornness and madness. That is probably the only persistence he has left in his life. Thales shook his head and recalled another piece of memory. He pulled himself out of the ruins. When the prince crawled out of the ruins, covered in blood, he raised his head and saw Asda looking down at him with a complicated expression on his face. The air mystic's clothes and long hair were still as bright as new, as if he had never been through the explosion. Lunatic, paranoid. Thales criticized in his heart. He was extremely exhausted and had no strength to resist anymore. He simply turned over and lay down in the ruins. He was a little tired of this lawless world where power was the most important thing. You, mystic, do whatever you want. The transmigrator gasped for air. A lunatic who would kill at the slightest disagreement. No wonder the mystics lost the war. Asda quietly looked at Thales on the ground with a strange gaze. After a while, he suddenly laughed strangely. Ha ha ha, is this also a coincidence? The strange mystic gently waved his right hand, and Thales was lifted up by the air. But Asda did not kill him again. He waved his hand again, and the air around Thales began to flow at the same time. It instantly stopped all the prince's bleeding. Thales was lifted up by the mystic and landed on his feet. But the prince still looked at the blue-robed mystic with an unfriendly expression. He no longer held any hope of communicating rationally with Asda. Child, you just used some kind of power to break my mystic barrier. Those things you call air walls, Asta said softly. There was some excitement in his tone. Only a supreme class elite can do this, but you. Also, the power in your body can interfere and affect my mystic energy. Do you know what this means? I don't even know what supreme class is, Thales replied weakly. Even if I knew, I wouldn't want to tell a lunatic who was just about to kill me. Asda stopped smiling and looked at him with a profound gaze. It seems like you don't know your own nature, child. But it's okay. Everyone has their first time losing control. We all start from ignorance. Who will take this lunatic? Ha! Thales calmed himself down and thought about the meaning behind Asda's words. Then, he raised his head in surprise and looked at the mystic who wanted to kill him just now. First time losing control. We. Asda looked at the child, his eyes radiating fanaticism. Yes, we, the mystics. Looking at the fervor in the mystic's eyes, Thales suddenly felt an inexplicable fear. He subconsciously took a step back and shook his head in fear. But the mystic took a step forward. His voice was filled with a spine-chilling fervor and madness. Yes, child. You were right. Your future value is definitely worth me letting go. No, it's worth me doing my best to guide you. Child, what's your name? Ever since we were betrayed by those two B***stards and lost the battle of eradication, our numbers have dwindled. Asda grabbed his shoulder tightly, as if he was afraid that if he let go, Thales would run away. No. Thales murmured and took a step back. But Asda's hand still held him tightly and refused to let go. This kind of mentally unstable lunatic who kills without blinking an eye. This kind of taboo existence that everyone in the world hates. What a joke. Someone take this lunatic away. The world of Errol seemed to hear his prayer. You can say no, but you can't refuse. This is only the first time you lost control, and ugh. Asda, who was still talking endlessly, suddenly froze. A smooth blade suddenly poked out of Asda's chest. Asda lowered his head in disbelief. He looked at the blade on his chest and let go of Thales. Thales was also shocked. He took a few steps back, tripped over a wooden plank, and fell to the ground. But Thales did not see fear, panic, or any other emotion in the mystic's eyes. It was as if he was not stabbed in the back, but bitten by a mosquito. He was bewildered. Why is there a mosquito? It was as if he couldn't even feel the pain. My heart was obviously pierced, Thales thought in horror. Asda stared at the blade on his chest with a strange expression. Impossible. Asda frowned and raised his head to think carefully. He said to the person behind him, "That's impossible." He said to the person behind him, "Even if you are a supreme class elite, it is impossible not to breathe. It is impossible not to move the air when you move. It is impossible not to have air pressure in your body. As long as there is breathing, air flow, and changes in air pressure, it is impossible to escape my control. How long have you been in Red Street Market? How did you hide from the mystic energy of air? No, you can't break through the air wall. Otherwise, you would have attacked in the house just now, right? Tell me." There was no answer. Asda turned around with a gloomy expression. He did not care that the blade was still in his back. He coldly said to the ambusher behind him, "Tell me. Tell me." This time, Thales saw the ambusher behind Asda clearly. The ambusher stood quietly. He was dressed in black with a hoodie. Everything from his gloves to his boots was black. What was even stranger was that the assailant was wearing a dark purple mask, and this mask only had two dark lenses where the eyes should be. He did not move. Like a ghost. At that moment, anger flashed through Asda's thoughts, which were formed by mystic energy. Anger was a human emotion. After all, it had left him for a long time. So the mystic energy in his body surged and quickly helped him regain his calmness and rationality. "I think you must be very patient," Asda said in a low voice. "You waited until my mystic energy was unstable and my senses were low to ambush me. Very good. You did it. You ambushed a mystic." Asda did not care about the blade in his chest. He stared at the ambusher wearing the strange mask. "So, who are you? Are you here to deal with me? Which family do you belong to?" He asked a few questions, but the strange masked man still did not move. Asda frowned. After asking those questions, he could not sense the flow of air in the strange man's body at all. Is he not surprised or pleased? Does he not react to my questions? My ability to sense air, which has always worked like a mind reader, actually failed. He could only use force. "Do you think you can kill me like this?" Asda took a step forward and raised his left hand gently. There seemed to be no emotion or thought in his eyes. As he moved his fingers, the air began to flow. The space around the strange masked man began to be compressed by the air. "I can't let it spread beyond Red Street Market," Asda thought. "Otherwise, the kingdom's wrath and black sword would notice and rush over. Today's operation would be meaningless. I'll use a small amount of mystic energy first. I just need to get rid of the mask in front of me." This time, the strange masked man spoke. "No, a mystic cannot be killed." His voice penetrated the mask and traveled faintly. "So, you are not mute or deaf." Asda looked at the two lenses on the mask, but he could not see anything other than the complicated mechanical gears behind the lenses. Thales almost cried out in surprise. Because the strange man's voice was hoarse and difficult to distinguish. It was the voice that made him lower his head during the battle between Jayla and Ralph. The strange masked man took a light step forward and walked past Asda. It was as if the terrifying air pressure around him could not stop him at all. Under the air mystic's bewildered gaze, the strange masked man extended his hand and swung it. The short sword disappeared from Asda's back and appeared in his hand. It was a short sword with a crossed hilt, and it was dark in color. Asda frowned, but surprisingly, he did not resist. He only stared coldly at the uninvited guest and considered the situation at hand. What is he relying on? According to the updated information yesterday, the Judgment Spear is at the western front line, the Motionless Bow is in the suburbs, the Staff of Constellation is in the palace, and as for the Supreme Sword and Shield, half of it is still in cooldown, while the other half is in Broken Dragon Fortress. The ordinary anti-mystic equipment in Eternal Star City is not enough to seal a mystic above Supreme Class. Why is this mask so calm? Thales watched in disbelief as the masked man removed the short sword from Asda's back. The wound on Asda's chest, which was supposed to be bleeding, emitted a faint blue light. Then the blue light turned into his clothes. They were as bright as new, as if he had never been pierced by a short sword in his chest. Mystic. Thales began to believe Asda's crazy words. What kind of monster is a mystic? But before Thales could figure this out, he was shrouded by a figure. The strange masked man walked in front of Thales, and before he could react, he held the skinny boy in his arms. Thales was about to struggle, but the strange masked man gently pressed the back of his neck. The boy felt his strength slowly disappear, and he fell limp in his arms. In a daze, Thales saw Asda raise his hands from the corner of his eyes. "Hey, be careful of him," the boy wanted to speak, but the strange masked man covered his mouth. But Asda was still behind him, and he was no longer prepared to observe. This boy was too important. "Since you know that a mystic cannot be killed, why did you still attack?" Asda's mystic energy surged, stirring up the air within a 50-meter radius. "You can't possibly be at the true world level, but you should at least be at the peak of the Supreme Class. You even have a way to hide from mystic energy. Asda waved his hands with an unfriendly gaze. Thales immediately felt that the air pressure around him had changed. The air mystic was about to attack. But no matter who you are, however, Asda's words were interrupted by his own horrified discovery. This. What is this? What was interrupted was the air pressure around him. Thales raised his head, looked over the masked man's shoulder, and saw that Asda's eyes were filled with terror. The mystic trembled and took a step back, looking at his chest. There, the hole made by the masked man was now flashing with purple light. That was the first time Thales saw terror in a mystic's eyes. The masked man lowered his head and approached Thales, his hoarse voice echoing in his ears. A mystic cannot be killed, but a mystic is not invincible. For some reason, Thales suddenly felt at ease. He subconsciously felt that this strange man in front of him was much safer than the lunatic behind him. Asda was now clutching his chest in panic. It was as if the purple light was about to explode from his chest. He raised his head abruptly and looked at the masked man, his voice filled with fear and hatred. This is the Imperial Kingdom's legendary anti-mystic equipment. The masked man covered Thales' eyes with his hands. Those two bastards. Thales did not hear the rest of Asda's words. Because the moment Asda gritted his teeth indignantly and turned into hundreds of beams of light that burst forth with infinite energy, Thales felt as if he had entered another dimension. All sound and light disappeared from his senses. Thales knew that he was already far away from Red Street Market. The night was finally coming to an end. When Jayla woke up again, she found herself being carried on a sturdy shoulder. The streets on both sides were slowly retreating. When she realized the situation she was in, she hastily slapped the familiar man. "Hey! Edmund! Put me down. I still need to go back," the fat chef only snorted impatiently. "Let you go back to that pretty boy lover. And a cop at that. If Big Sis finds out, hee, Jayla blushed. That cop is not my lover. I clearly saw you lying in his arms, that face full of happiness. Did you not pay attention to our surroundings?" "Hey! I did." The night was dark and windy. In the dead of night, amidst the flowers and under the moonlight, no one knew. A rendezvous. You're getting the point wrong, fatty. Right or wrong, you'll know in the future. Hey, I'm not going to talk nonsense with you. I still need to find someone. You're already in this state, don't expect me to let you go back. Damn fatty. Stupid chef. Put me down, I want to challenge you. With just you. You're only slightly more outstanding in the ordinary class. Come back and say this to me when you reach the super class. Hey, I really have someone very important to find. Forget about a cop, even if you're looking for a prince, it's useless. Damn fatty, you're using this matter to stab me again. Oh dear, just put me down, won't you, Uncle Edmund? You're already in your 20s and you're still acting like a spoiled child. Do you still think you're a young girl? Aren't you ashamed? No, Uncle, you're already in your 40s, aren't you still as young as a 3-year-old? I'm young at heart, huh? What's wrong with this sentence? At the same time, on the other side of the street, Cohen was woken up by a slap. In his daze, he realized that the person in front of him was his immediate superior, the police chief, Lorbek Dara. However, the chief was currently applying medicine to his serious wounds with an unhappy expression. When he saw that Cohen had woken up, he said angrily, "Hero, you're awake. Have you gotten rid of the Brotherhood and Blood Bottle Gang after strolling around for the whole night? You're really daring. You openly disobeyed orders, alone hero. Aren't you proud of yourself? But what? If it weren't for your father, I would have killed you long ago. Would I have come to look for you after seeing the sword glare? But what? I'm really unlucky to have a subordinate like you. Do you think that you're the male lead of a play in the Dark Knight Temple? and that the one just now was the female lead? Sheet, don't mention that girl. If your father knew that you came to Red Street Market in the middle of the night to look for a woman, no, you still have the cheek to say that. Even the red card of Laurel Club, Miss Lillian, came to report that you went to her bedroom in the middle of the night. This, a patrol captain, level 2 police officer, openly disobeyed orders and sought pleasure in the middle of the night. Let me tell you, you'll be suspended when you get back. Sigh. At this moment, a second loud sound came from the center of Red Street Market. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the entire Eternal Star City heard this terrifying explosion. Asterisk boom. Asterisk this time, the shockwave from the air explosion soared into the sky. The high-temperature dust that was kicked up by the explosion suddenly came from afar. Director Lorbeck and the dejected Cohen looked in the direction of the center of Red Street Market in shock. This, oh no, the director muttered. The city construction funds that were just approved, Director, you've missed the point. People who don't care about money and don't care about the house, shut up. On the other side of the street, Edmund the cook and Jayla, who was on his shoulder, looked at the aftermath of the explosion in shock. Little Jayla, Edmund muttered, fortunately, we ran fast and were far away. Is that the point? Didn't Big Sis say that safety comes first? You are really my 3-year-old uncle. Hey, how can you say that? When Thale's legs landed on the ground again, he could not help but lie on the ground and cough. The wounds all over his body seemed to have started to hurt. The strange masked man stood quietly at the side, as if nothing had happened. Asda, is that mystic dead? No, the hoarse voice answered, but he won't appear again for at least a decade. Thale's heart tightened at first, but he immediately relaxed. The mystic's madness, abnormality, and strangeness had left a deep impression on him. 10 years was enough for him to come up with a countermeasure. Thales suddenly raised his head, as if remembering something. I still have a companion. When she protected me, she's fine. The hoarse voice seemed to know what he was thinking and immediately answered, she's on her way back to District XC. Thales breathed a sigh of relief and his whole body went limp. But he immediately remembered an extremely important point. You, mister. With his previous bad record of coming into contact with the mystic, Thales asked cautiously, who are you? Thales did not expect a person who wore a mask and hid his identity to answer him in a friendly manner. But the next scene almost made his jaw drop to the ground. The masked man, who was murderous just a moment ago, suddenly took a step back. He placed his right hand on his left chest and his left arm behind his waist. He knelt down on one knee and bowed his head. He replied respectfully and solemnly. Chapter 17. When the second, even louder explosion came from the center of Red Street Market, Morris, Leork, and the others had already killed their way out of the Blood Bottle Gang members who were unable to unite due to the chaos in their commands. They saw Senza dealing with Max the Clown from afar. Senza was nearly 2 meters tall, but he did not look thin. Instead, he looked strong and steady. His dark skin, straight yellow hair, and cold face made him look rather stern. However, the elders in the Brotherhood knew that the crownless fist, Senza Myron, was the leader of the 6 powerhouses. Other than the 3 great assassins, he was the most reliable person in the Brotherhood. No, most of the time, he was more reliable than the 3 great assassins. You call this psionic power? Senza said in disdain as he looked coldly at the knife-throwing clown, Max, who was flying around on the roof and continuously throwing knives from his bottomless dimensional pocket. Morris, Adrianza, Leork. 1 superclass, 2 ordinary class experts. I wonder how many more people there are. One of the 8 psionic warriors of the Blood Bottle Gang, the knife-throwing clown, Alex, squatted on the roof. He had a grave expression on his face as he watched more and more Brotherhood's experts gather. The elites of the Blood Bottle gang under him had already been slaughtered. There was also Senza, who was close to supreme class. The reinforcements from the Blood Bottle gang were nowhere to be seen. There was still no news from the two super classes, Song and Ruby, and Ralph. They had lost contact with Solo 10 minutes ago. That coward, Tinker, was hiding in the dark and was most likely observing. As for Nemino, he was the one in charge of Senza. Since Senza was unharmed, he should have already met the ferryman by Hell's River. What was worse was that the air wall had disappeared after the explosion, but the air mystic's orders had yet to be heard. Max's consideration did not last long. Behind Senza, one of the 13 generals of the Brotherhood, the Northlander, Steel All Adrianza, gritted his teeth and casually threw the head of Song, a super-class psionic warrior from the eastern continent, a puppeteer from the Maine Kingdom, who was nicknamed Chaotic Divine Soldier, to the ground. Clown pondered for a moment, took out 2 throwing knives from his arcana dimension, and put an oxygen tube, to guard against Morris Arcana, in his mouth. At the same time, he made up his mind to leave immediately. Under such circumstances, even the air mystic could not criticize his choice. The next moment, Dante was shocked to see Senza's fist flying towards his face. Since when did Senza's speed become so fast? But then he saw a fat figure behind Senza. It was Morris, who was gritting his teeth and activating his special ability. He did not empty the air around me, the clown thought in dismay and despair, but empty the air around Senza. When the air wall disappeared after the first explosion, Morris knew that something unexpected had happened tonight. When the second explosion sounded in the distance, Morris realized that it was time to fight back. Without a word, he decisively emptied the path between Senza and Cax. Senza sensed the changes in his surroundings. The boxer who had worked with him for many years instantly held his breath and punched out at a speed several times faster than usual while ignoring air resistance. The battle did not last long. When Senza effortlessly pinched Cax's 2 throwing knives and used his terrifying iron fists to shatter the arcana dimension that Morris relied on for survival, the clown relied on this arcana dimension to block long-range attacks, and stored oxygen and throwing knives in preparation, so that Morris could not do anything to him. Leorc had already landed behind him silently. Morris, who had used his arcana, bent over and panted with his hands on his knees. His fat flesh trembled on his face. He did not look at the clown, who was already certain to become a dead man. Instead, he turned to Senza and said, The second explosion came from the depths of Red Street Market. There must be an accident that we don't know about. But no matter what, the air wall has failed. The air mystic is definitely in trouble. And we have already retreated far enough, and our manpower has also almost gathered. Morris calmed himself down and made the judgment wisely. Both Song and Kess were killed here. If this is the bait to lure us, the taste of the bait should be enough for us to try our best. Leorc ignored Cax's pleas for mercy and coldly slit his neck, which was covered in oil paint. He nodded. After the road was cleared, there was a report from the front line that they found the corpse of the Phantom Wind follower, Ralph. Behind us, Lady Lance sent us the news of Sven and Dorno's deaths. Including Cax, the enemy has lost more than half of their combat power in Eternal Star City. In response, Senza put down his smoking fist. His reply was very short. Then let's fight back. And so, the dawn of Red Street Market was greeted with blood. When Nail Rick, who was appointed by Lance as the logistics commander, saw the scene of Morris and Senza's blood-soaked return at the junction of High Sea Area and Red Street Market, the sky was already bright. Morris patted his shoulder and exhaled. He smiled and said, although there were some ups and downs during the process, but Red Street Market is ours. As expected, Rick replied with a smile. In his mind, he was thinking about how to report the escape of the child beggars from the abandoned houses and Quide's death. At least that ghost will not come again. Rick thought. His gaze passed through the crowd and landed on a figure in a mysterious cloak in the distance. Also, with Lady Lance's promise, I will not be demoted too badly. The silent killer, Leorc, did not even look at Rick. He walked past him, ignoring the blood stains on his face, and hugged the philanderer, Felicia, who was behind Rick. You are not dead yet. Felicia did not look worried at all. She coughed and laughed. Other than you, who else can kill me? Leorc laughed sinisterly and kissed the woman's lips. Did anyone see Edmund? Senza's voice came from the crowd. Without him, I would not have been able to take down the chaotic divine weapon so easily. Damn chef. Senza saw that no one responded and could only curse. You run away when it's time to drink. Errol World, year 672 of the calendar of eradication. In the early morning of the 16th of November, the second largest kingdom in the Western Peninsula, Constellation, had a bloody and cruel, one-night war in Red Street Market. This was an asymmetrical battle. From the beginning, the Brotherhood of Blackstreet had stepped into the Blood Bottle Gang's ambush and trap. However, the result of the bloody battle shocked many people. In this battle, the Brotherhood of Blackstreet had lost 214 people and 367 were injured. Among the 13 generals, 9 of them participated in the battle and 7 of them were injured. Morris and Senza, the two giants, fought until the end and survived. As for the aristocratic gang, Blood Bottle Gang, they suffered the greatest defeat in their history. They lost 445 people and 290 were injured. Of the 12 strongest who participated in the battle, 8 died in battle. Of the 8 psionic warriors, 5 died in battle. There were even rumors that the Air Mystic, who commanded the operation and appeared in public for the first time in more than 10 years, had disappeared. That night, the explosion in the center of Red Street Market woke up almost every citizen of the capital in Eternal Star City. Of the innocent civilians in Red Street Market, 1,229 were affected. Of them, 275 died in the explosion, 438 were injured, and 516 were homeless. Red Street Market, especially the central area, was also severely damaged. This matter was even mentioned by the chief garrison officer of the capital at the Imperial Conference the next day. The agenda was only second to the discussion of the tax exemption for the development of the border counties and the matter of how to receive the Exted envoy. In the end, the Imperial Conference ordered the Western City Police Station to act quickly to quell civil conflict and stop private fights. From then on, Red Street Market had changed hands. This meant that the Brotherhood's forces had completely invaded Western District. The balance of power in Constellation's underground world had begun to tilt towards the Brotherhood. However, what many people did not know was that at the same time that night, another major event that would change Constellation's future fate happened. Thales was awkwardly carried by Yodel, the strange masked man, 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 the strange masked man. Thales kept repeating this phrase in his heart 3 times. Thales felt that he could no longer remain silent. Say it again. Why are you looking for me? The prince asked in pain as he looked at the distant sky that was gradually brightening. To reunite you with your father, Yodel said respectfully. He crouched down and tapped on the surface of a river, creating a circle of ripples as he passed through an opening under a bridge. Thales rolled his eyes. So, who are you? Your father's secret protector, Yodel said respectfully as he passed through a tall sentry tower. The guard in the sentry tower did not even blink when he saw such a big man carrying a child. Thales sighed. Are you mistaken? I am just a child beggar who ran away. Absolutely not. This is God's will, Yodel said respectfully as he stepped on a gold shop signboard. Yodel said respectfully. He stepped on a gold shop signboard. The signboard that was hung by a chain did not even sway. Thales felt that he was going crazy. Who is my father? A lord that I respect very much, Yodel said respectfully. He flashed past a white eagle that was hunting for a swallow. His speech shocked both the swallow and the white eagle. Thales was in complete despair. He did not reveal any key information at all, but instead made people think, wow, he's so polite, I don't want to make things difficult for him. What was he trying to do? Thales gave up. When they realized that they had made a mistake, Thales thought to himself, they won't kill me to silence me, right? The prince tilted his head and waited for the sunrise. At the same time, he asked in a bored manner, Yodel. Yes. Don't tell me you came from a diplomatic background. No. That's a pity. The way you speak is quite suitable. Thank you for your recognition. Yodel did not seem to hear Thales' sarcasm and continued to speak respectfully. He flipped over a high wall and landed silently like a spider in front of a street with exquisite flower beds on both sides. Then, out of Thales' expectations, Yodel stopped. In front of them, there was a simple but heavy carriage. In front of the carriage, a middle-aged man with grayish-white hair walked slowly towards them with a lamp in his hand. Yodel put Thales down gently. When the prince landed on the ground, he suddenly turned his head to look at Yodel. He felt that he was a little not happy. The middle-aged man walked closer. With the light from the lamp in his hand, Thales could not help but notice that he was dressed in simple but heavy clothes. The middle-aged man had a broad chin, which made him look amiable. Above his lips was a short beard that was neatly taken care of, showing respect. However, his cheekbones were high and he looked a little stern. The bridge of his nose was a little soft, but it also seemed gentle. This is probably a very complicated person, Thales thought to himself. He raised his right hand, which was covered in a black glove, and lifted his cylinder top hat before he bowed slightly. Good morning. Unlike Yodel's hoarse and solemn voice, this voice sounded steady and reassuring. This is a noble, a great noble, Thales concluded. Could he be? However, Yodel's words made him retract this thought. The masked man's tone was calm, but his tone was rude. Why are you here? The middle-aged noble nodded slightly and smiled. He did not feel offended as he answered, to be absolutely safe. He doesn't believe me. Even Thales could hear Yodel's dissatisfaction. He trusts you very much. He is even willing to entrust his life to you, the middle-aged noble said slowly. But I don't believe you, and you know why. Thales felt as if there was a bolt of lightning flowing between Yodel and the middle-aged noble. Yodel was silent for a moment. Unexpectedly, he did not reply. The middle-aged noble did not look at Yodel again. Instead, he slowly squatted down with a moderate smile on his face. Child, he said to Thales, I know you have had a hard journey. The middle-aged noble looked at the wounds and blood on Thales' body. He took out the glove on his right hand and reached out to touch Thales' wounds. Every time he touched a spot, he frowned slightly. I am very sorry, but please believe me, child. After one more procedure, your misfortune will end here. Thales, who was not used to this, wanted to say something, but he saw the middle-aged noble put down the lamp in his hand and grab the prince's right hand. Then, he took out an exquisite sheathed dagger from his bosom. Thales instinctively wanted to shrink back, but his right hand was firmly grabbed by the middle-aged noble. What do you want to do? Thales asked anxiously. The middle-aged noble only stared at him firmly and did not let go of his hand. At the same time, he slowly pulled out the dagger. Slap. It was Yodel. He bent down and pressed his hand firmly on the middle-aged noble's shoulder. Through the mask, Thales could not see Yodel's face clearly. But for some reason, Thales was very grateful to this father's secret protector. There was no other reason than that he had seen too much blood and blades that night. Yodel. The middle-aged noble seemed to be very dissatisfied. He raised his head, frowned, and spoke in a low but unquestionable voice. He said in a low but unquestionable voice, "You know this is necessary." Thales raised his head and looked at Yodel. He felt a little anxious, even though he vaguely knew that the middle-aged noble did not want to do anything harmful to him. "Then use his own dagger," Yodel said coldly. The middle-aged noble stared at Yodel. At that moment, his eyes seemed to be filled with frost. After a long while, the middle-aged noble compromised. He nodded and stuffed the dagger back into his bosom. Only then did Yodel let go of the middle-aged noble's shoulder. "Don't panic, child." The middle-aged noble shifted his gaze back to Thales. His tone became gentle again. "I'm just taking a blood sample." Thales looked at him. The middle-aged noble's gaze was very gentle, but also very determined. "So," the prince nodded, waiting for his own fate. The middle-aged noble reached out and removed the sheathless JC dagger wrapped in cloth from Thales' thigh. He pulled it out and burned it on the lamp. Then, Thales did not feel much pain. The middle-aged noble used JC to pick out a drop of blood from his right middle finger. What is he doing? With the level of technology in this world, can they still do DNA tests? What if they find out that I'm the real me? Under Thales' curious and anxious gaze, the middle-aged noble gently dripped that drop of blood on the ground. The next moment, Thales felt a familiar burning sensation. It surged from his heart, from his blood vessels, from his muscles, and from his entire body. "Ah!" he could not help but cry out. But the middle-aged noble's gaze was not on him. Thales turned his head and followed the middle-aged noble's excited gaze to the lamp he had put down. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk the originally calm flame was now burning rapidly and explosively. The flame grew bigger and bigger, and the center of the flame turned from orange to bloody red. The flame slanted in his direction. Thales suddenly understood something. The blood that dripped on the ground. The red and enlarged flame of the lamp. A sudden wave of fear surged in Thales' heart. He turned his head to look at Yodel as if asking for help. The masked man reached into his bosom and took out a glass bottle. Inside was a small flame. It was a tinder. At this moment, the flame in the glass bottle was as red as blood, and its center was slightly slanted. Thales turned his head to look at the lamp on the ground, then at the tinder in Yodel's hand, and then at the blood on the ground. His face turned pale. The flame took a long time to return to normal. "Impossible," he muttered. "I was only sure it was you when we reached Red Street Market," Yodel said hoarsely. The middle-aged noble seemed very excited. He carefully put away the JC dagger in his hand and said respectfully, "Now," but the prince interrupted him with his action. Thales clenched his teeth. His left hand suddenly clenched his right middle finger, squeezing a few more drops of blood out of the small wound and onto the ground. Asterisk puff. Asterisk the flame on the ground grew bigger again and became crimson red. This is the divine art that head ritual master Lycia set up 12 years ago. As long as your blood drips on the ground of the capital, the bloodline lamp will light up in the darkness, the middle-aged noble said while trembling. Thales suddenly understood. The day he was beaten up by Quide, his blood dripped onto the ground. The day Quide slaughtered the child beggars, his blood dripped onto the ground. When he hit a wall in the air wall, his blood dripped onto the ground. When Asda used mystic energy to murder him, his blood also dripped onto the ground. Thales sighed helplessly. Chapter 18. Accident. Thales lowered his head. There was a heavy feeling of helplessness in his heart. Accidents always happened suddenly. At that moment, Thales seemed to see the air mystic smile, which he could not tell was real or fake. It appeared in his mind and said to him, "Look, this is a coincidence." Yodel quietly put away the kindling. The middle-aged noble calmed down. He looked at Thales and gently patted his head. "Child, it's all right. I am Gilbert Castle. You can trust me, just like your father trusted me. Come, child, I will bring you home. To see your father." Thales calmed down for a whole minute. During this time, both Yodel and Gilbert patiently waited for him. "Let's go." Thales raised his head. His eyes were calm. Gilbert nodded. There was approval in his eyes. He stood up and gestured in the direction of the carriage. Thales turned his head and looked at Yodel. "Yodel, you will follow me too, right?" "Of course." Yodel's hoarse voice rose. At that moment, when Thales heard it, he felt extremely at ease. "Please go first. I will be by your side." Thales took a deep breath and strode towards the carriage. "Mr. Gilbert." "Yes, young sir." "What can I do for you?" "What did you do in the past?" "Foreign affairs, my young sir." "Foreign affairs." Thales turned his head slightly and rolled his eyes at Yodel behind him from an angle that Gilbert could not see. Thales turned his head around. For some reason, he vaguely felt that Yodel seemed to have smiled behind the mask. Thales arrived in front of the carriage. It was a simple but expensive carriage. The glass on the black carriage door was decorated with crystal drops. Two large horses with pure black fur chewed on their bit quietly. One of them intimately approached Gilbert. Thales looked at the tall footboard and compared the height of his 7-year-old child. He was a little worried. But before he could turn his head, Gilbert opened the carriage door and carried him in. He placed him on the dark red sofa in the carriage. "I am sorry, there is no boarding stool." Gilbert smiled apologetically and closed the carriage door. "But I promise this will be the last time." Thales sat alone on the wide sofa. He did not know what material the sofa was made of. Even though it was very comfortable, he felt a little restless. The four corners of the carriage were illuminated with luminous paint, so he could barely see the decorations in the carriage. At the back of the carriage, there was a picture of a star framed in a circle, firmly inlaid on it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 9 pointed stars. This is a 9-pointed star, Thales thought in his heart. Before he could come back to his senses, the carriage started moving. Thales climbed in front of the car window. The sky was still bright, and the scenery outside the car window could not be seen clearly. Thales sat back down on the sofa in boredom. "Yodel, are you there?" he asked tentatively. He immediately heard a reply. "Yes." He propped himself up and looked around. However, aside from Gilbert, who was driving the carriage, there was no one else inside or outside the carriage. "Forget it, I'm used to it anyway." Thales sat back on the couch and continued to ask, "Where are we now?" "Mindy's hall is right ahead." The hoarse voice sounded again. Mindy, Minforth." "Forget it, I don't know him anyway." Who would have thought that a few hours ago, I was still bleeding for survival in the abandoned house, and was injured while running for my life in Red Street Market? Thales patted the sofa under his butt. He did not know who his father was in this life. "Who cares, I'll deal with whatever comes my way. I've even met mystics, these strange beings who can't die. What else can scare me?" The prince exhaled and felt a little hot. He tore at the tattered clothes on his chest. He accidentally pulled at the wound on his chest. Thales hissed and looked at the burn on his chest. At the edge of the wound that was burned by Quide, he could vaguely see a circle of ancient flowery words printed in reverse. "This is, a king is not respected by his bloodline." Thales remembered the words on the silver coin. He suddenly slapped his forehead. Mindy's silver coin. Isn't that the wise king of constellation? Wait, Mindy's hull. The carriage suddenly stopped. While Thales was still in a daze and did not know what to do, he was respectfully invited down the carriage by Gilbert. Below the carriage was an exquisite little garden. It was paved with hard tiles of an unknown material. In the middle of the garden was an exquisite fountain. Spring water spurted out from the mouth of a stone dragon that was roaring at the sky. Thales turned his head in a daze and looked at the big black iron gate in the garden. There seemed to be reliefs carved on the black iron gate. Thales did not recognize any of the scenes on it. However, there was a big flag on both sides of the iron gate, fluttering in the wind. On the flag, there were 2 silver cross-shaped stars with white edges and a blue base. The 2 silver cross-shaped stars, one big and one small, were stacked together. The small cross-shaped star was slightly to the lower right of the big cross-shaped star. Thales recognized it. The flag fluttering the highest on the west gate also had this pattern. White edges and blue base, 2 silver cross-shaped stars. The national flag of constellation. The 2 flags in the garden had an extra small 9-pointed star of gold and silver embroidered on the lower left corner of the big silver cross-shaped star. There were 4 gold horns and 5 silver horns. That was the pattern engraved on the back of the carriage. Thales snapped out of his daze. In front of him was a magnificent 3-story house. 8 beautifully carved pillars supported the balcony on the 2nd floor. In the middle of the top floor, there was a light shining from a window. The main door of the house was made of cedar wood. Thales had once seen a furniture merchant selling a large cedar wood table at the Grand Bazaar beside the west gate for 50 gold coins. Of course, later on, he voluntarily sold the square table to Blackstreet Brotherhood at a discounted price of 1 gold coin. Thales followed Gilbert in a daze. He rejected Yodel's gesture of opening his arms and persisted in enduring the wounds and exhaustion all over his body as he walked through the large door carved from the giant cedar wood with great difficulty. Under the illumination of the magnificent everlasting lamp that was burning with eternal oil, guards stood at the entrance, the hall, and the corridor leading up to the spiral staircase. Each guard seemed to have been carefully selected. They were of the same height and were equipped with swords, shields, and crossbows. Their metal shields were all embroidered with the symbol of a gold and silver 9-pointed star. Thales held the handrail by the side of the staircase and slowly walked up to the 2nd floor. On the 2nd floor, on the wall facing the main door of the house, there were 3 portraits hanging on the wall. In the middle was a heroic young knight holding a long spear and charging forward. The knight's appearance was handsome and his expression was heroic. He wore a silver crown with 7 stars on his head, and he moved forward fearlessly in the background of a tragic battlefield. On the left was a well-built warrior with a sword and shield. On his shield was a silver-horned 9-pointed star, and he wore a 9-pointed star crown on his head. His face was resolute, and he looked heroic and extraordinary. Behind him was a lush, towering tree. On the right was a sitting portrait of a kind and amiable middle-aged man. Behind him was a brightly lit city. In his left hand was an expensive scepter inlaid with bright blue crystals, and in his right hand was a thick book. On the book were 5 different pictures of the sun, stars, and the moon. The temperaments of the 3 nobles were all different, but the painter seemed to have captured the charm of each of them very well. Thales stared at the portraits in a daze, as if the real person was there. It seemed like they were really great nobles with a long legacy. Unfortunately, Thales did not recognize any of them. Wait a minute, why does that handsome middle-aged man look so familiar? Just as Thales was about to lift his clothes and look at the head that had been branded on his chest, he heard the sound of steady footsteps. That is Tormund I, the last prince of the final empire, the founder of Constellation, and the king of Renaissance. His bravery in the Battle of Eradication is still being praised to this day. On the left is Midir IV, the comrade of the hero Chara and the prophet Kaplan, the protector of the sacred tree, and the oath keeper. Ever since he and his elven queen, the Jadestar royal family has the blood of the elves. The last one is Mindes III, the virtuous king. From the nobles to the priests, from the merchants to the beggars, everyone praises his wise rule. The voice was heavy and dignified. It traveled to Thales in a low voice, but it sounded like thunder hidden in dark clouds. It was faintly vibrating. Gilbert and Yodel, who were behind him, knelt down on one knee. Thales gulped and raised his head slightly. A strong figure slowly walked up to him. His mighty and resolute face reminded Thales of the sword-and-shield warrior on the left side of the wall. This was a well-built noble in the prime of his life. He had black hair, a high nose, deep eyes, and a wide face. His blue pupils were as sharp as swords. The noble held a scepter in his left hand. He stood in front of Thales and scrutinized him carefully. Thales was a little dumbfounded as he stared back at the noble in front of him. He could not help but feel nervous. In his 2 lives, no one had ever taught him what to do at a time like this. The well-built noble scrutinized him for a long time, so long that even Thales felt a little embarrassed. However, his gaze did not make Thales feel friendly or at ease. Instead, it made him feel pressured and a little breathless. To put it bluntly, even Asda Sikern's crazed gaze was better than this. However, Thales suddenly noticed that the well-built noble in front of him wore a crown with 9 stars on his head that was similar to the sword-and-shield warrior's crown in the painting. The scepter in his left hand also looked like the crystal-studded scepter in the middle-aged man's hand in the painting on the right. Gilbert reminded him in a low voice, "Child, this is your father." "Father." Thales lowered his eyes and looked at the starry blue cloak behind the man. He could not help but mutter. His father's face from his previous life was slowly reflected in his mind, but it was a little blurry. Thales took a deep breath and refocused his gaze. "Who are you?" He heard his own voice travel into the air. The well-built noble did not answer. He only frowned slightly. At this moment, Gilbert raised his head and spoke in a dignified tone that was filled with authority, solemnity, and unquestionable. "This is Kessel Mindes 80 Jadestar, the 5th Kessel in the family. The legitimate descendant of the final empire's imperial family, the successor of Torment, the king of Renaissance. The common ruler of the Redalians and Northlanders in the Western Peninsula, the conqueror of the dragon skeleton throne and the desert god's altar. The protector of the sacred tree in Serra Dukedom, the defender of Steel City and the Alliance of Freedom. The Iron-Fished, the 39th Supreme King of Constellation, the Southern Islands, and the Western Desert." Thales felt a chill in his heart and his breathing quickened. A suffocating pressure pressed down on him, as if it was real. Kessel looked at Thales with a profound gaze. After a while, he turned his head and looked at Gilbert and Yodel, who were by his side. The well-built king, Kessel V, enunciated each word clearly in his deep and thick voice. "He is my descendant, the kingdom's bloodline. The last and only bloodline in all of Constellation." Chapter 19. Dawn had arrived. In Mindes Hall, the most important and awkward meeting between father and son in the entire kingdom was taking place. Thales stared blankly at the robust noble in front of him, his own father. He turned towards Gilbert and Yodel with slight fear and helplessness, but both of them lowered their heads in silence. He then looked at the guards around the corridor, but the well-equipped soldiers hid their gazes behind their helmets and remained motionless. Then, he heard Kessel V's deep voice. "He looks like a skinny mud monkey." Thales' current condition was indeed not too good. His short black hair was cut into holes, Cindy's handiwork, and covered in dust. His small face was covered in mud and hand marks. Although the mystic Asda had used a mysterious method to stop the bleeding from his wounds of various sizes, the abrasions, scratches, and bruises left behind in the abandoned house and Red Street Market still hung sparsely on his body. His body was also covered in dust. The hemp clothes that he wore as a child beggar were also tattered. There was a large tear on his chest, almost exposing the burn on his chest. Before entering Mindy's hall, he would even shiver in the cold wind. "I believe that you are not mistaken." Kessel's voice echoed in the corridor. Thales raised his head again and looked at Kessel. His king, his father. But Kessel had already turned his head away and was no longer looking at him. Thales felt a faint sense of uneasiness in his heart, but he immediately suppressed this discomfort. Kessel's deep voice continued to echo. "All of you know how important this matter is. Right now, only the three of us know. Of course, I will send Gines over. He needs qualified care, so the only ones who know are the four of us. When Murad comes back, I will personally tell him. From now on, Mindy's hall will be completely sealed off. Tell the outside world that a secret treasure of the royal family has been lost. I am extremely furious. According to the previous preparations, the 50 swordsmen of eradication, all private soldiers of the Jade Star family, will guard here for a whole month. They can all keep the secret. As for Yodel, for the sake of caution, you will also guard here. Ida and the royal guards will be responsible for my safety for this month." Yodel did not speak. He only nodded his masked head slightly. "Gilbert." Kessel still did not spare Thales a glance. He caressed the crystal on his scepter and muttered to himself, his tone filled with dignity. "Have you thought of a reason for visiting Mindy's hall in the wee hours of the morning?" "Of course, Your Majesty. The excuse is ready-made. There was a fight between the gangs at the border of the Western District and the Western District, and there were countless casualties. I rushed through the night to the temporary imperial residence of the royal family, where Your Majesty is temporarily resting, to report this matter," Gilbert answered respectfully. "That's not enough. I'll return to Renaissance Palace tomorrow, but you still have to visit here frequently for the next month. You need a better reason." King Kessel shook his head. "In that case, the disappearance of the royal family's secret treasure was too mysterious, so Your Majesty specifically ordered me to investigate this matter. It's a little stiff, but a month's time is enough." King Kessel thought for a while and nodded. Then, the King of Constellation finally turned his gaze towards the bewildered Thales. His gaze was so sharp that Thales subconsciously took a step back. It didn't feel like a father looking at his son. However, the king did not seem to care about Thales at all. "A month's time, Gilbert. A month. Before his identity is officially recognized, Gilbert, you will be his private tutor and be responsible for all matters related to his education." "Yes, Your Majesty." "As you wish, I will do my best," Gilbert replied respectfully. Thales' heart sank. King Kessel tapped his scepter in relief and muttered to himself for a while. "You must prepare him well. He cannot appear in front of the entire kingdom, the 6 great clans, and the envoys from other countries like this. From etiquette to temperament, from knowledge to appearance, he must have a passable appearance. What we need is a respectable heir to the kingdom, not a destitute beggar on the streets." "Beggar on the streets?" After hearing this, Thales clenched his fist slightly. "Based on the welcoming banquet of the Exted diplomat group, I hope that he can appear at that time. It won't be easy, but I believe that you can do it well." Thales' heart trembled slightly, but he still listened to King Kessel's unquestionable orders in silence, planning his future step by step. However, Thales' future did not seem to have a place for his own will. How could this be? He had just escaped from the place of suffering that he had once gritted his teeth and persevered. He still had many questions and doubts in his mind. However, the King Kessel before him did not seem to care about his thoughts at all. He only issued his own orders and stated his wishes. No one needs to know what his past is like, but there must be an explanation. Gilbert, make up a story about his origins. As long as his bloodline can be confirmed, I will discuss this with Licia. It is not impossible to trade with the gods, we will not be afraid of gossip. Choose his peers from the list of nobles, as well as the successors, instructors and attendants. After he is recognized, these will be the focus of attention. You must make a record in advance. I want to see the list before next week. To be on the safe side, Gilbert, you must reconfirm the provisions of the royal inheritance in the Sacred Constellation Covenant, as well as the precedents like him in the Jade Star family. If there is any dispute, it is not too late for us to remedy it now. Thales furrowed his brows as he listened to them continue to plan his future and his life. It was like manipulating a marionette. As for his marriage contract, I have an idea. We will discuss it later. Extet, at this moment, Gilbert interrupted the king with a respectful expression. Your Majesty, there is still time. The gray-haired middle-aged noble seemed to have sensed that something was wrong, but he still tried his best to express his opinion. If you need to be alone with this child, we can, but Kessel waved his hand abruptly and stopped Gilbert's words. At that moment, Thales saw the king's deep eyes tremble. He sensed a strange emotion emerging from Kessel's expression. Thales wanted to say something, but when the words were at the tip of his tongue, he swallowed them back. What should I say? What can I say? What should a 7-year-old child who is meeting his father for the first time say? Hey, father whom I'm meeting for the first time, can I say something? Perhaps you should listen to my thoughts instead of talking to yourself. This is too strange. Kessel seemed to want to turn his head towards Thales, but he suddenly turned his head back halfway. He rested his hands on his scepter and stared at the portraits of the 3 former kings on the wall. He did not speak for a long time. It seemed like it was only at this moment that he seemed more like a person. After a while, Kessel turned around. He did not look at anyone, but the majestic voice that belonged only to the King of Constellation, Kessel V, rang out once more. In short, the task on your shoulders is very heavy. Constellation has not had an heir for 12 years. And just last week, Koster mentioned Extet's king selection system in his letter, intentionally or otherwise. You know how the 6 great clans will react. His appearance is a variable, but it is also an unexpected bargaining chip and advantage for us. It is time to modify the plan and ensure that we are one step ahead of our opponents. Ensure that he can be used to the fullest extent. Thales was stunned. This is, his father. Variable. Bargaining chip. Advantage. Be used to the fullest extent. Is this what a father should say in front of a son whom he has never met? Thales sighed in his heart and lowered his head. I see, this feeling of being out of place, this is not like a reunion between father and son at all. It is more like a chess player moving a chess piece as if nothing has happened. Thales was obviously not the only one who felt this strange feeling. Gilbert's expression changed, as if he wanted to say something. But in the end, he only lowered his head and sighed softly in the king's field of vision. But there was still someone who disregarded the atmosphere and interrupted the king. Your Majesty. Thales turned around in surprise. It was the silent Yodel who spoke. This secret protector's expression behind the mask was unknown, but his hoarse voice was extremely firm. First and foremost, he is your bloodline, your son. Last but not least, your successor. And you cannot turn a blind eye to this. Thales raised his head and saw Kessel V let out a long sigh. Then, he closed his eyes. Yes, he is my son. The king closed his eyes and held his scepter tightly. He said in a dull voice, that is why I am here today. I hand him over to you. Remember, 1 month. Kessel V did not say much in the end. The lenses on Yodel's mask paused for a moment. In the end, he still lowered his head and did not speak. A faint sense of doubt and surprise crept into Thale's heart. The king nodded and looked at Gilbert and Yodel, who were kneeling on one knee. He then glanced at the dazed Thales with an indescribable and complicated gaze. Without hesitation, he turned around and left. Gilbert and Yodel stood up slowly. The robust figure slowly walked down the stairs. His footsteps were heavy, but they were dignified. The majesty of a king. What? It's over. Thales was shocked. He stared in disbelief at his departing father. This is not right. This so-called father. He is the father of this body, isn't he? But why? Why does he seem so emotionless? Also, this is related to my future, it's decided just like that. I don't even have the chance to speak. Wait a minute. Thales finally could not hold it in anymore and shouted. He had enough of being a powerless chess piece. The robust figure paused for a moment and turned around. Gilbert looked at Thales in surprise. Yodel's expression was still hidden behind the mask. As he watched the king gradually turn around and endured his sharp gaze, Thales actually felt the back of his teeth become a little heavy. But he still spoke with great difficulty. Although we have never met. Thales stuttered. He stretched out his hands and waved them in front of him helplessly. He deliberated over his words, but since you are mine. Since we are. The king held on to the railing of the stairs and looked at Thales with an indescribably complicated gaze. Thales shut his eyes tightly before he opened them again and exhaled. I think. He gritted his words laboriously. His usual eloquence disappeared without a trace. Damn it, what kind of attitude and words should I use to face this person who is both my father and the king? Admiration. Indifference. Stupefaction. Surprise. None of them are right. Beside him, Gilbert extended his hand towards Thales as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he chose to remain silent. Thales' breathing quickened. He frowned and said, I actually have some doubts. Perhaps you can help me answer them. After all, we are blood relatives. And you said so much about the heir, the kingdom, and the engagement, but I do not know anything. This may not be important to you, and you do not really care. Kessel V held his scepter tightly, but he did not reply. He only slowly furrowed his eyebrows. Thales bit his lip. He felt the burn on his chest start to ache again. Damn it. Even the most failed thesis was not as awkward as this. He waved his hands gently and organized his words. But this is my future. If you have already decided, you should at least let me understand a little. Besides, you said that no one needs to know about my past, but at least I want to know. At least I need to know about my past. I really want to know what's going on. And the path I will take. Kessel's gaze on Thales changed. It was no longer a gaze that was sizing him up, scrutinizing him, and examining him. It was as if he had realized for the first time that Thales was a person. And he was his son. Thales sighed. Forget it. He opened his eyes and looked straight at his father. Yes, I want to know everything about me. I want to know my origins, such as who my mother is, where I was born, and how I became like this. And my identity, my future, the choices I can have, an answer like this, instead of being an outsider, a chess piece, an item, if I am really your son. Thales gritted his teeth and said that word. Although your behavior is really not like a normal father. Even if you are the king. Thales felt a little dizzy. The exhaustion tonight was already a little too much for this 7-year-old body to handle. The king finally looked straight at him. The sky-blue pupils in his deep eye sockets shone brilliantly. At that moment, Kessel V's gaze was rather complicated and indecipherable. Thales could not read any more. "Child, what is your name?" the supreme ruler of Constellation asked in his deep voice. Thales stared at Kessel. "Thales," he heard himself say, "my name is Thales. You only remembered to ask for your son's name now. My God." Thales shook his head slightly in his heart. "Thales, listen carefully." Kessel narrowed his eyes and said in a cold tone. "There are many things you do not need to know. And you do not need to care. Your path has already been decided. Just follow it." "What?" At that moment, Thales felt a chill in his heart. "If you still have doubts, go ask Gilbert." Then, Kessel V, the 39th Supreme King of Constellation, the Southern Islands, and the Western Desert. Just like that, he left Mindy's hall without turning his head back. His cloak disappeared from the boy's sight. "Damn it." Thales lowered his head and stared at the expensive black floor tiles. He frowned deeply. Is this the father of this body? Is he really not an enemy? Behind him, Gilbert could not help but pat his shoulder quietly. "Child, Thales. Do not worry and do not think too much. His Majesty has too many matters to attend to." In fact, before Gilbert could finish speaking, Yodel suddenly walked forward and crouched down in front of Thales. He gently shoved Thales' JC dagger into Thales' hand. Gilbert's expression changed. He touched his waist and furrowed his eyebrows, which had fallen into Thales' hand at some point in time. Thales snapped out of his daze and was slightly shocked. The dark purple mask nodded slightly, and a hoarse voice slowly traveled into his ears. "Relax. You are his son. You are connected by blood, and your fates are connected. No one and nothing can change this." Thales took a deep breath. "They probably misunderstood. Do they think that I am disappointed because of my father's neglect?" He put away the dagger, clenched his fists, and forced a smile. "Do not worry." He suppressed the dissatisfaction in his heart and said faintly, "Thank you." Looking at Yodel, who interrupted him, Gilbert exhaled discontentedly. He also squatted down in front of Thales and said gently, "Thales, my young sir, you have experienced enough tonight. Thales, my young sir, you have been through enough tonight. Thales, my young sir, you have experienced enough tonight. Thales, please come with me." "Yodel, I will come to you later. We need to talk." Thales nodded and followed Gilbert obediently. Only Yodel raised his head and looked at a vase in the distant corridor. With his sharp and terrifying gaze, he observed that there were fine cracks that could not be seen on the vase. Behind the mask, Yodel furrowed his brows slightly. He knew that before Thales roared in anger, the vase was still in perfect condition. Chapter 20. Wu Qiren sat in the classroom. His hands flew across the keyboard as he quickly recorded the discussion between the other two students. Enlightenment is to get rid of the immaturity that one brings about, such as laziness and cowardice. When Kant expounded on enlightenment, he emphasized that everyone has reason, which is universal reason. The other student replied with a pleasant voice. The universal reason born from enlightenment was excavated and used to its fullest extent. That is why our era was created. Reason is supreme, infinite, and eternal. It can bring us unprecedented power. When Wu Qiren heard this, he put down his hands and furrowed his brows. He, who was usually gentle and polite, interrupted the other student. He raised his head and said, "Student, I think you might not have read Foucault's discussion of the relationship between power and truth, and Heidegger's discussion of technology," but he did not continue because when he saw the person sitting in front of him, he was so shocked that he could not speak. Opposite Wu Qiren, the air mystic, Asda Sakern, who had long brown hair and was dressed in blue, was handsome, gentle, and elegant. Asda was looking at him gently at that moment and said with a pleasant voice, "If there really is unrestricted power and omnipotent and omniscient reason in the world, Thales, you really don't want it?" Thales jolted awake from his bed. In the dark, he clutched JC's dagger tightly under his pillow. He panted while drenched in cold sweat. Thales turned over and jumped off the bed. His bare feet touched the expensive insulated floor tiles. His nostrils were filled with the pleasant scent of calming perfume. Only then did he realize where he was. The bandages and plasters wrapped around his chest and other wounds were itchy and painful. It made him much more clear-headed. Only then did he calm his breathing and put JC back under his pillow. Still in shock, he fell back and lay on the bed that was big enough for 20 Thales to sleep on. His silk pajamas rubbed against his body, and Thales was not used to it. The bed, which had many springs as its core, was soft and smooth. It obediently sank into the contours of his body. The silk-covered Northland goose down quilt wrapped around him tightly. The smooth silk pillow imported from the southern coast pressed against his head and shoulders from below. At that moment, Thales felt as if he was being squeezed from head to toe by something. It was as if the air mystic had wrapped him in air and was slowly compressing him. When he thought of this, Thales felt a wave of annoyance. He lifted the light, smooth, and comfortable blanket and landed on the ground again. He groped his way to a corner of the wall, curled up, and lay down. The hard floor and the thick wall gave him a sense of security and familiarity. It was only then that Thales slowly exhaled and laughed in resignation. "I didn't expect this to happen to me." He knocked on the solid floor tiles and laughed at himself. "I really miss the little ones in the 6th house. I hope Jayla can take good care of them." However, the memory fragment that he had just found in his dream made his mood, which had just calmed down, suddenly tense up again. Dreams were a reflection of the subconscious. The memories of his past life were probably the most deeply hidden fragments of his subconscious. But this time, even Asda Sakern appeared in his dream. As expected, "Do I still care a lot about that lunatic's words?" Thales mumbled in the dark. A few hours ago, his brief encounter with the mystic flashed through his mind. The mystic's sometimes rational and sometimes casual actions, his mysterious and unfathomable power, and his almost inhuman immortal body all made him feel a chill in his heart. Also, what he had said. "Looks like you don't know your own nature, child." These words appeared in his aching brain again. Thales forced himself to chase away the unnecessary emotions of annoyance and fear. He calmed down and analyzed the mystic's words. "According to Asda, I'm the same as him, a mystic. No, I'm just a person who has the potential to become a mystic. Based on Asda's performance, people with this kind of potential are rare. This is a good thing for me. But at the moment, mystics in this world don't seem to be a popular character." Asda's words were too subjective. However, if part of what Asda said was true, which was the so-called war between mystics and humans, then mystics were existences that almost everyone hated and would die at the sight of light. Also, Thales thought worriedly. Asda's body. After his heart was pierced, the blue light projected from the wound. As expected, is he no longer human? Also, Yodel Kato. According to him, he should have reached the abandoned house a long time ago. Did he also hear what Asda said? Thales clenched his fist. Did he also know that I lost control in front of the mystic? If Yodel knew about it, would Gilbert and King Kessel also know about it? What would they think of me? There were still too many questions. For example, that neurotic, abnormally cold, and extremely suspicious father of the king. For example, he was 7 years old, but the bloodline lamp that was strengthened by divine arts was actually from 12 years ago. For example, his origin, surname, and significance to the kingdom. For example, why did the news of his return have to be kept a secret? Yodel and Gilbert practically stole him back like thieves. For example, what was going on in this world? Medieval ecology. A high magic world. Steampunk. Thales slapped his head. No, I can't figure anything out. My basic understanding of this world is still too little. I need a comprehensive child's enlightenment starting from basic knowledge. Thales exhaled helplessly. However, his gaze immediately turned solemn. Enlightenment, learning, these things can be done slowly. But there's one thing I need to solve. It's related to my life and body. He began to recall the mystic's words again. It seems that you do not know your own nature, child. But it's okay. Everyone has their first time losing control. We all start from ignorance. Thales clasped his hands in the dark and recalled the so-called loss of control. Asda used mystic energy to compress himself in the air and prepared to knead himself into a ball. His whole body was boiling as if it was burning. I saw the energy ball in his hand. It should be the so-called air wall. The energy ball turned red and suddenly appeared in front of me. Then, wait. Thales seemed to have grasped the key. Blood and the burning sensation. Thales slowly sat up. Quide. The name flashed in his mind. He had experienced the feeling of his blood boiling before. It happened during the 2 times Quide beat him up and abused him. The similarity between those 2 times and his encounter with Asda was that he was bleeding. Thales previously thought that the burning sensation in his body was caused by the divine art that Gilbert mentioned. It was caused by his blood falling to the ground. Now, it seemed that Asda's so-called loss of control coincided with the appearance of the burning sensation. Thales suddenly realized that it was not the first time he'd lost control in front of Asda. The first time he truly lost control was because of Quide. When Quide tried to kill Coria, that bastard should have been holding JC's dagger in his hand. How did that dagger suddenly appear in my hand? It's as strange as the energy ball that suddenly appeared in front of me. Quide. Bleeding. Burning sensation. Dagger. Asda. Energy ball. Yodel and Gilbert. Bloodline lamp. Thales closed his eyes. He realized that he could not make sense of these chaotic elements. Too messy. Too messy. However, he was not discouraged. Instead, a long-lost excitement rose from the bottom of his heart. Categorizing the chaotic and complicated phenomenon, setting up a hypothesis and theoretical framework, eliminating irrelevant variables, inducing causal logic, and finally verifying the completeness of the theory. There was also the uncertainty that could never be verified, the endogeneity that could never be eliminated, and the quasi-experimental method and counterfactual analysis that could never be perfected. Aren't these the alluring puzzles of social science that can never be perfectly solved? They were also my favorite games in the past. Moreover, this time, I'm not facing a multi-causal social phenomenon that I can't start from or verify. Instead, I'm facing a single problem that I can verify repeatedly. When Thales opened his eyes again, his pupils in the dark were already filled with the desire to challenge. He tried to calm down and clarify the phenomenon he was facing. There are too few samples, too many variables, and the mechanism is simple. The overly complicated qualitative comparative analysis, QCID, method is not advisable. I'll just use the most basic Mill induction method. First, I'll use bleeding and loss of control as keywords to select cases and events. He slowly closed his eyes, and a familiar feeling surged into Thales' brain. Various chaotic elements and factors were quickly arranged in his consciousness. According to the research objective and chronological order, for each sample, different conditions, not causes, and whether or not the results would appear were determined. One by one, the events flashed past his eyes. He eliminated the event samples that had too many missing values, combined the conditions and results of each event, and then differentiated them in terms of level and type. A clear and organized table appeared in his mind. For observable and comparable event samples were arranged in it. Sample 1, Condition 1. 1. Quide beat himself up for the first time. Condition 1. 2. Bleeding. Result 1. No abnormalities. Sample 2, Condition 2. 1. Quide beat himself up for the second time and prepared to kill Korea. Condition 2. 2. Bleeding. Result 2. Loss of control, and the dagger appeared in his hand out of thin air. Sample 3, Condition 3. 1. Asda prepared to kill himself. Condition 3. 2. Bleeding. Result 3. Loss of control, and his energy ball appeared in front of me. Sample 4, Condition 4. 1. Test his bloodline in front of Yodel, Gilbert, and that lamp. Condition 4. 2. Bleeding. Result 4. No abnormalities. After listing, he began to compare. Seek common ground, seek differences, and summarize. The table was slowly simplified, normalized, and combined to form a paragraph of text. Thales opened his eyes gently. Conclusion: encountering a murder event while bleeding has a probability of being accompanied by the so-called loss of control. The surrounding objects or energy will shift to varying degrees. No, this conclusion is still too preliminary. First of all, the sample size is too small. Second, some interfering variables cannot be eliminated. Then, the murder event seems too far away. It might be a false mechanism. Could it be that the murder event triggered something, and that thing is the real cause of the loss of control? Also, I have to think of a way to include the lamp in my consideration. In the end, I can only prove that the degree of correlation between a few events is still insufficient in terms of causal inference. No matter what. Thales turned over and lay down. At least I have a preliminary conclusion regarding loss of control. Then, the next step of research, Thales exhaled. He suddenly felt a wave of fatigue in his brain. As expected, he rubbed his temples fiercely. Is thinking about these things too much for a 7-year-old's brain? But he was surprised to realize that something was wrong. The logical conclusion and deduction just now should have been written down on a piece of draft paper with a pen. But the actual process of executing it in his brain. Was it only for an instant? After a while, Thales slapped the floor and felt the pain in his brain. As expected, from mystic energy and loss of control, to the so-called bloodline, to this monstrous efficiency of thinking. This body, this brain, there's something unusual. As Thales thought about this, he slowly drifted off to sleep. When Thales was politely woken up by Gilbert, he realized that he was back on the bed and was neatly covered by the blanket. Good day, Thales, my respected young sir. Gilbert respectfully pulled open the French curtains. The afternoon sun shone in through the huge window, brightly illuminating the luxurious and comfortable room. The gorgeous insulated floor tiles with star patterns, the reclining sofa made of giant lizard skin, the wide four-poster copper bed, the large crystal drop chandelier on the ceiling, and the overlaid fireplace were all presented before Thales' eyes. All of these constantly reminded him that his life was no longer the same. It was hard to believe. A few hours ago, he was still a young beggar from a gang whose life was hanging by a thread. And now, he was actually the bloodline descendant of the highest ruler of the entire constellation. It is 2:00 in the afternoon now. I sincerely suggest that you wake up and eat now. It will effectively promote the recovery and maintenance of your body, the middle-aged noble said in a lukewarm tone, but Thales could feel that he was urging him to hurry up. Gilbert winked in a friendly manner and said with a smile, "Also, as per His Majesty's wish, our first class will begin in the afternoon. I believe that you must have many questions, and I will be happy to answer them for you." Thales rubbed his eyes and yawned as he took off his uncomfortable silk pajamas. He fumbled around and put on the usual noble robe that Gilbert had prepared for him. "Very good." He narrowed his eyes and said lazily, "I love classes the most." Also, Thales closed his eyes and thought quietly, "I was having a good sleep. Who stuffed me back into bed from underground?" "Sir Thales, you must like this pair of pants very much." "Ha! Because you are putting it on your head." "What?" "With this kind of appearance, it's actually pants." "Sir Thales, it seems that you also have a special liking for that button-down jacket." "Oh, it is a jacket that is worn outside." "Sir Thales, I think you will need the leather belt on your left." Thank you. I was wondering why I kept falling down." After a while, "Sir Gilbert." "Yes." "Please help me. Put on these damn clothes." Chapter 21. Conspiracies and tricks, crimes and ugliness, many of them were born in secret rooms in the dark. But conspiracies could also be created in broad daylight. Such as now. Winter was approaching. On the afternoon of the 16th of November, in a spacious stud farm, a fat old noble wearing a thick mink shawl frowned with his head lowered under a parasol. He watched the training of a few horse trainers in the field while he listened to the words of another noble on his left. After a while, he let out a long sigh and looked at a disobedient horse in the distance. The corners of his mouth curled up. What kind of royal treasure is missing that is worthy of our respected king to seal Mindy's Hall indefinitely? What a pity. I was planning to go to Mindy's Hall next week to take a look at Master Colvin's work. The noble beside him was younger and slender. He looked at ease. He naturally and easily grabbed the agarwood pipe in his hand and took a deep puff. Also, Gilbert rushed to Mindy's Hall overnight to report to His Majesty about the situation of the gang war in the outer city district, he said cheerfully as he puffed out smoke rings. "Really? Respected King Iron Hand, when did you ever care about the lives of the peasants in the outer city district? If His Majesty treated his people with half of the kindness of the late King 80, the fat old noble touched his thigh with a pained expression. The unruly horse fell. Then why do we need to meet at the stud farm? The king's party must be plotting something. I can guarantee that it is not a small matter. Maybe it is a move that can turn the tables in one fell swoop." The young noble's eyes lit up as he smoked his pipe. "Mindy's Hall is really a good place. The royal treasure is missing. I hope it is not Master Colvin's painting. The place must be on high alert," the old noble suddenly said out of the blue. However, the young noble nodded in understanding. "Furthermore, I have news that Gilbert has been ordered to investigate the truth of the theft case. Recently, he will frequently investigate Mindy's Hall. With that man around, even the White Eagle will not be able to do anything. We can test them, but we cannot go overboard. We have to use other methods to disrupt their plans." The young noble inhaled another mouthful of top-grade Fisora tobacco, which was only produced 600 pounds a year. He felt intoxicated for a moment, and then blew out a perfect smoke ring. "The Extet diplomat group will arrive in the kingdom next month." At this moment, the old noble's face showed sincere worry. Sigh, the peace between Constellation and Extet did not come easily after all. That's right. Unlike his senior, the young nobleman could not keep his composure. His sharpness and spirit were evident on his body. "If something happens to the diplomatic mission within the borders of the kingdom, I'm sure His Majesty will be very passive in the face of domestic and foreign pressure. If Your Majesty does not handle this properly." The old noble looked at the horse in the distance and breathed a sigh of relief. He took a sip of tea and said helplessly, "Sigh, a country like ours that has a hereditary throne is indeed backward." Both of them were silent for a while. The old noble shifted his body and asked casually, "What's going on in the Western District?" "Don't ask me, old sir. You know I hate mystics the most." Then let's talk about the Blackstreet Brotherhood. Those people still refuse to budge." The young noble's face suddenly became displeased. "It's only been about 10 years, and they're already so arrogant. I'm sure they're more confident in their backer than they are in our new star. Don't look down on the young." The old man grinned helplessly. His eyes were shrewd and sharp. "When children scare people, that's what you call scary." Compared to the hasty glance he got last night at dawn, the Mindy's Hall that Thales saw in the afternoon was much bigger, more magnificent, and of course, more spacious. The first floor was the living room for the meeting, a large banquet hall, and an open-air garden. It was equipped with a sizable kitchen, basement storage, and even armament storage. Apart from the open-air balcony that had a panoramic view of the outdoor garden, out of consideration for your safety, I do not recommend that you appear on the balcony or outdoors within a month. Gilbert, the large second floor had 3 large rooms with different functions: the banquet hall for the nobles, the meeting hall, the game room, and other rooms of various sizes. The corridors and entrances from the first floor to the second floor were filled with dignified armored guards. Their faces were hidden behind their helmets, and every one of them was as frightening as a sculpture. Even though they are the swordsmen of eradication owned by the Jadestar family, I still do not recommend that you stab their abdomens, young sir. Gilbert. But from afar, Mindy's Hall was still frighteningly cold and spacious. However, Thale's living room and bedroom, including the dining room and study where he attended classes, were on the 3rd floor. There was only a narrow staircase from the 2nd floor to the 3rd floor. 8 fully armed swordsmen of eradication guarded the place with full attention 24 hours a day. They were on duty every 6 hours. As for the windows and the ceiling, it was said that there were also open-air guards, with Yodel around. Please do not worry about the threat from outside the window. Gilbert. Every dish, from the broccoli, bread, beef, and water, was taken from the well-guarded back kitchen and the underground storage that had been prepared beforehand. Please forgive me, I cannot guarantee their freshness. Gilbert. From the time they were cooked to the time they were delivered, they had gone through strict procedures of disinfecting, testing, and testing for poison. This is really an unimaginable security measure. Looks like I am much more important than I thought. Should I say that they are indeed the ruling class that holds power? I wonder if Jayla can sneak in with her skills. What if she is a mystic? Speaking of this, no, I cannot. Forgive me for refusing, young sir. Thales raised his head and looked at Gilbert with a puzzled expression. Up until now, everything about you is top secret. Gilbert shook his head firmly. Forgive me for being straightforward. We have sealed off Mindy's Hall, and our contact with the outside world is limited to a few trustworthy people. Under such circumstances, if the royal family sends people to search for 3 child beggars who are hiding in Outer District, whether it is to investigate or to help, it will be extremely disadvantageous to both of you. Do not underestimate the abilities of those with ulterior motives, he said in a low voice, at least wait for the right time. Thales sighed and furrowed his eyebrows. He bit the last bit of the sweet and greasy buttered bread into his mouth and quickly picked up the cup to drink a mouthful of black tea. At least the food is much better. With impeccable etiquette, Gilbert took the teacup from the flustered Thales, bowed slightly, and said, if you are satisfied with the afternoon tea, we will begin our afternoon lessons. Thales' hands trembled, and Gilbert took the teacup from Thales' hands. In fact, Gilbert maintained his smile and thought to himself, perhaps we should start with table manners. What about Yodel? Where is he? He is a competent protector. Naturally, he is nearby at all times. Thales resisted the urge to look around subconsciously. After knowing that Yodel was nearby, he felt inexplicably more at ease. So, Thales tugged at the bow tie on his chest that was so tight that it made him uncomfortable. Under Gilbert's slightly furrowed eyebrows, he followed the latter into the study. First of all, Thales, I talked to Yodel last night. Gilbert watched as Thales stuffed himself into a leather chair. He curiously looked at the decorations around the study, especially the 3 bookshelves that were filled with books. You are a special child. From Yodel's judgment and the few hours I spent with you since I met you, I can see that. Here it comes. Thales still looked curious, but he was on guard in his heart. But this is only natural. The air of Constellation is naturally special. Gilbert placed his hands behind his back and slowly walked towards the study table that was carved with the symbol of the 9-pointed star. His grayish-white sideburns appeared solemn at that moment. I believe that since fate sent you back to Constellation, she must have made some arrangements. Thales looked at the middle-aged noble and did not say a word. I roughly understand your past. Your days on the streets must have been difficult. Gilbert picked up a book that he had prepared a long time ago from the study table that was made of black agarwood. He turned around and said with a serious expression, You will have a new identity, a new life, and even a new name. But what is truly important is the future that you will face and bear. You will have a new identity, a new life, and even a new name. But what is truly important is the future that you will face and bear. Gilbert's bright and piercing gaze was directed at Thales' gray pupils. Thales muttered silently. He looked at Gilbert's sharp eyes and nodded with a solemn expression. He looked into Gilbert's sharp eyes and nodded with a solemn expression. Thales thought in his heart. I understand. Thales pondered over his words. So. Thales deliberated over his words and said slowly, What do I need to know about myself and my past now? What do I need to know about myself and my past now? Gilbert's expression did not change, but he nodded slightly in his heart. Panic, fear, and helplessness. These emotions that a 7-year-old should have at this moment are not present in this child. There is only calmness and prudence. There is not even much excitement. As expected, he is not ordinary. Is it because of the training in the Brotherhood? Yodel did not want to go into detail, but the assassin admired the child's performance. But did he really have such an experience in the gangs in Lower Manhattan District? Or is it because the Constellation royal bloodline, which has been passed down from the ancient empire for nearly 3,000 years, is really extraordinary? Or is it because of his other half? When he thought of this, Gilbert furrowed his eyebrows in a barely noticeable manner. But this competent noble still bowed slightly. Thales, respected young sir, please allow me to address you as such for now. You are 7 years old this year. On the night of the 25th of July, year 665, you were born in Mon Manor in the outskirts of Constellation's capital, Eternal Star City, Gilbert said at a moderate pace. Your birth mother was a noble lady whom I shall not reveal her name. She passed away due to massive bleeding during childbirth. Before she passed away, she named you Thales after the celebrity. Thales' eyebrows arched slightly. You grew up in Mon Manor under the secret care of the Jade Star family. Another female official and I would visit you from time to time. During this period of time, you grew up as a child adopted by Lord Mon when he was out hunting. You did not know your own identity. Last December, Lord Mon died in battle at the border of the Western Desert. As he had no heir, his property and territory were taken back by the royal family. At the same time, I brought you back to Mindy's Hall in Twilight District. Thales was silent as he listened to this part of the narration. And next month, as the illegitimate son of King Kessel V, the legitimate heir of the Constellation royal family and the only remaining bloodline descendant of the Jade Star family, you will claim that you were born with the right. You will be recognized by the royal family, Sunset Temple, and Constellation higher Parliament as, the expression in Gilbert's eyes was solemn and solemn. There was also a hint of worry and sorrow. The air of the Supreme King of Constellation. After a long while, Thales exhaled softly. It seemed to be much more complicated than he had imagined. I understand. There are still some parts that I am not clear about, but I will remember them well. I used to be Thales of Mon Manor, and I am also Lord Mon's adopted son. Thales' eyes flickered and he put his hands together. His thoughts were quickly arranging and combining the information he already had. From Gilbert's narration, he combined elements and turned them into effective information. Gilbert nodded and sat down on a leather chair opposite Thales. As for the remaining parts, I will summarize the details so that you can memorize them and familiarize yourself with them. Currently, this is your mission. You only need to know this. As expected, even though he respects me very much. Deep down, I still feel that there is no need to say too much to a 7-year-old child. Thales' eyes flickered. Next, I need to understand your relevant basics, just as Gilbert was thinking about what lessons he should provide Thales for the next step, whether it was basic etiquette or language. The future heir of Constellation suddenly spoke and interrupted him. So, we have decided on a unified statement for the outside world. Thales, who was curled up in the leather chair, raised his chin from his hands. His eyes shone brightly. Then, it should be time for you to tell me the truth, right? Gilbert was slightly taken aback. For example, my birth mother's identity, and why her identity cannot be revealed to others. Also, Constellation's difficult situation, especially the series of problems caused by the succession of the royal family. Also, the king's predicament, as well as our common enemies and allies, both in the open and in the dark. Perhaps you should tell me all of these in detail so that I will no longer have any doubts in the following lessons. I will also be able to choose and focus more on the knowledge I want to learn. I think this is the best choice for Constellation and your king. The moment he finished speaking, the middle-aged noble's jaw dropped slightly. He looked back at Thales in surprise. Did Yodel tell him about this? No, impossible. Thales put his hands away. His expression was calm as he waited for Gilbert's answer calmly but firmly. At that moment, Gilbert felt as if he was looking at the young Kessel 80 Jade Star. At that time, the stars in Prince Kessel's eyes were still there. The warm light had yet to turn into the bone-chilling northern wind. Gilbert was only absent-minded for a moment before he immediately snapped out of it and sighed softly. An extraordinary child, huh? In the next moment, the middle-aged noble began to answer his young master in a sincere and respectful manner. I understand. I will answer them for you immediately. To save time, if you have any other questions, you can ask them all at once. Thales frowned slightly. Very well. He propped himself up from the comfortable but uncomfortable leather chair. Then I will be direct. The prince let go of the extraordinary thoughts in his brain and pulled out all the information. Just like how he organized documents in the past, he summarized the key points. You said that the bloodline lamp was cast 12 years ago. But I was only 7 years old. Why did you start preparing a method to find a descendant of the bloodline 12 years ago? I think this has something to do with my birth mother, who cannot be revealed to others. Who is she? After giving birth to me 7 years ago, why did she leave me in the hands of the gang? These questions can be summed up as where did I come from? Also, Kessel. My father was still in his prime. Then, why did Constellation not have an heir for 12 years? Why did all the hopes of becoming an heir fall on an illegitimate child of unknown origin? My father's attitude towards me is not right. If it is not a problem of his personality, then I must ask, what is his relationship with my mother? Why must my identity be kept a secret? These questions can probably be summed up as who am I? Finally, what does my existence mean to Constellation? What kind of problems will Constellation face without an heir? Who are our enemies, and who are our allies? According to what you said, Sunset Temple plays an important role in my affairs. What is their situation? If my identity is recognized, or if I just show my face in the kingdom, what kind of situation will I face? As an illegitimate child, what rights do I have? As an heir, what do I have to inherit? These questions can be summed up as where do I go? Where do I come from, who am I, and where do I go? Mr. Gilbert, please answer these 3 questions for me. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Gilbert stared at the boy in front of him. Out of nowhere, a sense of strangeness and fear rose in his heart. An ancient king, a former king of Constellation. He sighed in his heart. Is this boy your descendant? What kind of power is hidden in your bloodline? After a long while, the middle-aged noble finally spoke. Sir Thales. He exhaled with some difficulty and organized his words. You really don't act like a 7-year-old child. Thales immediately realized that his behavior just now was inappropriate. But he was already in a difficult position. Oh well, a child prodigy who knows everything about the world is better than a muddle-headed puppet, right? This has been said by more than one person. If you want to please me, you have to say it in a more creative way, Sir Gilbert. In order to ease Gilbert's expression, Thales showed a rare moment of humor and a smile appeared on his face. Gilbert did not reply. He only stared at him deeply and did not move his gaze away for a long time. Just when Thales was wondering if time had stopped, the middle-aged noble who looked like a statue suddenly opened his mouth and began to answer his doubts. Honorable Sir Thales, first of all, where did you come from? Everything started 12 years ago. In March 660, although the former King 80 II was old, he was still on the throne. His rule was long and stable, and he was known as the King of Eternal Rule. However, all of a sudden, the entire constellation was plunged into an unprecedented turmoil because of a rebellion that was getting more and more intense. The entire Western Peninsula was even dragged into it. War, cataclysm, famine. These were the themes of that year. Many people call that year the Bloody Year, Yi Zichen explained. In such chaos and bloodshed, King 80 was killed, and the entire Jade Star royal family was almost slaughtered. Among all the legitimate members of the royal family, only his 5th son, the 35-year-old Prince Kessel Jade Star survived and was finally crowned king. Chapter 22. Taurus, help me. There is nothing I can do. I know you can do it. You are the most powerful among us. Besides, I am still conscious. This means that this seal is not complete. Why? Because you must help me. I must return to my physical form immediately and return to Constellation. Forgive me for not being able to comply. Taurus, you are not the will of the world, nor are you one of those stupid gods. Why must you be as stubborn as them? Ignorance. Please, Taurus. I met a child. He might be the only newborn mystic in 1,000 years. What does it have to do with me? Why can't you understand? He, me, you, the 14 of us, with him, that makes 15, mystics. We are all one. Are one. Taurus, believe me. We coexist and support each other, even if our paths are different. Bloodthorn Black Orchid, do you remember? That's different. Those two, they betrayed us. Everyone has a choice. That's all. We are not humans. Choice has nothing to do with race. Then I have made my choice long ago. I choose to be a mystic. Don't you wish for us to be able to stand tall in the world freely? I have a choice too. That's all. Taurus. That child needs guidance. Otherwise, he will sooner or later, such is fate. Soul Towers Level 3 Apprentice, Taurus Mill. Don't forget. You were the one who killed mountains and shepherd of the seas first. You are the one who started the war. You are our first role model. If it were not for you, none of this would have happened. Taurus, help me. Help me. Wait. Thales raised his hand and interrupted Gilbert's slightly sorrowful statement. The Jadestar family's bloodline was almost completely slaughtered. Who did it? However, Gilbert only looked at him with a sorrowful gaze. Thales narrowed his eyes. Just the first two sentences alone were problematic. You mean 82, my grandfather. His reign was long and stable, and he was known as the King of Eternal Rule. Then what about the rebellion in the Bloody Year? Great Rule brought about a rebellion. That's illogical. Thales looked at Gilbert, but the latter only slapped the book in his hand and furrowed his eyebrows slightly. The gray-haired middle-aged noble calmly said, there are many reasons for the Bloody Year, and they are all very complicated. Some are even top secrets that only the upper echelons can see. You will learn about these in the future, and it won't be too late to study them after you become the official heir and have access to these secrets. Now, I can only tell you that His Majesty has already taken revenge. The hidden danger has basically been resolved. As for the rest of the revenge, it's not that I can't take it, it's that I can't. Thales narrowed his eyes. Basically resolved. He had a feeling that the incident 12 years ago was extremely important to him. Gilbert continued his narration with a hint of pity and pain. During that year, the 5 territories in the central region suffered from a natural disaster and lost their harvest. The 6 cities in the southwest rebelled, and the army that put down the rebellion failed. The Baron Bone tribe rebelled, and Exted invaded. The northern front line was in a state of emergency. The sea was sealed, and the supply line from the capital to the south was cut off. The rebel army even besieged Eternal Star City for a period of time. The nobles in the city even joined forces to force the king to abdicate. Everything happened so suddenly. Bad news came from the palace every day. Territories fell, enemies invaded, the army lost, allies broke their contracts, nobles were killed, and people were massacred. Everyone was in a state of panic and prayed for tomorrow, only to receive even worse news the next day. The people in the city were dressed in rags, and they struggled to survive under the pressure of the army. Those who did not join the army could not even receive food. The nobles below the rank of count were as lowly as beggars. Their former authority was like dung, and no amount of gold coins could be exchanged for even a loaf of bread. Thieves, robbers, and mobs emerged one after another. Even the army could not suppress them. In the army, the number of people who died of sickness, hunger, and war also increased day by day. They even piled up to the point that the moat was clogged and smelled bad. The people outside the capital were even worse off. Many of them became refugees or mobs. They drifted with the wind and had no one to rely on. Bandits appeared in the wild, and criminals ran amok. Many suzerains were hanged to death in their territories. Some officials were even skinned in the government office. The people could not live without weapons. I heard from a knight who left the city to report that there were piles of corpses every few steps in the wild. Horses could not even gallop freely for less than a quarter of an hour. If there were less than 5 knights on a journey, refugees and mobs would dare to swarm them. That year was like Hell's River. Gilbert looked out of the window. His tone was calm, but Thales could hear the desolation and resentment in his voice. The Jadestar royal family's misfortune was the biggest footnote. The prince did not speak. Gilbert sighed and continued to speak, yes. Day after day, the king touched his white hair and sat in distress. The lamp oil in the imperial conference never stopped burning. Every brother and prince of the Jadestar family was given a task. They were either supervising the logistics of the war, roping in the nobles, or even sent to the front lines to lead the army. Until they were mercilessly slaughtered. The late king was beheaded on the throne, the princesses were strangled in their sleep, the princes and concubines were burned to death in the castle, the princes and grandsons even died in their swaddling clothes, and the late queen was, sigh. The heroic eldest son of the king held his sword alone and did not retreat. In the end, he died in front of the palace gate with his guards. The younger brother of the king, Duke John, was the most unfortunate. On the battlefield in the southwest, just before he was about to win, he suffered a shameful sneak attack from behind. Among the princes at the front lines, one was pushed down from the highest room in the castle. Another was poisoned to death during a noble's contract banquet. Another led his army into Eksted's tight encirclement. For 3 hours, he had no reinforcements. His entire army was wiped out and died in battle. King Kessel even, coincidentally, encountered a professional army of 500 men when he was traveling in the wilderness. At that time, only Yodel was by his side. The deaths and bloodshed that year spread throughout the entire country. From the nobles and influential families to the knights, merchants, and commoners, they all suffered heavy casualties. That was the page of Constellation's history that they were most unwilling to reveal. Thales took a deep breath. Did this country experience such a terrifying upheaval before I transmigrated? Gilbert calmed his breathing and said with a serious expression, "So, please personally search for the answer to the bloody year in the future. At the same time, please be prepared. The bloody year is just the tip of the iceberg. Constellation's history has never lacked bloodshed." Thales nodded and suppressed his curiosity and excitement. He coded the question about the bloody year and stuffed it into his heart. Gilbert looked at Thales' cautious expression and nodded slightly. He then turned his head and continued to speak. "Thales, the search for your bloodline began from then on. Your father, the current King Kessel, may have survived, but he also lost all his relatives in that year, including a pair of children, who are your elder brother and elder sister. Among them, the 1-year-old Luther Jadestar met with misfortune when he was still in his swaddling clothes. The assassin was discovered on the spot, and in the chaos, the 4-year-old Lydia Jadestar was taken as a hostage." When he said this, Gilbert gave Thales a profound and complicated look. "Thales, child," the middle-aged noble said slowly, "that lamp was not used to search for you in the beginning." Thales lowered his head and looked at the wound on his hand. "So that's how it is." After His Majesty was crowned, head ritual master Licia of Sunset Temple personally cast a divine art that could search for any living creature in the world that carried His Majesty's bloodline. However, when we found Princess Lydia, in short, His Majesty and the Jadestar family lost all their legitimate heirs, and this continued for 12 years. During these 12 years, His Majesty did not give birth to a new bloodline. During these 12 years, Constellation only had the Supreme King. There were no princes or princesses. Even the political marriages with outsiders were chosen from the children of the 6 great clans. Until one day, that bloodline lamp was lit up again. The study room was silent for a long time. The scene from last night appeared in Thales' mind. He had to confirm one thing. His Majesty was probably in the 5th or 6th year after he was in power, hence, when Gilbert continued, he did not hesitate to interrupt the middle-aged noble. Thales said softly, "The royal family was slaughtered in such a well-planned manner. Who was the most direct culprit?" Gilbert shut his eyes and remained silent for a moment before he opened his mouth to speak. But he still said, "It was the Charlton family and Shadow Shield." Thales sighed silently in his heart. One was an assassin family that had been passed down for 1,000 years in the dark. The other was an assassin organization that had been running amok in the dark for hundreds of years. They worked together with the mastermind behind them to plan a rebellion known as Starfall. This was the investigation of the kingdom's secret intelligence department. Two of the former King 82's secret protectors were lured away by someone with ulterior motives. Due to the former king's benevolence, the elite royal guards were sent along with the king's eldest son to suppress the mob that suddenly gathered in front of the palace. Although the 40-city defense team soldiers guarding the former king were all elites ranging from ordinary class to super class, and could line up from the palace gate to the back of the hall, they could not even withstand the legendary assassin's attack for 15 minutes. Just like that, the former king was beheaded by Lord Enchanting. Yes, Thales thought quietly. I've seen it with my own eyes. That indomitable and unstoppable sword technique. A few of His Majesty Kessel's brothers, including the king's eldest son, were assassinated by Shadow Shield's assassins using different methods and schemes. His Majesty's son and daughter, who stayed in the palace, died in Bonnet Charlton's hands along with a few princess consorts and the eldest princess. Bonnet. How familiar. Thales exhaled through his nose. So it's the stranger Jayla mentioned. He resisted the urge to touch JC's dagger, and also resisted the urge to immediately return to his room to ask Yodel. Please continue. Thales immediately changed his mood and nodded. Please tell me about my part. Gilbert adjusted his bow tie, which was slightly out of place due to his agitated emotions. He continued, I know a little about your birth mother. According to your father, the Honorable King Kessel, her name should be Theranjarana. As for her surname, His Majesty did not mention her background, so she was probably not a noble. From this name, I even suspect that she is a foreigner. But that is all. I do not even know her age, when did she meet His Majesty, or whether she is still alive. Thales furrowed his brows. I was sent to the Blackstreet Brotherhood at least 7 years ago. Thales lowered his head and muttered, in other words, in the year 665, my birth mother met the king. Can you? But Gilbert shook his head at this moment. All this while, His Majesty has had many lovers, whether in the open or in the dark. Some lasted as short as a month or two, while some lasted as long as 10 years. I am afraid that only Yodel, who followed His Majesty closely, knows about their specific situations. Thales asked doubtfully, but none of them gave birth to a child. Only my mother, whom I have never met, coincidentally gave birth to me. Then, when my blood dripped onto the ground, I was discovered by the bloodline lamp. Isn't this a little too suspicious? My father, His Majesty the King, was also lukewarm towards his illegitimate child. He did not seem to want to discuss my mother with me either. Are you sure that I am really their child? Gilbert furrowed his brows. It is not convenient for me to comment on His Majesty's actions. As for your mother, I can only say that it was fate's arrangement, the middle-aged noble said with slight discomfort. Also, I have to remind you that the thoughts you had just now are very detrimental to your identity in the future. Please do not mention it again. Gilbert's gaze was very stern. Even Thales, who was sitting on the leather chair, could not help but shrink back. After all, the bloodline lamp under the divine power of the sunset goddess cannot be wrong, and His Majesty also insists that Madame Theranjarana is your biological mother. So, please remember this and bury it in your heart. Perhaps one day, His Majesty will answer this question for you. Kessel V's cold expression and unquestionable majesty flashed in his mind. Thales turned in another direction and rolled his eyes. The above is the answer to the question of where you came from and who you are, Gilbert said with a serious expression. Then, regarding where you are going, at this moment, a person suddenly appeared in the study room. He landed in front of them without a sound. Gilbert's expression changed. He quickly stood up in an instant and kicked a cane from beside his feet. When he grabbed the cane in his hand, the middle-aged noble was already standing in front of Thales, blocking his way. Thales only then realized that this seemingly gentle and elegant middle-aged noble was actually quite skilled in martial arts. However, the middle-aged noble immediately exhaled and relaxed together with Thales. This was because the person who suddenly appeared was covered in a black hood and tight clothes. There was also a dark purple mask on his face. Concealment. The Supreme King's secret protector, Yodel Kato, spoke in a short and hoarse voice. There are people approaching this place at high speed. 20 of them. At that moment, Gilbert's words flashed in Thales' mind. Chapter 23. It wasn't easy for him to get a good night's sleep. Was he going to be unlucky again so soon? This thought instantly flashed past the prince's mind. He watched as Gilbert calmly summoned a few swordsmen of eradication guards nearby. Yodel patted Thales' shoulder and shook his head at him. His expression behind the mask could not be seen, but Thales imagined a smiling face for the silent protector. The swordsmen of eradication received their orders efficiently and left one by one. The originally empty and quiet Mindy's hall seemed to have suddenly come alive. Under a unified command, the 50 guards moved in an orderly manner. Commands and reports came one after another. The third team is heading to the main entrances and exits on the second and third floors. The defense on both sides of the hall is complete. Reinforcements at the top of the hall are in position. In the end, Gilbert calmly left a few words for a swordsman of eradication who looked like the leader of the guards. Then, he turned around and returned to the study room. He conveniently dragged Thales, who was peeking out from the study room's door, into the study room. Yodel had long since vanished into thin air, just like before. The middle-aged nobleman skillfully pried open the baffle behind a bookshelf with his cane and pulled one side of the bookshelf open, revealing the secret room inside. Who are they? When Thales was carried into the secret chamber by Gilbert, he struggled to ask. Is he a friend or foe? Gilbert lit up the everlasting lamp in the secret room and closed the secret door at the same time. He then asked meaningfully, I guess you want to ask who would choose to break into the heavily guarded property of the royal family at 5:00 in the afternoon without warning? Obviously, he no longer treated the young master behind him as an ordinary child. Thales smiled sheepishly. He already knew the answer to the question. I'm sorry to have to trouble you to wait here for a while, but confidentiality is still the first principle. Under the dim light, Gilbert carefully lifted a part of the curtain. A rather large square iron plate was revealed. There were 6 different holes for filters on it. He saw 6 different places through the small hole: the hall on the first floor, the garden, the balcony on the second floor, the corridor on the second floor, the staircase on the third floor, the porch on the third floor, and the roof of the outdoor hall. This is a surveillance mirror made from the reflection of a mirror. It can capture the different key areas in Mindy's hall, Gilbert said with a smile. Isn't this a periscope? Thales rolled his eyes internally. They're here. The first team is fighting. The rest of them have scattered. Yodel's voice came from the void. Thales immediately put his face in front of one of the surveillance mirrors. It was the garden on the first floor. A team of 10 swordsmen of eradication from the Jade Star family were in a well-coordinated formation. Their swords and shields were unsheathed as they besieged 5 masked intruders who were dressed differently. However, the 5 invaders seemed to be a team with great teamwork. 2 of them held nimble scimitars and moved between the swords and shields, looking for opportunities to rescue their companions who were in danger. One of them used his arm, shield and flail, and every time he smashed into the dense swords and shields, he would force one of the guards to retreat. Another held a sword in his hand and tried to break through the gaps in the formation. The last person also held a sword and shield in his hand, and he seemed to be looking for any gaps in the formation. They're hired rangers and adventurers. Gilbert glanced at them in front of the surveillance mirror and immediately said, It seems to be a team that has been working together for a long time and has great teamwork. They live between war and the suzerain's violent requests. Hunters, soldiers, bodyguards, scouts, and even assassins, they do everything. I just arrived at Mindy's Hall last night, and there are already visitors so soon. Thales exhaled helplessly. Is the dignity of the royal family so cheap? I assure you, Sir Thales. The dignity of the royal family is not cheap. On the contrary, it is the abnormality of the royal family that makes our enemies feel uneasy and fearful, Gilbert said softly. There was not a hint of nervousness or seriousness in his tone, as if this was just a game. Enemies. Thales turned his head, and there was a thoughtful look on his face. Yes, please do not worry about the outside. The well-trained guards and Yodel will take care of everything. And now is the best time to explain the third problem to you, our enemies and allies. The middle-aged noble took a few steps back and sat down on the dark sofa in the secret room. He smiled and said, "For now. Your existence is a top secret that we must keep. Especially to the suzerains and nobles of Constellation. The 6 great clans who guard the country's borders and the 13 distinguished families who support the kingdom are the core members of the higher parliament of Constellation. Even though they are constantly replaced and have many conflicts, they still represent the noble forces that swore to rule together with the Jade Star royal family when the kingdom was first established. So, at least on the surface, this is a country ruled by the king and nobles." Thales made a mental note. He needed more information. Nobles, are they the suzerains who are enfeoffed all over the country? Do they rule over their respective territories? Gilbert nodded. That was the initial source of power for the nobles from the ancient empire to the final empire. It evolved into Constellation. Even though many nobles only have titles and honor left, the ones who truly control the lifeline of the country are the 6 great clans and the 13 distinguished families who own vast territories. According to the oath and the king's decree, they are ordered to guard the territories around them, submit to the king, and pay taxes. The territory that the royal family can directly control is the traditional central territory of the Jade Star family. A country that is not inferior to the Middle Ages. This is seriously inconsistent with the country's productivity that I have seen. At this moment, very abruptly, Yodel's voice rang in their ears again. Intruders from the roof of the hole. The sentries are trying to stop them. Looking at the calm and collected Gilberto before him, Thales resisted the urge to look at the surveillance mirror. Even though these suzerains have their own legal private army, most of the time, they will choose to hire outsiders to clean up some of the chores, especially those that need to be cleared of any involvement. This is especially true for the suzerains who are more powerful and have higher statuses, such as our guests outside. The corners of Gilbert's lips curled up. Then, what is the purpose of the higher parliament formed by this group of suzerains and nobles, and what is the power they possess? Thales asked sensitively. The higher parliament is a product of the virtuous king, Mindys III's rule. During the costly Third Peninsular War, the virtuous king commanded the powerful suzerains, nobles, officials, priests, merchants, and scholars in the country to form the higher parliament and the national conference. The former was the exclusive meeting place for the nobles of the territories, while the latter faced all the famous and influential people in Constellation. Mindys III used his superb mediating skills to eliminate the layers of conflicts and obstacles. He distributed taxes, allocated resources, and borrowed money to repay loans. This allowed Constellation to retain its precious vitality in the war that severely damaged the countries on both sides of the strait. A platform where the public power of the country appeared to deal with the conflicts between the upper and lower levels, reach a compromise, and condense a consensus among the social classes. Thales made another note in his heart. Let's not talk about the national conference for now. The higher parliament of Constellation's nobles has been preserved after the virtuous king. Constellation's major national affairs, such as the king's orders and laws that involve the entire territory, will be promulgated after the Supreme King and the nobles have reached a consensus. This has become a tradition. In fact, after the higher parliament was formed, the discord between the upper and lower levels of the kingdom, the fighting among the nobles, and the phenomenon of overtly complying but covertly opposing has become much better, Gilbert said calmly. The embryonic form of a representative system? No, it can't be something that advanced. It's a little like a feudal structure formed by suzerains in the process of changing from a hierarchical country to an absolutist one, but it's beginning to become a stage where local forces and central power compete. But with the arrival of the Bloody Year, the conflict between the 6 great clans and the 13 distinguished families and the Jade Star royal family became more obvious. In the 13 days after the late King 82 was killed, even though there were endless conflicts between the nobles, the capital of Constellation under the rule of the higher parliament actually decided to lock the city gates and withdraw its troops. It was only when King Kessel returned that they reached an agreement with him and crowned His Majesty. A feudal parliament that operates independently, an organization where the feudal suzerains unite and speak out against the monarch. But to me, this is bad news. Thales felt a chill in his heart. The operation of the parliament can actually eliminate the role of the royal family. This is a terrifying force. Once the time is right, it can become a stormy sea that overthrows the royal family. And King Kessel, who did not have an heir for 12 years, is in the eyes of the 6 great clans. Gilbert's gaze was filled with vigilance. He answered in a mysterious but complicated manner, with all due respect, our strong northern neighbor, the kingdom of Hero Raikaru and Hero Chara Extet, which is known as the Blade of the Western Peninsula, adopts a system of suzerains electing a king. The king is chosen from among the suzerains who have the right to participate in the election. As he spoke, Yodel's hoarse voice rose again. Enemy attack on the 2nd floor. The 3rd and 4th teams are dealing with it. There are 5 more people. They are approaching the 3rd floor. Thales did not move this time. Gilbert sucked in a deep breath and pointed outside with his finger. Now, Sir Thales, do you understand where your enemies are? Thales remained silent. The hereditary king of Constellation. The system of selecting a king in a foreign country. The 6 great clans and the 13 distinguished families. Enemies. Gilbert had basically told him the answer directly. But Thales felt that this information was far from enough. At that moment, all sorts of possible speculations flashed through his mind. He extracted effective elements from his high-speed brain while he continued to ask, what's going on? If the royal bloodline is severed, the 6 great clans who guard the kingdom's borders will, of course, be the first choice to inherit the crown. However, does this also mean that the new king will inherit all of the Jade Star family's territories, assets, vassals, and influence? If one of the 6 great clans, who were originally balanced and sitting on equal footing, suddenly becomes the royal family, rapidly expands, and possesses orthodox supreme power, what will happen to Constellation? The 6 great clans will become one giant beast and 5 great clans. Will they live together happily and move towards a better tomorrow, just like when the Jade Star royal family was still in power? Gilbert was used to his young master interrupting him at any time. But this time, the middle-aged noble did not say a word. He only stared at Thales solemnly. Thales also stared back at him. His heart grew heavier. In order to work together to fight for the crown, they, the 6 great clans and the 13 distinguished families, must have gone through complicated and headache-inducing bargaining and division of interests. At the very least, they must have discussed who should wear the crown. Thales' eyes shone brightly. Especially after going through 12 whole years without an heir. Perhaps in the eyes of many, the Jade Star family's bloodline is already unavoidable. Phew. Thales exhaled deeply. It seems that my life and death really affect the peace and unrest of a kingdom. A thought suddenly flashed in his mind. Thales was stunned for a moment. Gilbert. The prince stood up from the sofa and frowned. He slowly said, "In the bloody year, what role did these great suzerains play? I seem to have heard you mention it before. Forcing the king to abdicate. That disaster for the royal family." Gilbert only inhaled a deep breath, but his gaze was extremely complicated. A chill crept into Thale's heart. His Majesty was beheaded on the throne. The princesses were strangled in their sleep. The concubines were burned to death in the castle. The prince's grandchildren even died in infancy. The prince's eldest son held his sword alone and died at the palace gates. The prince's younger brother was ambushed from behind on the battlefield. And the 4 princes. Thales opened his mouth wide and fell on the sofa in a daze. After transmigrating, this was the first time he felt that life was so complicated. After all, even during the darkest and most difficult days in the Brotherhood, the former transmigrator was not discouraged. The secret chamber was silent for a long time. Then, Yodel's voice rose without warning again. "Looks like this is the last elite group. They have broken into the 3rd floor and are engaging in battle." But Thales did not care anymore. His thoughts were flying to the possible employers of the intruders outside the secret door. Why is there such a useless royal family? They were actually killed by the suzerains under them. Then, my escape from the Brotherhood was practically suicide. Can my so-called father still sit on the fishing platform? Can he still wear his crown and sit safely on the throne? What is it? Who gave him such confidence? Is it a mistake? Wait a minute. My so-called father is still the king. Why is he still the king now? Can he still be the king? This means... No. The next moment, Thales immediately sat up. His expression was solemn, but he firmly rejected his own guess. First of all, the bloody year was a total disaster from top to bottom, from the outside to the inside. Secretly assassinating a publicly acknowledged wise king will not help the chaotic situation of the nobles. Secondly, Gilbert, you said that the higher parliament ruled independently for 13 days after the king was assassinated. 13 days without a king. Was it because they could not divide the spoils evenly and could not reach a unified opinion to support a new king, or was it because they were actually terrified and could not even react to the king's death? The key point is that my father, King Kessel, was crowned after reaching an agreement with the higher parliament. This means that he had sufficient support from the suzerains. Could it be that at that time, someone foresaw that Prince Kessel, who was in the prime of his life, would not have any children for the next 12 years, so that the suzerains could only dream of a crown that could only be fulfilled 12 years later? What kind of psionic ability could make such a guarantee? The last point of doubt is, you said that my father had already avenged all the vengeance that should have been avenged. The hidden danger has basically been dealt with. As for the rest of the revenge, it is either that it cannot be taken, or it cannot be done. Perhaps the 6 great clans are indeed terrifying, but if they are really the murderers behind the royal family's murder, then during these 12 years, King Kessel, who is known as the Iron Hand, should have taken action, right? Also, in essence, the royal family is the same as the suzerains of the 6 great clans. They are just great nobles with a long history. If they were really prepared to sit on the throne, they would know that they could not, at least not by conspiring against the royal family. The killing and slaughter of the royal family by the top aristocrats, if they were to one day enjoy the throne, who knows if they would repeat the same mistake. The 6 great clans are not the murderers who slaughtered the royal family. Is that so? Gilbert. Thales stared at the middle-aged noble, as if he wanted to dig something out of his mind. Gilbert raised his eyebrows and revealed a smile that sighed with emotion. Gilbert cleared his throat, nodded, and said, "Yes. Originally, my plan was to direct your thoughts to the 6 great clans as your opponents. That would be enough. But it seems that I have still underestimated you, my dear young sir. I believe that His Majesty would be proud that you could think of this." But they, the suzerains in the palace, were definitely not without responsibility. At least, when the royal family was slaughtered, they chose to watch by the side and were even happy to see it happen. Gilbert's gaze dimmed. He hesitated for a while, but in the end, he still insisted on speaking. There is indeed someone else behind the Jade Star family's disaster. But I don't know the real truth either. Only His Majesty knows all the details. This is a tragedy that belongs to the Jade Star family, and he should be the one to tell you. Thales fixed his gaze on Gilbert. But immediately after, he exhaled forcefully, as if a ball filled with air had suddenly deflated, and he fell on the sofa behind him. Tisk. Thales did not care about his manners and rolled his eyes. You should have said so earlier. Gilbert smiled. The middle-aged noble bowed slightly, tacitly agreeing with his young master's words. He thought, Thales, this child. Perhaps Constellation will be different because of this. Even though you, the Jade Star royal family's true enemies, might be even more terrifying than the so-called 6 great clans and 13 distinguished families. The extremely abrupt voice appeared again. All settled, Yodel's voice traveled into his ears again. No one was left alive. Gilbert's expression became serious. He nodded, stood up, and slowly said, very good. Thales had yet to react. He only widened his eyes. It settled just like that. In the time it takes to eat a meal. The stone just fell. Why did it sink without even making a sound? Gilbert stood beside the secret door and gestured to Thales to ask him to go out. He said, do not worry, Sir Thales. We are only here to test the waters. We'll take care of these miscellaneous matters. Chapter 24. On the afternoon of the 16th of November, in the center of Red Street Market. What was supposed to be a bustling and lively street was now filled with patrol soldiers in light armor and star blue uniforms, as well as police officers in black and blue uniforms. They carried stretchers, supplies, and notebooks to and fro on the destroyed houses and roads. There's another one here. A soldier of the patrol team waved his hand and dragged out a deformed human body from a collapsed beam together with his colleagues who had rushed over after hearing the news. This one's still breathing. Another urgent call came from afar. The doctors and healers hired by the city hall, as well as some priests who volunteered from the Divine Temple, hurriedly came forward. Lorbek Dara, the first-level director of the Western City Police Station, was standing on a small hill of collapsed houses. His feet were stepping on a blood-stained building material. He had just sent away a few City Hall government officials with a smile. They were dressed as brightly as the backstage. He politely listened and humbly accepted their stupid complaints such as, look, this is supposed to be your responsibility. How did you end up like this? Do you know that we, the City Hall, also need to work to serve the people? We don't have the time to waste manpower here. Behind Lorbek was an open space covered by a large umbrella. This was a temporary morgue. At the moment, there were close to 100 corpses, some of which belonged to innocent citizens, and some of which belonged to gangsters. Many officials were wearing masks, holding pens and paper as they walked around the corpses. The corpses were occasionally recognized by family members who rushed over after hearing the news. Naturally, there was a heart-wrenching. Some family members recognized the uniforms of the officials. They were so agitated that they even rushed forward. However, they were pulled away by the well-prepared soldiers and police officers. Lorbek lowered his head and sighed deeply. Fortunately, it was winter and the flies had not gathered yet. Lorbek stepped on a signboard that was cracked into 5 or 6 pieces. It seemed to be a chess and card entertainment room. He walked down with a stiff expression. An exquisite swordsman chess piece fell out of the blood-stained ruins. Lorbek stopped in his tracks. He slowly bent down, picked up the chess piece, and patted off the dust on it. However, the blood on the chess piece had already coagulated and could not be wiped away. This bunch of bastards. Lorbeck looked at the chess piece in his hand with an ashen face. This swordsman chess piece was missing the hand that was holding the sword. It seemed to have been broken by a sudden force. The director turned his head and looked at the side of the ruins. There, a man in a dark red leather coat was also looking at everything. The man in the red coat turned around and looked at the director's dissatisfied expression. "I won't agree," Lorbeck said resolutely. "Are you sure?" The man in the red coat revealed his face. His thin face was covered with stubble, but his tone was full of hostility. "This is a request from the Blood Bottle Gang and that lord. Nikolai. This is not what we originally agreed on. Even His Excellency will not allow you to blow up Red Street Market into ruins and take away almost 200 lives." The police chief gritted his teeth, as if he was suppressing his anger, and spat out the words one by one. "And now you still want their bodies." Lorbeck felt that his dissatisfaction was about to break through the sky. But the man he called Nikolai, although his face was full of ice, he didn't care at all. "That is not accurate. Only a dozen houses in the center of the street were destroyed, right? And I really didn't know that the West City Police Chief who stood by the side the whole night also had a sense of justice and compassion. Speaking of which, we also lost a lot of people last night. Scum, do you expect me to help you when you gang fight?" Lorbeck thought angrily. "This is the Blood Bottle Gang's loss, His Excellency's loss, and His Excellency's loss. Of course, it is also your loss." Nikolai continued. "This scum, why did the Western Front Line expel him? They should have just chopped his head off." Lorbeck cursed in his heart. Nikolai said in an unfriendly tone, "So, for His Excellency's benefit, you can still make the decision on some bodies, right?" But Lorbeck did not give in as he expected. The director took heavy steps in front of Nikolai, almost touching his nose. His eyes were full of anger as he said, with eyes full of anger, he said, "I don't care how many of you Blood Bottle Gang scum have died. I am following His Excellency's orders, but he did not say that you scum would cause such a disaster. This morning, everyone in the King City knew that you guys had nothing better to do in Red Street District. Even the Imperial Conference was discussing the gang fight in XC District." Nikolai's eyes changed. He stepped forward without backing down and pressed his forehead against Lorbeck's. He stared at the director's eyes and said with hatred and anger, "Then you should know that our anger is no less than yours. The Blood Bottle Gang has never been complacent, blood debts will be repaid." Lorbeck was also angered by Nikolai's provocative reply. "Don't talk about your stupid matters. Especially you bunch of useless losers," he scolded. "The Blood Bottle Gang has never been complacent. Do you believe that if I withdraw the police and patrol now, scum like you won't even be able to leave Red Street District?" Nikolai furrowed his brows indignantly, and the anger in his eyes grew stronger. Lorbeck stared back at him without showing any signs of weakness. The surrounding members of the patrol team noticed the situation and silently approached them. Two captains of the Swordsmen of Eradication had cold expressions and put their hands on the hilts of their swords at their waists. Nikolai glanced at the soldiers and felt a chill in his heart. This big green skin has guts. At the same time, he noticed that among the residents outside the cordon, there were a few gazes with ulterior motives. They disappeared from time to time, and a few new gazes would appear again. Damn the Brotherhood. After all, Red Street District no longer belongs to the Blood Bottle Gang. Considering the power of the police and the threat of the Brotherhood, Nikolai suppressed the dissatisfaction in his heart and took a step back. The air mystic is missing. At least before the blood mystic returns, we have to give in. Damn big green skin, and that damn great noble. I apologize for my words and actions, Lord Lorbeck. He emphasized the word Lord, and a smile bloomed on his thin face. He lowered his head and bowed, as if his previous anger was fake. This bow was not very standard. We really should not have caused you such trouble. I will leave now and ask the Duke for forgiveness. Nikolai smiled bashfully and turned to leave. Until the expected reply came from behind him. Wait. Lorbeck clenched his fist tightly and told himself not to be impulsive. Damn it. Damn it. Sure enough, once I took that step, I can't turn back. Lorbeck waved his hand weakly and waved his subordinates who were about to surround him back away. The corners of Nikolai's mouth curled up in satisfaction. Chief Lorbeck closed his eyes in pain. After a while, he whispered with a trembling voice, Damn it. Damn it. Fine, you can take the corpses, but not more than 20. And they must be unclaimed. The smile on Nikolai's face finally became sincere. Yes, your lordship. He once again enthusiastically called Lorbeck by his title. Unclaimed corpses. Nikolai laughed contemptuously in his heart. Since the Blood Bottle Gang wants the corpses, then they are naturally unclaimed. Isn't that so? What a pleasant cooperation between the police and the people. Nikolai made another non-standard bow and turned to leave. Lorbeck looked at his back, shook his head, and asked weakly, What's the matter? He asked weakly, What do you want the corpses for? To entertain a few old friends on behalf of the big shots, Nikolai did not turn his head, but his tone was frightening. To prepare a banquet. Nikolai disappeared from sight, and at the same time, a few watchful gazes from the crowd also disappeared. Lorbeck lowered his head and saw his reflection in a pool of blood at his feet. It was a helpless middle-aged man with grizzled hair and wrinkles. Lorbeck felt a wave of disgust. He took a deep breath and looked at the chess piece in his hand. He saw the one-armed swordsman smiling at him. The police chief released his hand with a sorrowful expression and turned to leave. The swordsman without a sword fell into the pool of blood and replaced Lorbeck's reflection. 6:00 in the evening, Mindy's Hall. 4 groups of 5. Clear division of labor, tacit cooperation, super-class leaders, leading ordinary class experts. Although they have extraordinary skills and rich experience, judging from their equipment and identities, they are indeed hired. Gilbert stood up from beside a corpse and waved his hand for the guards to carry it away. Mercenaries and adventurers who dare to attack the royal family's property. If the employer did not promise them a generous reward, then they must have the confidence to avoid the risk. The middle-aged noble stood in the hall on the first floor with his hands behind his back. He suppressed his disgust for his collaborators and spoke to an empty corner. As a former adventurer, what do you think? A hoarse voice came from the void. Both, and most of them are the latter. The employer did not tell them the truth, such as you will not encounter any super-class experts or, there will not be more than 20 guards. Perhaps their employer did not expect that our guards are far more powerful than an ordinary property, and you are here as well, the middle-aged noble replied. Corpses were carried down the stairs, the roof of the hall, and the corridor. Gilbert watched as the guards carried the intruders out and cleaned up the blood. He lowered his head and pondered. But it is still too simple. He murmured. Even though we have doubled the number of guards in Mindy's Hall, even though we have 50 well-trained ordinary class and super-class swordsmen of eradication, even though they were only hired to test us, we still handled it too easily, too simply. The guards who carried the corpses past them did not pay attention to Gilbert, who was talking to himself. It was as if the middle-aged noble was talking to the air until Yodel's figure appeared beside him out of thin air. They did not have the awareness to fight to the death, and did not intend to cause harm to the guards, the masked secret protector said in a low voice. If I had taken action a little later, they would have retreated. Gilbert frowned deeply. This is not right. Even if they were just testing us, their attitude and methods were too rash. It was as if Yodel answered at the right time, as if they came to our doorstep to die. The gray-haired middle-aged noble nodded and said, if their employer is really the one we expected, then they must know that if we really have an important secret, then this kind of preparation is of no use. Then why did they do it? Cover for the others. Yodel shook his head. I did not sense anyone else. If there is no one else. At this moment, Gilbert and Yodel raised their heads at the same time and looked outside the door. Under the setting sun, an ordinary carriage was on the road leading to Mindy's Hole. After Gilbert finished listening to a guard's report, he nodded and said, Gines has arrived. Gilbert frowned. That woman originally hated to sit in narrow carriages like carriages. It seems that she also restrained her likes and dislikes in order to hide from others. After hearing this, Yodel raised his head abruptly. At first, Gilbert was still wondering why this secret protector, whose expression could not be seen, had such a big reaction. But immediately after, his expression changed drastically and he looked back at Yodel in shock. Hide from others, it can't be. Didn't you say that you did not sense anyone else? Gilbert asked with a pale face. Yodel turned his head to look upstairs and his figure flashed. I left 8 swordsmen of eradication upstairs. But before Gilbert could finish speaking, Yodel disappeared before his eyes. Wait, if I did not sense anyone else, Gilbert slapped his head hard. Everyone. Gather at the 3rd floor at full speed. Protect the target. Thales was drenched in cold sweat and looked nervously at the man in front of him. Just now, this fair-faced adult man, who was wearing a gorgeous pleated shirt and expensive leather boots, suddenly appeared between him and the 8 swordsmen of eradication. There was no wind, no sound, no breath, no trace. Then, blood spurted out from the necks of the 8 swordsmen of eradication beside Thales one after another. It was not that transmigrators had never encountered powerful enemies before. For example, Asta the Mystic was one of them. But he really had never encountered an enemy who appeared so suddenly. It was so sudden that Thales' visual nerves could not even react. He did not see how the other party moved at all. Thales subconsciously wanted to shout, but a right hand suddenly appeared in front of him. This man, who had good taste in clothes, suddenly covered his mouth. Thales still could not see his movements clearly. Even an expert like a phantom wind follower, Ralph would at least have tracks and afterimages even though his movements were swift and fierce. But this man in front of him did not move his right hand at all. It was like a frame-skipping animation. Thales, who struggled to no avail, gave up on wasting his energy. He calmed down and tried to calm the beating of his heart. He looked at the man in front of him. This man was slightly taller than Yodel. His neat blonde hair was spread behind his forehead, and his green pupils were clear. Even though his face was sickly pale, he was really, Thales could only describe it this way, very handsome. Compared to Asta's feminine handsomeness, this man could be said to be the sunny and dashing type. Coupled with his simple but elegant taste in clothes, he would definitely charm a lot of girls when he went out. Unfortunately, Thales could not feel any warmth from him at all. There was a pleasant smell of perfume coming from the man's body. Even a country bumpkin like Thales could recognize that this was not the cheap perfume that the townsfolk in the market would wear. Now, this handsome man opened his pale mouth and smiled at him. I was just exercising my muscles, but look at me, what did I find? A baby of a short-lived species. Short-lived species. Thales caught this particular word choice. The smell on your body. TSK, it's really delicious. As expected, good food is always in unexpected places. But in the next moment, the relaxed blonde man's expression suddenly changed. His hand that was covering Thales flickered and changed again. In the next moment, Thales was held in his arms with his mouth covered. "You found out so quickly." "I can't deal with that mask," the handsome blonde man muttered. "I'll just pack it up and eat it at home. Fortunately, the sun is setting soon." This was the last sentence Thales heard. In the next moment, his eyes were surrounded by a burning red color, and the world was spinning. The scene in Mindy's hall seemed to be spinning, and it was getting smaller and smaller. Before his consciousness disappeared, Thales vaguely saw Yodel's mask appear among the 8 swordsmen of Eradication's corpses. "Recently, I've been thinking about opening a QQ group, but I don't know how many people are reading this book. If I open a group and there are only 2 or 3 people all year round, wouldn't that be embarrassing?" Scratching head, readers who are reading this book, why don't you say something in the book review section? At least you can give me some confidence. Chapter 25. Lorbeck cautiously sat down on a quaint guest chair. His expression was restrained, and he did not have the bearing and dignity of a first-class police chief. From the corner of his eyes, he saw the tricolor iris flower symbol at the side of the study, as well as a portrait of an amiable old man. Lorbeck knew very well that even if he was a suzerain with a city, a territory, and real power, he would not be able to sit here and talk to the imposing yet elegant young noble in front of him. What more a mere police chief? "Thank you for taking the time to meet me despite your busy schedule," Lorbeck respectfully lowered his head and said softly. "Please don't say that. With your qualifications and status, you are more than qualified to be my teacher. These are my late father's words." The young man with iron-colored curly hair, a round face, and thick lips smiled amicably and jokingly said, "Although in terms of taste in wine, he and I are irreconcilable, but in terms of respect for you, Lord Dyra, we are of the same mind." A warm feeling welled up in his heart, and Lorbeck quickly nodded. "The old Duke is a highly respected, generous, and benevolent lord. You are not inferior to him in this aspect." The young man was stunned when he heard this, and looked at the portrait in the study. The old Duke's smile was as kind and amiable as ever. After a few seconds, the young man recovered from his deep thoughts. "I'm very sorry, it's been 2 years, I hope I didn't embarrass him." The young man smiled bitterly and shook his head. He stood up, and a slightly sad smile flashed across his face. He looked into the distance and sighed. "Sometimes I think, if only father was still here, I would rather hear him scold me a little more." Lorbeck was a little embarrassed. On one hand, he missed the kind old Duke, and on the other hand, he felt that the young Duke's true feelings were very personal, and he should not interrupt. Fortunately, the young Duke turned around in time, and put away his reminiscence. He used a joke to dispel the old Duke's embarrassment. "As long as he doesn't mention the wine." Hearing this, Lorbeck and the young man laughed in unison. Everyone knew that the old Duke liked to drink Extet strong rye wine, while the young Duke liked to sip the fine grape wine from Sarah Dukedom. Because of this, the two of them had been flushed with anger in front of the tricolor iris family emblem more than once, to the point where they almost drew their swords and fought each other. The old Countess and the lovely Miss Hilly were the only ones who could stop them at the table with their murderous and coquettish glances. With just 2 sentences from the young man, the restraint and awkwardness in the room disappeared. Amidst the laughter, the young man put down the expensive agarwood tobacco pipe in his hand, walked to the wine counter at the side, and picked up a bottle of unlabeled wine. "I'm sorry, I'm not a smoker, but I just went to the stud farm to discuss some matters with some seniors," the young man explained with a bitter smile. "So, I hope that holding a pipe can make me look more mature. They would rather pay attention to a horse that has lost its footing than listen to a young boy selling his plan to suppress bandits." The sharp-eyed Lorbeck noticed that there was a bottle of rye alcohol among the various grape wines on the table. Although it had never been opened, it was meticulously preserved to the point of being spotless. Thinking of the late Duke, Lorbeck could not help but feel touched. This was the first time he met the new Duke in private in the 2 years after the death of the old Duke Covendier. But in just a few minutes, the amiable and well-mannered young Duke had left a deep impression on the police chief. As expected of one of the 6 great clans that had been passed down for 1,000 years. As expected of the tricolor iris flower that would rather die for friends than foes. As expected of the late Duke's son, it seemed like the Covendier family had a successor. The police chief bowed slightly, and then replied with certainty, "Only those who lack talent will speak of their qualifications. I believe that Your Excellency, your character and talent are enough to make up for this. Thank you very much." The young Duke smiled bitterly as he picked up 2 glasses of red wine and handed one to Lorbeck. Hearing these words from the youngest police chief, it really makes me feel relieved. Do you know how Duke Cullen encouraged me? Lorbeck happily accepted the red wine. His restraint had disappeared without a trace. He did not know whether to laugh or cry as he watched the young Duke imitate the pot-bellied East Coast Duke's tone and posture. "Don't worry, young Zayn. You know, your father and I grew up being spanked by the late king." The young Duke's expression was twisted as he imitated Duke Cullen. He blushed and said in a hoarse voice, "So, if anyone questions our qualifications, we will show them our butts." Lorbeck and the young Duke laughed heartily again, then happily clinked their glasses and downed the wine in one gulp. The humble attitude of a high-ranking person always maximized the favorability of a low-ranking person. After the cordial and friendly greetings, they finally talked about the main topic. The young Duke finally frowned. A large number of corpses. Old friend. Banquet. The young Duke Covendier was puzzled. Did that person really say so? Lorbeck nodded solemnly. He said it was your order, but as far as I know, no matter how deranged I am, I would never give such an order. Duke Covendier put down his wine glass with a serious expression and waved his hand decisively. Seeing the young Duke's action, Lorbeck was finally completely relieved. I am just a newbie who is not familiar with government affairs, and I have not paid attention to the Blood Bottle Gang's liaison matters for a long time. But you are an experienced and well-versed police officer. What do you think of this? The young Duke raised his head and asked seriously. Lorbeck enjoyed the young Duke's humility and respect, so he wholeheartedly provided his opinion. As far as I know, there are not many situations that require the consumption of corpses. The mysterious sorcerers have been extinct for a long time, and the evil gods or devils' sacrifices have not appeared for a long time. The Blood Bottle Gang can't possibly be developing medicine and healing. So, what's left are those races that rely on corpses or blood to survive. Lorbeck carefully analyzed. Zayn Covendier nodded slowly and closed his eyes, as if he was thinking about something. After a dozen seconds, he suddenly opened his eyes and turned to stare at Lorbeck. He said in disbelief. Longevity species. Lorbeck nodded affirmatively. The young Duke let out a long sigh. The police chief did not speak anymore. He knew that he only needed to wait for this young, promising, and powerful noble to make the final decision. Through the method of bribing and coaxing, the underground gangs will be brought into the kingdom's system and laws in an orderly and gradual manner. The young Duke's expression was unpleasant. With his hands behind his back, he began to slowly pace around the room. This made Lorbeck involuntarily think of the old Duke. This is the governance policy that my great-grandfather had been ordered to implement since the reign of Kessel IV. For decades, the Blood Bottle Gang is a fruitful example. But now, it seems that once they fall into a gang conflict, they will inevitably reveal their lawless nature. The young Duke furrowed his brows and carefully chose his words. Of course, one of the reasons is that the emerging gangs are squeezing their living space, but blindly indulging them is certainly not a long-term solution. Using the Red Street Market to set up an ambush, endanger the lives and property of the kingdom's citizens for no reason, and even alarm the Imperial Conference, causing His Majesty to be angry and question them. This is already very excessive, and even blatantly evil. The young Duke's expression was solemn and dignified. His words were firm and piercingly cold. Every word struck Lorbeck's heart and made him admire him. After the internal strife failed, instead of restraining their temper and licking their wounds, they actually wanted to do desperate things. They used external and foreign powers to turn the tables, and even used my name to threaten the kingdom's police and demand the corpses of our citizens. This is simply absurd. Lorbeck lowered his head and waited for the tricolor iris flower's final verdict. Ashford, the young Duke shouted sternly. A white-haired old butler in formal attire answered his call. Lorbeck recognized that this was the old Duke's most trusted butler, Ashford. He quickly nodded in respect. The old butler meticulously returned the greeting, then listened to the young master's orders. Who is the one who contacted the Blood Bottle Gang recently? Forget it, no matter who it is. Ask him to come to my study room to explain. Send a group of people with the tricolor iris flower and ask the person who has a say in the Blood Bottle Gang. They threatened my father's beloved general, the kingdom's police officer. They must give me an explanation for this. Also, send a small team with a supreme-class Knight of Eradication to find their new guests, those wild wolves and vampires who desecrate corpses and blood. If they are found to have violated the convention between the human kingdoms and the long-lived species, there is no need to question them. Just bring their heads to me. Forget it, it's too dirty. Feed them to the dogs. Prepare the carriage and clothes. My journey has been brought forward. I will go to Renaissance Palace next week. Sigh, after all, this is a matter between the gang and the commoners. I do not know if His Majesty is willing to listen to me. Inform the Kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department that Lord Murat should pay attention to Grand Banquet Hill and Wild Vast Mountain. The long-lived species are enjoying corpses in the capital? Humph. When was the last time they gathered in the capital? The bloody year. If I find out that those vampires and wild wolves are preparing to interfere with internal affairs and subvert Constellation. When Lorbeck heard this, he knew that he could not listen to it anymore. He quickly bowed and left the study under the Duke's friendly and encouraging gaze. Behind him, the young Duke was still giving instructions to his butler in dissatisfaction. The head of the police station walked out of the Covendier family's manor and heaved a sigh of relief. Tonight, he had clearly asked the Duke's intentions. He would not suffer because of the discord between him and the Blood Bottle Gang. Most importantly, he had met Duke Zayn Covendier himself. He sincerely felt that there was still hope for this rotten old kingdom. After confirming that Lorbeck had left the manor, the butler, Ashford, quietly closed the study room's door. Duke Zayn closed his eyes and exhaled deeply. He then sat down on the chair. I really admire him. A man in his 40s is still so hot-blooded. Zayn rubbed the bridge of his nose. His movements were elegant as he relieved his fatigue. His face was tired. It's as if he can really change anything. It's a pity that taking care of the self-esteem of a subject is a compulsory lesson for a superior. The old sir thinks highly of his talents. Moreover, perhaps he is more worried that the discord between him and the Blood Bottle Gang will affect your impression of him, my lord. Ashford poured a glass of fine wine for his master without batting an eyelid. He then walked back to the wine counter and began to wipe many bottles of wine, especially the bottle of rye wine. Speaking of the Blood Bottle Gang. Zayn picked up the wine glass and took a sip. He savored the sweetness. But then he shook his head and said with a helpless expression, I don't know whether to laugh or cry when they openly went to the police station to get the corpse. Mystics are all magic apprentices. I thought they would have the corresponding wisdom. Their leader, the air mystic, went missing in the battle last night. Ashford reminded his master silently. Moreover, the Blood Bottle Gang's crushing defeat has caused them to be short on manpower. They probably don't even have enough food to serve the Corleone family. That's why they came up with this plan. Ashford did not even look at Zayn. He only focused on wiping the bottle of strong wine that the old Duke could not bear to drink when he was alive. The price to pay for losing a sure-win battle like this is indeed very high, Zayn muttered and gently swirled the goblet in his hand. However, one has to make up for one's own mistakes. The Axted diplomat group will enter the country next month. I'm afraid the manpower that was scheduled to be transferred from the Blood Bottle Gang will not be available. Zayn looked down at the wine in the glass and inhaled the fragrance with a worried expression. He closed his eyes and exhaled deeply. He slowly loosened the button on his collar and took another sip of wine. As the wine entered his throat, Zayn looked up and saw his father's portrait. That kind smile made Zayn feel even more burdened. At least the Corleone family was the first to respond to your invitation. They have also sent letters to the others in secret. Based on their relationship with iris flowers, I believe there will be a reply soon, Ashford said calmly. The Corleone family, the head of the 7 lower branches in the Night Kingdom, but only 3 people and some blood slaves came. Zayn frowned and poured the wine at the bottom of the glass. He closed his eyes and gently rubbed his temples. This is not like their usual style. Ashford bowed his head to show that he was listening. A vampire clan that has produced dukes for generations is actually no different from a beggar in the lower city district when it comes to blood. It's already enough to absorb the blood essence from corpses, but it can't wait to ask for the blood of living people, and it even wants ordinary and supra-level experts. Zayn slowly opened his eyes. Zayn's gaze grew darker and darker. He took the refill from Ashford and said faintly, "What a pity. After all, you are the one who've invited them here. You are the master who provided food and lodging." Ashford silently emphasized on his words to remind his master. They are hiding the truth about the Corleone family. Zayn said expressionlessly. He closed his eyes and exhaled to calm himself down. When he opened his eyes, his gaze was cold and stern. "And any accident could ruin our plan," he said in a deep voice. "Have Seychelles and Cassine lead 4 teams of knights to Vine Manor. First, find Nikolai and give the Blood Bottle Gang a beating. As long as they don't cause trouble, Iris Flower will guarantee their survival. Since they are losers, why are they still jumping up and down? Then, there are the 3 vampires from the eastern continent." Zayn Covendier's tone was resolute and unquestionable. The expression on his round face was calm, but it was frightening for no reason. Find out the secret they are hiding. If they don't cooperate, draft an official letter to the Breaking Dawn Temple. The Covendier family has always been loyal to the Breaking Dawn King. Enclose the 3 vampires' heads and greetings. Send a message to the Eastern Continent's intelligence network. I want to know all the recent events in the Night Kingdom. These 3 blood clan heads can no longer be used. Let's find someone else to do it. Duke Zayn gently put down the cup in his hand. Compared to this, King Kessel would be 48 years old next year. The previous kings all chose their heirs at this age point, the time when planet lore reincarnated 4 times in the galaxy. This was a crucial moment for the succession of the throne. The key was the tug-of-war and competition with the other 5 great clans. If Jade Star was destined to be extinct, then Leinster Covendier, who had always been fighting by Tormund I's side, let his equally outstanding descendant, let his tricolor iris flag take over the oath of the King of Renaissance. That way, I can have enough power to Thinking of this, Zayn felt his shoulders become heavier and more powerful. But when he thought of that fat Duke Cullen, Zayn's pupils moved slightly. He chuckled, but there was not a trace of warmth in his eyes. Ashford put down the bottle in his hand, made a perfect, expressionless bow, and left to carry out his orders. Right, although it's a small matter, let Seychelles ask Nikolai. Zayn looked up and saw Duke Covendier, who was under the tricolor iris flowers, adding with a profound gaze, he added with a deep gaze, how's the probe on Mindy's hull? Although CM reminded me before that there are readers' comments on Chidian, I only realized after I actually read it, to the glory of the iris flower. Yes, I'm paying attention to the book review section on Chidian. It turns out that there are so many readers reading, collecting, and leaving comments on Chidian. There are even rewards, thank you, Arnold, and the God of Gods, eh? Rewards from the two old masters. Oh my, I'm so touched. A slow-growing Western fantasy novel that even I don't have any hope of signing a contract with can actually attract so many readers. I posted the book on Genesis, but it's embarrassing that I checked. The collection on Chidian is twice as much as my collection in Genesis. Thales probably reincarnated into the wrong body. Thank you so many readers. Swordless suddenly felt full of motivation. Unfortunately, Swordless author account could not be shared on Chidian. It seemed like there was no way to reply or enhance it. What a headache. Looks like there's still hope to open a QQ group. Chapter 26. Red. The color of blood. He shook his head and felt dizzy. Where am I? Pain shot through his chest and abdomen. He moaned in panic and opened his eyes in a daze. There was still only blood in front of him. Chirin, hold on a little longer. The ambulance is almost here. At this moment, a gentle and familiar voice rang in his ears. He calmed down for a moment. But the next moment, the pain in his chest and the dizziness in his head became more intense. Wu Chirin. The voice became more panicked. You can't die here. You. Right, you haven't changed the world. How can you die in a place like this? You haven't even changed the world. How are you qualified to have children with me? Change the world. Have children. His mind cleared up for a moment, and he took a deep breath, feeling much better. Amidst the blood, he endured the pain and forced a smile. Chunibu is an illness that needs to be cured. The familiar voice seemed to be crying tears of joy. He smiled amidst the pain and wanted to stop the voice and play a joke on her as usual. However, he opened his mouth in a daze. He realized that he could not call out her name. His vision was still blood red, but his body was getting hotter and hotter. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Thales fell on a patch of grass. He opened his eyes and completely woke up from the blood. Damn it. What's going on? Beside him, the pale blonde man cursed in shock and anger. How did he consume so much blood? His tone was full of surprise and dissatisfaction. Only Thales knew that when the golden-haired man turned into a puddle of blood and brought him away at high speed, Thales found a piece of memory fragment. In the fragment's dream, the boy seemed to have lost control again. This time, the thing that shifted seemed to be a part of the blonde man's blood. Thales looked like he had just come down from a roller coaster. He lay on the ground and coughed. Fortunately, I've experienced motion sickness. Person sickness before at Yodel's place, he thought. Shaking his head to clear his mind of the disturbing crimson. We're almost there. Are your injuries not healed yet? I'm not even familiar with the blood shadow dance anymore, the handsome blonde man muttered and roughly grabbed Thales. It was already dusk. Had the sun really set? It's a little cold. Is this an outdoor place? It was only then that Thales could see clearly that they had landed on a patch of grass beside a dark path. In front of them was a wide manor and a large garden attached to it. There was also a flag fluttering over the iron gate between the garden and the path, but overall the house seemed to be overgrown with weeds, as if the proprietors were not taking care of it. If it was not for the fact that it was not as exquisite, it would be comparable to Mindy's hole. That flag. Thales narrowed his eyes and saw a strange flower with 3 petals. It was red, blue, and green. Thales recognized the flower. It was the favorite flower of Wu Qiren's first girlfriend. Is this the iris flower? The coat of arms of a noble. Perhaps this is one of the enemies that Gilbert mentioned. Oh no, I've fallen right into the enemy's lair. Let's go. Mortal brat. The blonde handsome man impatiently pushed him towards the manor. Thales' brain began to work and make wild deductions. Looks like this blonde pretty boy knows how to talk. He's not a beast that's hard to tame. Also, judging from the words he left behind when he kidnapped me, I was just going to exercise my muscles. Thank goodness the sun is about to set, thank goodness he's a rational person. Thales thought of a countermeasure. JC's dagger was sheathed at his waist, but he obviously could not expect to place the dagger on his neck or anything like that. He also could not suddenly cut himself and send a message to Yodel and Gilbert. It would be too obvious and deliberate. Then I can only gather information first. Hey. Thales turned around and shook off the blonde man's hand in dissatisfaction. Look at your noble demeanor and temperament. Shouldn't your words be in line with your words? Pay attention to your manners. The blonde man stopped in his tracks upon hearing those words. Manners. Demeanor. He grinned and deliberately revealed 2 pairs of ferocious fangs. Why should I be polite to food that is destined to enter my stomach? The blonde man purposely ground his sharp fangs in the air. As expected, it's very similar to the creature in my memory. However, Thales only tilted his head and observed the 2 fangs. He then curled his lips in disdain and said, "Your attitude towards food is so terrible. It's obvious that you don't have the talent of a gourmet. Your mental state and physical condition will affect the quality of the food. What if your crude method affects the taste of the ingredients?" The handsome blonde man was stunned for 3 seconds. The ferocious expression on his face was only halfway done. But he immediately reacted. With your height, you're considered very courageous, mortal brat. He then chuckled. But you're not the first food with guts. If you don't try your luck, you won't be able to escape. So, my flesh is really delicious. Thales showed an expression that said, I see. Then, unexpectedly, he raised his leg and walked towards the manor. The man was just about to carry the cub to the manor when he saw the cub walking in front of him. Facing the food that seemed to have no intention of escaping, he even disdained to call it prey. The puzzled blonde man wanted to reach out and scratch his head. Halfway through, he felt that it was not appropriate, so he could only put his hand down and quickly followed Thales at a speed that humans could see. Not flesh, just blood. You should have been injured recently, right? The smell of blood wafts everywhere. TSK, it smells so good. I really want to take a bite first. The 2 continued to walk forward. Then how are you going to eat me? Bite raw or suck my blood directly? Where do you start? What about the seasoning? The Tuval family likes to bite raw. They enjoy the howling of their prey. We usually suck blood directly. There are 2 types, neck feeding and wrist feeding. As for seasoning, wait, why am I telling you this? Mortal brat. The blonde man stopped and looked suspiciously at Thales, whose words and actions were obviously not like a 7-year-old child. I'm destined to be food, right? Isn't it a virtue to be polite to food that is voluntarily sacrificed? Besides, food that is in a good mood, maybe the taste of blood will be better. You, as food, you're really weird. Don't tell me that you think you can make me let you go like this. It's a rare delicacy. Of course it's rare in the world. Come, don't stop, let's keep walking. May I know your name, sir? Little brat, why are you asking this? Do you want revenge? The blond man stopped again. His suspicions and vigilance towards the strange boy in front of him grew. With your skills, it won't be easy to find you for revenge. Also, since you're going to eat me, you should at least let me know your name, right? Don't you think it's rude to call me hey? You're not an illegitimate child without a surname, are you? You should at least have a name. The blond man's pride seemed to be hurt by the last sentence. He replied proudly, "My name is Ishtron van Lico List Corleone, head of the 7 branches of the Night Kingdom, first-class blood descendant knight of the Corleone family." Come, let's keep walking. So why do you call me immortal? A human with a lifespan of less than 120 years is not immortal. Even a young brat like you has at most 90 years left to live, Ishtron said scornfully. So you're, immortal. Much longer than us. Of course, the lifespan of the Blood clan is endless. How can a lowly mortal imagine it? Thales quietly absorbed all the information into his mind. Ishtron Corleone long-lived species, short-lived species. Night Kingdom, Corleone family. The superior Blood clan. And the most important thing is that he doesn't seem to be interested in why I'm in Mindy's hole. This might be my only way out. Oh, I almost forgot, he's planning to eat me. Thales and Ishtron walked into the manor. The boy narrowed his eyes. 2 fierce-looking men wearing red headscarves walked towards them from the entrance. Blood Bottle Gang. Why are they here? Say, why did you stop here? Can't you just fly in? If it wasn't for the blood shadow dance. Ahem. The handsome young man Ishtron suddenly realized that the mortal cub beside him could understand his words. He cleared his throat in a rather gentlemanly manner and continued to speak indifferently. Humph. If it wasn't for the fact that this is not our territory, I would have flown in as well. But we are guests after all. Naturally, we need to maintain respect and politeness towards the host. A mortal who values manners, Thales thought to himself. 2 members of the Blood Bottle Gang walked forward and looked at the 2 people, one big and one small, with unfriendly expressions. Who are you? But Ishtron furrowed his brows and his face turned cold. He interrupted them in disdain. Get lost, inferior mortal. Thales' face twitched. He decided to take back his words. A few minutes ago, after they suffered a crushing defeat in the one-night war, Nikolai the Red Viper, who was one of the few people in the Blood Bottle Gang who managed to rush back to the capital city day and night, was one of the leaders of the Blood Bottle Gang. He was the leader of the 8 great psionic warriors. He spent the entire day after the war in anxiety. At the very least, before the other 3 psionic warriors and the Blood Mystic, who had gone into hiding for a long time, rushed back to the capital city, he had to hold the fort. First, he had to deal with the aftermath of the one-night war. Other than a grand explosion, the air mystic had disappeared without a trace. His personal bodyguard, the lunatic with the sword, was lying together with Ralph. His upper body was almost cut open. That was why Nikolai had to confirm whether the Brotherhood's 3 great assassins, especially Black Sword himself, were in the capital city before he could travel with peace of mind. In truth, Tinker, who had escaped from Red Street Market, had always felt that he was overthinking things. Even if Black Sword was in the capital city, he would most likely not take a liking to him. Tinker and Numino were one of the few Blood Bottle Gang's strongest 12 who had escaped, Motherf***Ker. As expected, only cowards survived to the end. They did not speak in detail about what happened in Red Street Market. Other than fear, there was panic. Nikolai immediately gave up on trying to find out the truth. As for the air mystic's revenge, he would wait for the blood mystic to return before deciding. After losing Red Street Market, which they had been operating for a long time, the Blood Bottle Gang's morale suffered a great blow. Many of the ordinary gang members began to waver. Customers, whether they were nobles, merchants, or secret companions, all expressed that their deep friendship with the Blood Bottle Gang would never waver. At the same time, they greatly reduced their business dealings and even withdrew their funds. There were even some who reneged on their contracts halfway through. *CK him. Calm down. You must calm down. The debt of blood will be repaid. In the other districts of the capital city, the Blood Bottle Gang's morale was low. In the face of the Brotherhood's lower-class people, they retreated step by step. One could imagine that when the news spread to the whole country, the struggle between the various branches would show the same appearance. Secondly, one of the main supporters behind the Blood Bottle Gang, the Covendere family, who had the tricolor iris flower as their family emblem, was indifferent even after knowing that they had suffered a crushing defeat. They did not send reinforcements or comfort them. They did not even see a single copper coin to comfort them. What Nikolai hated the most was that even though they had done so much dirty work for him in the whole country, at the critical moment, that night of eradication called Seychelles did not even let him enter the Duke's manor. Even so, at noon, he gave Nikolai a mission to investigate the theft case in Mindy's Hall. Theft case. Damn it. Which part of his body looked like a police officer and a private detective? Was it not enough for him to cut it off? Speaking of police officers, Nikolai could not restrain his anger. Damn it. That big cop from the Western District Police Station, whose name is Lorbeck or Lockerbie, usually looks all smiles. During the critical moment of the one-night battle, he did not send reinforcements. What happened to the promised cooperation between the police and the people? Forget it. Nikolai suppressed his displeasure. When he asked for a few corpses, he even used all sorts of excuses. The funniest thing was that he actually pretended to be an emissary of justice. After receiving so much from them, he now came to uphold justice. What were you doing earlier? Talking about justice in front of Nikolai. Which part of his body looked like a good person? Was it not enough for him to cut it off? Damn it. If it was in the past, Nikolai would have dared to go to his house tonight, strip his wife, and hang her on the Western District gate to be used as a doorbell. Also, Nikolai was going to solve this matter now. The 3 vampires from the Covendere family were actually thrown by the tricolor iris flower at the Eastern District branch of the Blood Bottle Gang. Actually, Vine Manor was also the Covendere family's property, to properly entertain them. Did you think that they were entertaining lost puppies? They needed the blood of 10 people a day. And they even asked for supra-class experts and above. Alright, I might as well find Black Sword, knock him out with a club, tie him up, and send him over. I have already sent over many of the Blood Bottle Gang members that I usually find unpleasant to my eyes, but I still feel that it is not enough. I have to lower my voice and beg that big cop for corpses. Which part of his body looked like an animal breeder? Was it not enough for him to cut it off? The most annoying thing was that the group of vampires did not have many people. They had a bad temper and were bossy. They looked at Nikolai as if he was a puppy. With such a bad mood, Nikolai brought his entourage and walked into Vine Manor at night. He waved at the Blood Bottle Gang members, who also had a bad expression, as a greeting. He walked into the stone staircase of the manor's main building. The faint cries and screams that came from underground made Red Viper's already terrible mood even more agitated. Nikolai forced himself not to think about the blood food in the dungeon, especially since many of them were his former colleagues and subordinates. His face was ashen as he walked to the second floor. He pushed open the wooden door of the main hall and looked at the few people in front of him with a displeased expression. To be exact, he was looking at two people and their food. A beautiful, fair-skinned woman with a red ponytail, sexy and seductive. She was dressed in a noble's riding attire. She gently pushed away a man with a dazed look. The seductive woman licked the bloodstain at the corner of her mouth and flashed a charming smile at Nikolai. She then extended her index finger and wiped away the bloodstain that flowed from the corner of her mouth to her chin. The man who was pushed away seemed to be a commoner who had been kidnapped. At that moment, his eyes were dazed and his skin was deathly pale. He fell to the ground and twitched. His breathing became weaker and weaker. It seemed that he was not going to live. There were at least 7 or 8 corpses in the hall that had died from excessive blood loss. Dried blood was everywhere. Fresh blood dripped on the floor and on the table. It was incomparably terrifying. In front of the floor-to-ceiling window in the hall, there was a white-haired old man who was similarly dressed. He had his hands behind his back and seemed to be waiting for the moon to rise. "Ayaya," a gentle voice came from the woman's mouth. Her eyes lit up. "Have you sent us delicious food? Are there 20 people? Are there super classies? Are there virgins? Are there young ones? These damned vampires. Did they go out to hunt for living people again? Miss Rolana. Mr. Chris. I was just about to tell you." Nikolai endured the displeasure and disgust in his heart and said to the 2 blood breeds with dissatisfaction, "The 20 corpses that were sent this afternoon was already the limit. Our blood bank does not have that many." When he mentioned the blood bank, he remembered the wailing in the dungeon. Even Nikolai could not help but feel disgusted. "Oh." The seductive Rolana giggled. As the corners of her mouth curled up, a dangerous gaze gradually appeared in her eyes. "Can the blood of those corpses be eaten? What we need is the blood of living people. Otherwise, when I see the people of your blood bottle gang coming and going, I can't help it." Rolana revealed the fangs under her lips and struck a charming pose. Her index finger gently touched the fangs. Under the illumination of the everlasting lamp, coupled with the bloody background, there was a strange and ferocious beauty. Nikolai suppressed his anger and lowered his head as he said softly, "My 3 honored guests, please understand. Eternal Star City is the capital after all. Our ability is limited, Ayaya, but that is not what the young and cute Duke of Iris Flowers said. We can have as many people and blood as we want. If he knew that his loyal dog treated his guests like this, would he not give you bones to eat?" "Ha! Loyal dog. Bones. Damn it." Listening to the strange humiliation and condescending sarcasm, then thinking of the Duke of Iris Flowers' attitude after losing the Battle of Red Street Market, as well as the anger he suffered for the day, Nikolai only felt a fire burning in his heart. Damn bitch, there are no living people. Nikolai did not care about the bloodstains on the table. He fiercely slammed his palm on the table and roared uncontrollably. "Don't think that I don't know. You vampires only need the blood of the dead to live. You don't need the blood of the living at all. It is not like 500 years ago anymore. I have risked my life to send so many living people and corpses here. There is even a super class among them. And I have not F*King messaged enough. If you want to eat, eat. If you don't, get lost. I'm not that easily intimidated. At most, we will just split up. We will pull out our men and fight. We are Constellation's blood bottle gang, the blood debt must be paid gang. We are not some Covendier who died for his friend's gang." There was silence. Only the Red Viper's angry panting could be heard in the hall. Even the followers behind Nikolai were so frightened that they took a step back. In the next moment, Rolana's expression changed. She bared her fangs and her expression became ferocious. Her originally seductive voice that sounded like she was acting coquettishly became fierce and wild. "Lowly mortal. For the sake of your master, I'm being courteous. The blood of corpses. You can survive by drinking water, eating vegetables, and eating rotten meat every day. Why do you still eat meat and drink wine? Risking my life. That half-dead supra-class in the prison is just you abusing your position to avenge a personal grudge. You want us to help you solve your internal affairs. Talking to the Corleone family about blood debt must be paid. I can immediately let you taste the blood debt." The anger in Nikolai's eyes burned even more fiercely. He gritted his teeth and abruptly pulled open his scarlet coat. The ferocious Rolana shouted and instantly jumped onto the chandelier above her head. She bared her fangs and brandished her claws like a feline. At the critical moment when both sides were ready to fight, the old man who had been looking out the window finally turned around. "Rolana, pay attention to your manners. Mr. Nikolai, there is no need to be like this. If we fall out, the one who will be embarrassed is Duke Zayn." His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone in the hall. Chris Corleone, the white-haired old man, suddenly appeared in front of Nikolai. Before the leader of the Blood Bottle Gang could react, the white-haired Chris nonchalantly stretched out his hand and patted the Red Viper's shoulder. This move suppressed the Red Viper's anger. Rolana landed on the ground and returned to the image of a seductive young married woman. She laughed softly, but her eyes were still fierce. "Sorry, they are still young and do not know how to control themselves." Chris's gaze was obscure. His wrinkled face was filled with darkness and silence. "Young?" Nikolai cursed in his heart. How can a monster who does not know that he is hundreds of years old say that he is young? But he still suppressed the anger in his heart. The situation was unforgiving. Although the old monster in front of him looked sickly, the move he had just shown. With his abilities, he did not have full confidence that he could deal with him. "How about this? Everyone has worked hard these few days. We will settle the food ourselves." His tone was lifeless, and Chris's gaze was like a dead man's. Settle it ourselves. According to the personality of this group of vampires, going out to hunt for food would cause trouble sooner or later. But isn't that exactly what I want? Let's go. Nikolai waved his hand indignantly and said, "Withdraw all our brothers." Oh. Not a single person is staying. I still want to apologize. Rolana seductively laid on the blood-red dining table and returned to her coquettish tone. "No need." Nikolai turned his head and said fiercely, lest Miss Rolana cannot hold back anymore. The Blood Bottle Gang's thugs followed behind Nikolai and stepped down the stone stairs. No one felt sorry for leaving this disgusting manor. For a moment, only Rolana's strange laughter and the sound of blood dripping could be heard in the hall. Nikolai walked far away. Rolana suddenly fell from the table. Her face was full of frost and sternness. Did he discover something? Chris shook his dead man's head. From afar, it looked like a white chess piece swaying. This guy did not. But Covendier definitely felt that something was amiss. After all, such a large amount of blood is enough to feed a blood-descendant knight. Rolana lowered her head. But it is still far from enough. Just now, I wasted another one to put on an act. I will go hunt again later. Fortunately, we have chased away the Blood Bottle Gang as planned. This can buy us some time before we are exposed. Chris's head suddenly turned 100 degrees to the back of the window. His nose twitched. Ishtron is back. He also brought. This smell is really fragrant. It is a blood source of superior quality and above. His figure reappeared in front of the window. The moon was out. Nikolai led the Blood Bottle gang members out of the manor angrily. These damned vampires. That pretty boy vampire is back. Didn't he go to Mindy's Hall with the mercenaries in the afternoon to look for the secret treasure? So, they also know how to walk and go through the main entrance. Nikolai thought that the Blood Clan's method of traveling was the same as what he saw before. They would turn into a pool of blood and then whiz around. That pretty boy also brought a little one with him. Damn it, did he also go hunting? Looking at his attire, he looked like a child from a noble family, but his body was covered in injuries. No, that child didn't look like he was being held hostage. Judging from their pace, it seemed like they were in cahoots. That's right, I have to ask about the theft at Mindy's Hall. While Nikolai was still thinking, Ishtron and Thales walked side by side into the manor. The prince saw the group of Blood Bottle gang members walking out from afar. Thinking about the iris flower flag above his head, Thales knew that things were not going well. But he also knew that he had to remain calm at this moment in order to find a chance of survival in this narrow road. Ishtron looked straight ahead, as if he did not care about the Blood Bottle gang members beside him at all. Nikolai waved his hand and the Blood Bottle gang members stopped in their tracks, waiting for Ishtron to come over. However, the handsome blonde Blood Clan member only snorted softly through his nose. He turned his head to the side and walked past the Red Viper without the slightest intention of talking. However, the blonde Blood Clan member was displeased to find that the human brat beside him, who was not even as tall as his waist, also walked with his head held high. He snorted and turned his head to the side at the same time as him. Then, he walked past Nikolai with his nostrils raised. What's going on? A dog relying on its master's power. Ishtron decided that when he returned, he would properly deal with this brat who liked to pretend to be ignorant. Only Thales knew that at this moment, he was forcefully suppressing his heartbeat and pretending to be calm. Nikolai's anger surged again. Hey! Pretty boy! The Red Viper blocked Ishtron's path in annoyance. Have you done what the Duke ordered you to do? Nikolai looked at the handsome Blood Clan member in front of him with an unfriendly tone. The Duke? Thales cursed inwardly. Ishtron raised his eyes and looked at the human who blocked his path with disgust. The stolen treasures of Mindy's Hall. Do you still remember? You even took away 4 teams of mercenaries. Feeling Ishtron's gaze, Nikolai was filled with anger. He walked in front of Ishtron's nose and said loudly, "You should have gotten something, right, pretty boy? Pretty boy. Damned mortal." Anger surged in Ishtron's heart. His original plan was to trick the 20 mercenaries out, then split up and kill them one by one. He would then bring them back to the manor as a source of high-quality blood. Who would have thought that they would all die in the hands of the strange masked man in Mindy's Hall? But the theft at Mindy's Hall. After all, it was the Duke of Tricolor Iris Flowers who requested it. I still have to say something. Ishtron turned his head towards Thales. No one knew that Thales' heart at this moment was as cold as ice. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? Calm down. The prince said to himself, I have to save myself. His brain was spinning madly. Information and elements flashed back and reorganized at lightning speed. Ishtron lowered his head and looked at the prince, thinking about how to speak to Nikolai so that he would not embarrass himself in replying to this damned mortal. Nikolai looked at Ishtron's arrogant head in annoyance. He also followed the latter's gaze and turned towards the little boy beside him. Hey, kid. Ishtron said indifferently. Everyone looked towards Thales. At that moment, Thales took a deep breath. According to that Chinibu, I am the man who wants to change the world. How can I die here? Then. Everyone present saw the 7 or 8-year-old boy's expression turn cold. Before Istrone could say his next sentence, he shouted, "Yes, sir. Yes, sir." Istrone was stunned for a moment. Why is this brat so respectful? But before he could react, the situation in front of him changed again. Thales took a step forward without hesitation, and like a loyal guard, he stood between Istrone and Nikolai. Then, under the bright moonlight, everyone heard the little boy with the irritating expression shout at the leader of the Blood Bottle Gang, the Red Viper, Nikolai, in a childish voice. He was the leader of the 8 psionic warriors, and he was filled with disgust. Red Viper. Get lost. A lowly mortal. The noble Lord Istrone Corleone does not need a lowly stray dog like you to meddle in his affairs. It was a large chapter of 8,000 words. It was not good to cut it anywhere, so he decided not to cut it and posted it all. Chapter 27. No one could react in time. They were all stunned. Nikolai was still in shock, but he realized that Thales was shouting at him. Wild dog. The Red Viper's expression changed from puzzlement to shock, and finally to embarrassment and anger. What did you say? Damn little bastard. One of the Blood Bottle Gang members poked his colleague beside him and made an expression that said, "Things are not good." The handsome Istrone reacted to the situation. His expression became very interesting and rich. Twitching and trembling flew at the same time. His expression was one of embarrassment. This little bastard can really act. Is he a character in a play in Dark Knight Temple? Nikolai clenched his fists. He could feel his subordinates exchanging glances with each other. Their boss was humiliated by a child under the command of a vampire. This bastard. How dare he, even the Blood Mystic, who was known for her cruelty and brutality, did not humiliate him like this. Anger spread to Nikolai's brain. He glared at Istrone fiercely, as if he wanted to dig out a piece of flesh from his face. In Nikolai's opinion, he was fulfilling his duty by asking about the progress of the mission on behalf of the Duke. However, what did that pretty boy do? This damn vampire. He turned his head and gestured to his little follower. Then, the little bastard took a step forward in tacit understanding. With that infuriating expression, he told Nikolai to scram, lowly wild dog. After listening to the little bastard's words, the expression on the vampire's face was that of a sinister grin. He was enjoying the pleasure of humiliating him. I was threatened by the big green skin, rejected by the tricolor iris flowers, forced by the damn vampire, and now, this little bastard. Thales looked at the gradually changing expression of the leader of the Blood Bottle Gang in front of him. While he was still considering whether he should add more ingredients, he saw his vision blur. The Red Viper had used his lightning-fast speed and skill to grab his neck with one hand and lift him up from the ground. Thales immediately felt that his breathing was not smooth. This was not the first time he was strangled. Thales held his face. Just like last time, he reached out to grab the strangler's right hand. But this time, he only felt that he was grabbing a piece of steel-like skin. Nikolai's beard grew larger in front of his eyes, his ferocious expression trembling as his mouth opened and closed. The Red Viper stared at the vampire in front of him. Pretty boy. Your little pet, but before he could finish, a karate chop suddenly appeared in front of him. Nikolai had no choice but to let go and retreat instantly. Boom. The two of them stood still. With a gloomy expression, Nikolai caught Istrone's hand blade that was aimed at his head from the side. Since you know that it's my pet, don't move, the blonde Istrone said with a disgusted expression. Mortal. Thales fell to the ground out of thin air. Out of habit. He began to cough dryly. He swore to himself that he would never let anyone choke him again. That feeling was too painful. The Blood Bottle gang members around them became nervous. Many of them had unfriendly expressions as they placed their hands on the weapons at their waists. Pretty boy. Nikolai's face was already expressionless, but Thales could feel his gloomy mood slowly rising. The Red Viper let go of the Blood Clansman's hand and slowly enunciated each word clearly. Why don't you try calling me that again? This mortal isn't fast, but his combat instincts and experience aren't bad. He actually managed to grab my right hand. Even if I can suppress him in terms of speed, I still need to be more cautious when dealing with such a person. I can't tell that he's already an elite close to supreme class. Ishtron's heart sank as he thought about his next move. What's with that unhappy expression? Ishtron's gaze sharpened. Did I say something wrong? You, in the next second, the blonde noble suddenly shouted angrily. Mortal. Before he could finish speaking, Nikolai's fist and Ishtron's palm met in the air. In Thales' eyes, the world seemed to have stopped the moment the fist and palm met. But in the next moment, the sound and the air seemed to ripple at the same time. Bang. When time seemed to flow again, the gust of wind brought about by their fight suddenly blew past Thales' face, forcing him to close his eyes. Bang. Another 2 gusts of wind blew past him. Thales rolled with his eyes closed and moved a few meters back to avoid the gust of wind around Ishtron and Nikolai. You're using this kind of speed. The blonde Blood Clansman laughed strangely and moved again. Knowing that he was not fast enough, Nikolai clenched his teeth and threw his next punch. Ishtron's figure moved like a ghost, moving from one fixed frame to the next. Nikolai's figure was like a continuous mechanical wheel, moving at high speed and becoming increasingly fierce. Both of them looked fanatical and exchanged 6 blows in an instant. The gust of wind brought about by their fists and palms forced the Blood Bottle gang members around them to raise their arms to block. They were unable to intervene. Thales remembered the fight between Jayla and Ralph when they were moving at extreme speeds. However, that was a battle of agility and dexterity. The opponent before him now was more like a battle of explosiveness and strength. Ishtron's figure moved a step back while Nikolai's left foot moved a step back. They stared at each other fiercely. That's not right. Why is this mortal from the gang moving faster and faster? In the end, he actually managed to keep up with my speed. This was Ishtron frowning. Humph. What a slippery vampire. My next move will make you fall. This was Nikolai with a ferocious expression. At that moment, both of them had solemn expressions. They could feel the difficulty and tenacity of their opponent. The next exchange of blows came without warning. Vampire! Nikolai roared furiously. His red coat fell to the ground and his body rotated evenly. As the blood vessels in his right arm bulged, he threw his right fist, which was equally bold and fast, at the Blood Clansman's chest. Mortal! Ishtron snorted in disdain. Immediately after, he bared his fangs furiously and a bloody mist appeared around his body. His figure flickered between reality and illusion. The fingers of his right hand turned into visible sharp claws. He opened his palm and sliced through the air to grab Nikolai's throat. Thales felt a chill in his heart. Imitating the actions of the Blood Bottle gang members around him, he quickly raised his arms in front of his body to block. He was prepared to receive the next blow, which could also be the most powerful gust of wind. Both parties' attacks, which had accumulated their strength, intersected in the air. Thales shut his eyes tightly. However, the expected gust of wind and loud noise did not come. Since we've already greeted each other, an old voice said leisurely, let's disperse. Thales slowly opened his eyes. Ishtron's sharp claws and Nikolai's heavy fists were caught tightly in the hands of an old noble with a face as pale and gloomy as a dead man's. The strength and energy from before seemed to have dissipated silently in the old man's palm just like that. That wasn't right. Even if he managed to block their attacks, there should be a buffer and inertia, right? How could such a level of intersecting power be soundless? Thales thought in shock. The old man turned his head left and right to look at both of them. He saw that Istron's expression was one of indignation, while Nikolai's expression was one of wariness and surprise. A Lameter, the Red Viper thought to herself. This was an expert in the Lameter realm. This was a strength that only vampire counts, or even marquises, possessed. There weren't many of such people even in the upper 6 branches of the Blood Clan in Grand Banquet Hill. The old man flashed an ugly smile and let go of his hands in an instant. The two people who were fighting each other tacitly took a step back. Mr. Nikolai, there is no need to compete with young people. Please leave. His dry lips opened and closed like a puppet. Nikolai looked at his subordinates around him and saw that their faces were filled with fear and nervousness. Damn it, today is really unlucky. He understood a little. If the Blood Mystic did not return, everything with the Blood Bottle Gang would not go smoothly. It looks like I have to personally go to Steel City and invite her back at all costs. Nikolai snorted fiercely. He looked at the old man, then at Istron, who was still provoking him with his gaze. He gritted his teeth and said, "Good, good, good. I hope that the Duke and his Knights of Eradication will be as good-tempered as I am." The redness on Nikolai's face had not disappeared, but he did not say anything else. He waved his hand and left with the others. Little bastard, when they suck all the blood in your body. When Nikolai walked out of the manor, he turned around and glared at Thales. His tone was full of viciousness. Don't scream too miserably. He took the jacket handed to him by his subordinate and put it on. The people from the Blood Bottle Gang left the manor. Thales quietly exhaled in his heart. He had muddled through. He had muddled through the matter at Mindy's Hole. He was temporarily safe. However, the strange old man's next words made Thales' heart rise again. So, young friend. I guess you should be related to their mission at Mindy's Hall, right? Chris Corleone turned his head around like a puppet. His wrinkled lips parted and he smiled. Tricolor Iris Flowers and Blood Bottle Gang seem to be very interested in you. So, you are saying that on the second day after you brought him here. You, Count Gilbert Casso, His Majesty's most trusted attendant, the former Foreign Affairs Minister, the leader and signatory of the Fortress Treaty, and you, His Majesty's most reliable secret protector, the nameless man Yodel Cato, whose background even I do not know. This was a mature female voice. After the sun had set, it rang from the roof of Mindy's Hall. Just like that, His Majesty's only child and heir was lost. Gilbert and Yodel lowered their heads slightly in front of this mature and steady 40-year-old black-haired, charming woman who was dressed in the standard green and blue uniform of a first-class female official. Even though I was prepared for this person's arrival, I really did not expect to meet her under such circumstances, Gilbert thought to himself. Once he thought of her special and awkward identity, Gilbert felt a headache. It was probably the same for Yodel, who was beside him. Yes, Madame Gines, Gilbert said quietly. His tone was full of hatred and regret. Yodel did not make a sound, but he slowly clenched his left fist. You have been searching around for an hour, and you did not find any clues. Yes, Madame Gines, Gilbert said in shame. The gears on Yodel's mask turned. Then, the only thing we can rely on. Madame Gines pointed at the lamp in her hand. With a sarcastic and angry tone, she said unhurriedly, "Is this broken lamp and the small tinder in Yodel's arms?" Yes, Madame Gines. It was still the pitiful Gilbert. Gines did not say anything else. She stared at them with a displeased expression for a very long time. Gilbert's heart sank further. After a long while, Giles finally spoke through her nose. Humph, she closed her eyes and slowly said, His Majesty's 48th birthday is near. His Majesty's 48th birthday is just around the corner. I'm sure that the 6 great clans are going all out. They want to force His Majesty to agree to appoint a crown prince from among the nobles, be it in the form of adopting a son or adopting a son. And that child is our only hope in the darkness. Giles took a deep breath, opened her eyes, and enunciated each word clearly. In the end, all of you made him throw away. Gilbert and Yodel lowered their heads even more. Men are really unreliable. Giles placed the bloodline lamp on the ceiling of the hall and exhaled in disdain. Come, mobilize everyone. We will start searching from the scene of the child's disappearance. Even if that child is really as smart as you say, we cannot just wait for that lamp. This will only prove our incompetence and cowardice. Under the night sky, the charming and mature female official suddenly turned her head around and roared angrily in a reprimanding tone. Why are you still standing there? It was only then that Gilbert and Yodel seemed to have suddenly snapped out of their stupor and walked forward. You two useless men, you'd better use some care for me. Istrone made Thales sit on a chair in the inner hall of the manor. He swallowed hard and moved his butt a little to the side, away from the sticky red. If one ignored the dried corpses that could be seen everywhere in the hall, the dried and wet bloodstains on the dining table and the floor, and the 3 people in front of him who were obviously not normal people, this place was pretty good. The prince looked at the man, woman, and old man in front of him and smiled awkwardly and in a friendly manner. It really is an excellent blood source. This fragrance. Oh my God, Istrone, looks like I have underestimated you in the past. I thought you just went out for a walk with that group of humans. The sexy woman with the red ponytail was so excited that her eyes shone. She bent down and scrutinized Thales carefully. Thales only opened his mouth and smiled foolishly. His instincts told him that other than showing friendliness and cooperation, it was inappropriate for him to do anything else right now. He also thought about secretly cutting his hand. But he was certain that these 3 people's sense of smell toward blood was definitely more sensitive than Morris' angry wolfhound. Istrone's heart skipped a beat when he heard his cousin's words. Fortunately, as a member of the Blood clan, he would not blush. However, he still hesitantly extended his hand and pulled Rolana, who was almost drooling on Thales' back a little. In his heart, he had already raised the level of suspicion and danger of that brat to the same level as the merfolk in Crystal Wall City and the priestess of Sunrise Temple. Rolana, be careful. There's something wrong with this brat. It's best not to talk too much with him. If it were up to me, we should just connect the blood extractor and the feeding tube and lock him in a coffin, the golden-haired blood clansman said awkwardly. The target that the Duke of Iris Flowers deliberately pursued lives in the heavily guarded property of the royal family. He orders the first-class blood clan knights of the Corleone family around without even realizing it, the deathly still old man said quietly. Beside him, Istrone turned his face away awkwardly. Of course there's something wrong with this brat. At the very least, we have to dig out the secrets from his mouth. I'm good at this. Rolana lay on the dining table to Thales' left and licked her lips at him. Make a small cut on his wrist and hang him upside down. While interrogating him, he can also satisfy his cravings. Not a single drop will be wasted. I heard from my mother that this is what the Loraloa family does. Istrone hesitated for a moment. Chris the butler had left an indelible shadow in his life as he grew up, and the old man's merciless reprimand just now had severely damaged his confidence. However, Istrone still muttered, I think it's better to just get rid of him. With our current situation, I have a feeling that this brat will bring us trouble. Shut up, idiot. The old man, Chris, rudely interrupted Istrone. If this young man did not have such a personality, with his skills, how could he still be a mere blood clan knight of the Corleone family for 300 years? A smart person like Rolano would have become a blood clan baron a long time ago. Due to the old man's accumulated power, the blonde noble took a step back in fear. But it was already too late. A thought flashed in Thales' mind. With our current situation, Thales acutely grasped this information. So, their situation is not too good. First of all, if they were mercenaries or allies of the Duke and completed the mission, at least the commission and reward would have been provided by the employer, right? How is it not good? Second, they did not hand themselves over to the Blood Bottle Gang immediately. This could be interpreted as them competing with the Blood Bottle Gang for credit in front of their common Duke. But judging from Estron's words, they did not even have the intention to hand themselves over to the Duke! So, are they planning to get the secret out of my mouth? Enjoy it themselves. Then there are not many explanations left. They are not the Duke's mercenaries or allies, but another independent force. This might be where my chance of survival lies. After the old man reprimanded Estron, he did not say anything. He only stared at Thales, giving him great psychological pressure. The boy knew that he could not remain silent anymore. Since that's the case, I'll give it a try based on my previous reasoning. Thales chuckled. I say, maybe we can sit down and talk. Then we can exchange information. Who knows, we might coincidentally find out that we are actually allies. Chris' expression became even more gloomy. His eyes flashed like a frame skip, and he suddenly stood 1 inch in front of Thales. There was not even a gust of wind. Thales' heart thundered. I'll just treat it as if I'm watching a horror film. And it's a 4D one. This is a good suggestion, young sir. Let's exchange information. Chris flashed an ugly smile again. The way he addressed Thales reminded him of Gilbert, and his words made Thales feel relieved. Until the old man's next sentence. Then, our information is that your life is in our hands. Thales heaved a long sigh in his heart. How unlucky, to have met someone who doesn't play by the rules. Chris slowly raised his still, malicious gaze. Then, may I ask, what about your information? Just as Thales was frantically thinking about his next step, something strange happened. Asterisk thud thud. Asterisk the dull thud of a heavy object knocking on the ceiling of the hall suddenly rang out. The expressions of the 3 blood clansmen changed at the same time. Even the old man Chris was no exception. Asterisk thud thud. Thud thud. Asterisk another dull thud rang out. It came from the ceiling. The 3 blood clansmen exchanged glances. They were both surprised and excited. It was as if something they had been looking forward to for a long time had finally happened. Thales saw all of this. He created a book group, 397147168. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.